In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't.
Welcome. Grand rising to you all. Thank you for joining me on this new news day. What's new in the news? Does anybody know what's new in the news? Thank you for being here. Hit the like button or double tap your screen to like this video. You can do it now. You could do it later. You don't have to do it at all. I'm just here to give you this abysmal news that we have. Okay, so is America great again yet? Is America great again yet? That's what I need to know. Are we going back to Jim Crow when it comes for blacks having to do some type of poll tax to be able to vote? So is that what's going to make America great again? Now, I heard a lot of people sitting up talking about what was not their fight. This is not our fight. This is not our fight. This is not our fight. I'm not. You see what's happening, but this is not our fight. All of these fake bougie bitches sitting up talking about what was not their fight. But they'll fight to steal anything that you have that is successful for you. But when it comes time to fight for their rights, this is not our fight to fight. We just need to sit on the sidelines, and this is not our fight. These are people who hold court with the very people that expounded on the fact that 45-47 was in line with their lack of values, that 45-47 was in line with how they lived their lives. And then they entertain these clowns and then sit back and tell you this is not our fight. No, just look on the sidelines. Look at what they're doing. Okay. Since no one wanted to fight, no one wanted to have a voice. No, everybody pretended like these things that this administration has been doing did not affect them personally because they're of the bourgeois class. Is this what we're trying to pretend? These same people who just wallow in bullshit and ignorance, who try to make themselves appear to be a more upper crust and upper class, sit up and tell you that this is not a fight for you. Hmm. Hmm. How's that working out for you now? How is any of that working out for you now? Promoting clowns, but you don't promote the truth. But you try to steal from people who are out here uh, speaking the truth. How's that working out for you now? Don't want to fight for anything. This isn't our fight. Was it not our fight when our ancestors was out there fighting for it? No, that's just what they want. If we go out there, they're going to be knocking us up beside our head and arresting us. So sit this one out, sis. Did not your ancestors get knocked upon the head, dogs sicked on them, water hose knocking them down by firefighters, water hose knocking them down? So what if they said that that wasn't their fight? It's just as much your fight as it was their fight. But what you did was you thought of an excuse why you would not fight. But you want to run your mouths. You want to run your mouth. So all that I am talking about is the voting at Article 2 of the Voting Rights Act has been rescinded by the Supreme Court. Thanks in part by, in large part, by the Django in the Supreme Court. Django Clarence Thomas was the one who pushed for this to be heard at the Supreme Court level for a second time. Django, who is the the bed warmer for Harlan Crow, of the billionaire who he gets trips from and go on hunting excursions and all of this. The Harlan Crow who purchased Clarence Thomas' mother's home and remodeled the home and let Thomas's mom live in the home for free until she died. That Harlan Crow who had cases pending before the Supreme Court that uh, Thomas didn't recuse himself from. That Harlan Crow. This is the man who insisted upon revisiting Article 2 of the Voting Rights. Now, Article 2 of the Voting Rights Act, it was said that people of color should have representation. So people of color should have representation. So the case came about in Alabama once, and the Supreme Court heard the case. And then in Louisiana, they had narrowed down the district in Louisiana, which is 1/3 Black people. So to have representation of someone like you, this is what the 13th, what is it, the 14th and 15th Amendment was to do. The Voting Rights Act was to make sure that people of color had representation in their state. So when they had only one district, which was a Black district, they rewrote their map. Now, so the protection is to make sure that there is representation for people of color. So that is based on race. They felt that it was necessary to put in an amendment in our Constitution because so many states were making sure that there was no representation for Black people who lived in states. So the whole thing about this is representation for Black voters. So your Supreme Court Supreme Court doesn't make laws. The Supreme Court interprets laws. So your Supreme Court interpreted this as, well, you have to show intent that this was done for racial reasons. Well, duh. The whole point of the amendment is to make sure that who has represent black people have representation in their states. So when they redid the maps, made one district, two districts, guess who sued? Guess who sued? A Karen and a Darren sued and said that they changed the map based on racial reasons. Well, that's what the uh, 14th and 15th Amendment calls for. So to give them two districts instead of one district, that in the whole state of Louisiana, that was like a bridge too far. A bridge too far. So they took this to the Supreme Court by the pushing of none other than affirmative action, law school going, black ass uh, Clarence Thomas, uh, the person who wants to pull up everything that has advanced him in his life, in his career, that was uh, based on race, the gains that were fought for based on race, based on the discrimination of black people, the man who benefited from everything that helped black people get ahead in life, is the same person who has torn down all of the accomplishments that made him get ahead in life. Now, this is why I have my thumbnail as my thumbnail. So the same person who is holding a ballot in front of you, asking you how many, that's some of the things that they would challenge black people to do, because they wanted to pretend like everyone has the right to vote, but they put these barriers in front of black voters. How many jelly beans are in this jar? Are we going to go back to counting jelly beans in a jar before we can get our ballot? And then when we correctly say, hey, there's three pickles in this jar. You have Clarence Thomas sitting up there grabbing a pickle out of the jar and telling you, no, you got the answer wrong. It's only two pickles in the jar. Is this what we're going back to in the United States of America to make America great again? Is America great again now that you have a whole raccoon sitting up in the Supreme Court after going to Yale on a affirmative action scholarship, talking about and you have a Samuel Alito talking about America is post racist now. America that is calling everything, every job, every position that a black person have a DEI position that they only got because of the color of their skin, that they are not qualified to, up and into of the former president of the United States, the former vice president of the United States, any job position that is held by a black person has been deemed DEI. Anything that is progressive thinking, leaning, anything that they want you to think is progressive leaning, it's woke, it's wokeism. So they are telling you that they just want you to sleepwalk through life. It is bad to be awake. It is bad to be awake. When have you ever seen it being put before you to tell you to just sleepwalk through life? Now, some of us, who grew up in a certain era, we know what a stay woke means. But it's a lot of you who grew up in the era, who know what stay woke means, are the main ones who are sleepwalking through life. And you've been warned to stay woke. You have taken on being woke as something negative yourselves because a white man is telling you that it is negative to be woke, that something about being woke is negative. Now, that ought to make you think that they are intimidated by you staying woke. But no, you rather sleepwalk, you rather come and try to present yourself as somebody who is important because you take the white man's stance on politics. Where are all of these people who were touting the goods of Donald Trump now? Now they have all slunk back into their holes. Where are all of you people who entertain these people? Well, you know what? He kind of right about this. He kind of right about that. I can understand trying to make yourselves appear to be something that you're not, trying to make yourself appear to be someone who is so important and someone who is beyond the crust of the average black person. So I guess all of these policies against DEI and all this Voting Right Act being wiped clean doesn't affect your black asses. While you sitting up here perpetrating a fraud all the way through this election, talking about the good things about Donald Trump, while you sitting up here talking about bullshit all this election cycle, all of through the primaries, all sitting up entertaining dumb shit. When you were told what was in store for you in the people who constantly gave you the information about Project 2025. But all you can say, oh, that Project 25, y'all heard about that? You couldn't even say what Project 2025 had in store for you. You couldn't even say the real name of the project. 2025, the next year, the first year of the new presidency, you couldn't even be bothered to remember the Project 2025. I heard about Project 25. I heard, but you heard about it, but you never went to investigate it for yourself. But you'll go up on pages trying to dox people who you don't know, who don't affect you and how you live your life, but you won't go investigate how Project 2025 was going to affect you and how you live your life. You sit and pack rooms of a stupid bitch who tells you that she don't vote because it's no reason to vote anyway. Well, now it truly is a reason to vote. But see, these are the main people who have you in the situation that you are in now. But y'all bored with politics. Y'all so bored with politics. Politics is so boring until a bitch steal the idea of doing politics, and now you so unbored by a bitch who's sitting up there stealing everyone's content and trying to pretend like it's her own. But now you're not bored. Someone who don't tell you where to get information, try to pretend like they are the creator of the information that they are regurgitating from everyone else's content. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's really move on. Okay, so let's talk about this Voting Rights Act that has been repealed. I also want you to know a funny, strange thing happened the night before the Voting Rights Act was repealed. We had a king that was visiting the United States, and strangely enough, the sixth conservative justice of the Supreme Court. They had a little dinner. They were invited to a little dinner, and I guess that the fact that they were invited to a dinner with a king, that must have sealed the deal. So all of the conservative justices and their wives, they were allowed to go to a dinner with King Charles, and then bright early the next day, they have repealed the voting rights to restrict the access to representation for people of color. Isn't that dandy? Isn't that dandy? Let's let me share this with you, just in case you were unaware of that. Uh, Let me share this.
Only the conservative justices on the Supreme Court. The liberal justices were not invited. They had this dinner, and then today the Supreme Court came back and struck down a central provision of the Voting Rights Act that struck down a map in Louisiana that allowed more representation for black voters, calling it racial gerrymandering. So that has struck down and opened the doors for lots of other districts throughout the country to be redrawn. Guys, this is terrible, terrible news. I don't see how you can't find corruption within all of this when the justices had a private dinner with Trump and then came back the next day with this decision. Remarkable stuff here, guys. Let me know what you think about it all in the comments. This is going to be terrible going forward as we head into the midterms. The liberal justices say they have basically completely gutted the Voting Rights Act. So keep checking back for updates. There's going to be more, and I'll see you back here for the 411. Breaking news as last night, Trump had a dinner with only the conservative justices on the Supreme Court. The liberal justices were not invited.
Okay, I will. This is going to be link number one in my description box. If you need to revisit this link, go to my description box and it will be link number one. Um, we're gonna keep going. If you don't believe this man, if you happen not to believe this man, since I tell you where I get my information from, I don't try to act as if I am creating anything other than content, and I show you where you can also go to get content. So if you want to read it for yourself, if you like, I don't know who that guy is, let's go to this article about this dinner, shall we? Let's do that. Here we go. And a funny thing happened. A funny thing happened that you also may be interested in knowing. Let me. Six conservative justices make King Charles dinner guest list. Um, here we go. Oh, here we go. We have them right here sitting at the dinner. Here we go. Brett Kavanaugh. The It's okay to racially profile people. Now, if you think that he just thought that it was okay to just racially profile undocumented immigrants or people who look like undocumented immigrants, you're crazy. If you don't think that Brett Kavanaugh think that it is okay to racially profile black people as well, you're crazy. They have taken. They are. I would say they have taken the sheets off, but it seems like America is putting their sheets back on. All six conservative Supreme Court justices were invited to President Donald Trump's state dinner with King Charles III, including those whom he criticized since the court invalidated most of his global tariffs. The guest list of Tuesday night dinner include Chief Justice John Roberts as well as Justice Samuel Alito, who wrote the opinion striking down Article Section 2 of the Rights Act, Amy Coney Barrett, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Clarence Thomas, as well as their spouses. None of the court's three Democrat appointees were on the list. Trump has targeted some of the conservative justices in increasingly personal terms since the court struck down the bulk of his global terrors. Soon after the ruling, he and Roberts, Gorsuch, and Barrett, the three conservatives who joined the liberals in the decision, were and said that they were an embarrassment to their families. In an April 22nd post, he added that certain Republican justices have just gone weak, stupid, and bad, completely violating what they supposedly stood for. But it appears like they stand from blocking people of color, black people specifically, from voting. It does seem like mm, they uphold that. So here's the article. If you are unaware of that, let's be real clear. They said that the reason that I'll let an attorney explain this to you. They said that the reason that they made that ruling is because when they rewrote the map to have two districts, black districts in Louisiana, as opposed to one, that in itself was unconstitutional because, according to the amended Constitution, Article uh, uh, 14 and 15 of the Constitution, race cannot be considered in determining districts. But that was to protect the black voter. So they totally flipped it on its head and said because they were making two districts to represent black people who are a third of the people in Louisiana, therefore they had race as a consideration, and that is against the article of 14 and 15 of the Constitution. Imagine that. And additionally, they said that now there has to be some intent shown to prove that the districts were waddled down to one district, and you had to show intent that this was racially motivated to be detrimental to a race of people. Now, a third of the people in the state are black, and they have one voting district that represents them. Is that it has that not been proven? How? Whatever. Whatever. This link to this article is going to be number 2 in the description box. If you would like to read this article, it is number 2 in the description box. So please hit the like button, double tap your screen, and I will move on. Let me see what else I would like to talk about this morning. Let me put my banner up. Okay, let's see what else we'll go through this morning. How about this? Guess what happened? Strangely enough, guess what that Supreme Court ruling ushered in? Now, understand that Louisiana is in the middle of their primaries. They are actually voting ballots have gone out. People have started their early voting in Louisiana. But strangely, this is of the primaries for the midterm elections. That voting has already started. But strangely enough, get in this post-racism era, guess what the governor is expected to do? Louisiana governor plans to suspend May primary to redraw U.S. House map. Washington Post reports. So Landry, or whatever his Landry, I believe his name, the governor of Louisiana, finds that, hey, let's stop the election. We don't care who had already voted. We need to make sure that we get all black people representation out of this whole state. So we are going to halt the election, and we'll carry on our primary some other time. I thought that there was a particular window that you had to do voting. Governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, walks in the Roosevelt Room at the White House in Washington, D.C. on March 24th. Okay, of 2025. April 29th, Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry told Republican House candidates on Wednesday that he planned to suspend next month's primary election to allow state lawmakers to pass a new congressional map. Washington Post reported, citing two people with knowledge of the call. He already told them this last month. Now, why would he tell them this last month? And all of a sudden, it breaks today, the day after the Supreme Court made their ruling, because they had already planned that if the Supreme Courts rule this way, then we just gonna stop the whole election, and we gonna redraw the maps, and we gonna draw the black folks out of the map. If it happens, they already had a plan in action. So in this post racist America, allegedly. Now, 4547 was sitting in the White House, confusing Ukraine with Iran and talking a whole lot of hubba bubba bullshit on yesterday. And then someone asked him, well, what do you think about the Supreme Court ruling? He said, oh, what do you mean? As if he didn't know it had come down. At the night after he had all of the six justices who voted yes for it in the White House with the king last night, the night before. Oh, what do you mean? That they made the ruling? Did they made the ruling? What did they say? Oh, that's very good. That's good. And if they think that of the southern states, they are going to have a big leaning toward Republicans winning in all of the southern states. Your president said that's great. That's exactly what should be done, or something to that effect. So then here comes Landry out saying that he's going to rewrite the maps. Since everything worked hand in glove. But you got these raccoons out here talking about what isn't their fight. What isn't their fight? I guess it was did your ancestors even fight, some of you raccoons? I know mine did. Okay, so this is not some of these raccoon fights. The fact that you try to say what is and is not your fight to make yourself appear to be above board of every other black person who has to fight for everything in their life for equality shows that you are beneath the bar. Instead of showing that you are above some bar, the simple fact that you dummies open your mouth and say what is not your fight shows that you some weak motherfuckers who like to cut the line, who like to squeeze in behind somebody who fought and then act as if, and then try to walk away as if you've done something. It shows what cowards and frauds and thieves you really are. That you would open your motherfucking mouth and to say what isn't your fight, as everything in existence, all of the gains that people who have fought before you fought and died for, and you have the fucking audacities to open your mouth and to say what is not your fight. And the only thing that is being taken away from people is being taken away from people like you first. And you sit up here and talk about what is not your fight. It says a lot about you motherfuckers who try to pretend like you are above and beyond any other black person in this United States of America. You're clowns. Let me continue. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry told Republican House candidates on Wednesday that he planned to suspend next month's primary election to allow state lawmakers to pass new congressional maps. The Washington Post reported, citing two people with knowledge of the cause. The Republican governor announcement to suspend the May 16 primary could come as early as Friday, a day before early voting is set to start, the Washington Post report said. Rutgers could not immediately verify the report. Landry did not immediately respond to a Rutgers request for comment. Oh, they want to keep it all hush hush now that they had this all planned, just in case the Supreme Court did exactly what the Supreme Court did do. So they're gonna make sure the first shot out that they disenfranchise black voters. But this is not our fight. No, yeah, we're gonna sit down. This is not our fight. That you know they're gonna attack. That the first thing they're gonna do, they're gonna attack us. They didn't attack the first people who who garnered these rights, these civil rights for you. Oh, oh. Oh, so I guess it was their time. It was their time to fight. Fighting off dogs and water holes. I guess it was their time to fight. But this is not our fight. Oh, you want to fight now? It's too late to fight now. It's too late to fight now. Because you're tainted. You're tainted. These people who sat up and kept their fucking mouths closed when people are out here ringing the alarm, telling you to make sure you have registered to vote, because some states do not allow you to register to vote on election day. And then you have these fake bougie bourgeois people, these people who want to act as if they represent something honorable, come up the day before the election and telling you to make sure you vote tomorrow. You stupid motherfuckers, if they have not registered in some states days or weeks before the vote, it's no reason to tell them to vote tomorrow. While people are sitting up concentrating on dumb shit, on ignorant shit, and promoting ignorance in our community. They should have been promoting, make sure you are registered to vote. They should have been warning that they are purging the votes in many states. But no. You dumb motherfuckers come up the night before an election as if everybody can register to vote on the same day that the voting takes place. Coon ass shit. Raccoon ass dumb shit. But now you want to talk politics. Now everybody want to talk politics. Now everybody want to talk politics. That boring stuff. Oh, it's just too boring for me. Oh, it's just too boring for me. But now, it's been my life's dream. It's always been inside of me, and it's just always been something that touched me, and I just always wanted to talk about it. Let me steal content from other people and not tell you where I got it from, and act like I'm teaching you something. I'm going to teach you something. Shall I teach you something about politics? Shall I? Let's continue. This link will be number 3 in my description box. If you want to finish reading this article, it is here in my description box. Link number 3. Let's move on. Okay, it's there now. I always try to give you someone who actually know a lot of information. This is what I do. The only reason I am here is to give you information on things you may not be familiar with. Okay, so let me share a link with you. The Defiant Lawyer, I believe it is. I think it's the Defiant Lawyer. Hold on one second. Let me get my pages up. Things that I want to talk about today, and the information that I want to give to you today. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Let's get to it. Let's understand how sometimes we are our own worst enemies. But understand, people see you for your work. Understand, if people don't see you for your work, I see you for your works. Let me share this with you. I see a lot of you for your works. Let's get into this.
Will suffer too. That community will suffer too. Not just in the ways that we see it suffering now, but that community is going to suffer as well, because what
Here we go.
Somebody said, man, please, I'm out. Deuces. If you don't understand what happened today, peace. Good riddance. Now let's get into this. Let's get into this. All right, I'm gonna go to another screen. And let me tell you this. After those laws were passed, before those laws were passed, the black poverty rate was about 55 to 60%. the black poverty rate. That means if you line up 10 black people, almost 6 of them were in poverty, living below the poverty line.
Well, what happened? Are you telling me that people thought that it was their fight to get out of that condition? Are you telling me that people actually fought to get out of that condition? Oh, and as we see what is happening under this administration, we try to pretend like that same condition could not befall us again. Because we are a different type of black people. This can't happen to us as we see black people are being targeted by this administration. But we want to hold on to the trying to be so self-important, individually self-importance, that we say, oh no, this is not my fight.
After the passage of those laws, the poverty rate began to sharply decrease, all the way until today, where it hovers around 17%. It has never been that low. That is the direct result of those pieces of legislation: Civil Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act, the Voting Rights Act, the Higher Education Act, which, just for me right here, the Higher Education Act had a direct impact on me because it was when Lyndon Johnson used that law, basically, Congress, to approve Pell Grants. Man, I went to college only because of Pell Grants. My parents, the first 12 years of my life, we didn't have an inside bathroom. My parents couldn't give me anything for college. My daddy Mike would squeeze me out $20 when I would come home on break. I went to school only because of those civil rights laws that were passed in the 60s. And they're trying to destroy them. They killed Section 2, how the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act. So that's what we're going to look at. Somebody said, me too. I presume that person means that they too went to college only because of Pell Grants, such that when I graduated college, I had no debt, no student loan debt, not one penny. Pell Grants paid it all. And when I hear these people saying the Democrats ain't never did anything for black people, when you hear somebody say that, you know they're either lying or they're ignorant. What this case is all about in plain terms: in 2022, Louisiana draws a congressional map with only one majority black district out of 6, even though 1/3 of the state is black. We should have voting districts that are representative of our percentage of the population. So that was a violation of Section 2, as we knew it then. I'm going to show you how they've changed it today. Federal court finds the map likely violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, orders Louisiana to draw a second majority black district. Louisiana complies and draws SB 8, adding a second majority black district 6, connecting Baton Rouge and Shreveport. A group of non-African-American black voters immediately sues SB 8 as an unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. SCOTUS Rule 6.3, Louisiana's attempt to comply with the voting right was itself unconstitutional. SB 8 is struck down. Now, they had already heard this case, but Clarence Thomas insisted that they hear it again. And it was on the second try that they handed down this opinion. Thank you, Clarence Thomas. The constitutional trap the court sprung. For 30 years, SCOTUS assumed the Voting Rights Act compliance was a compelling interest. They finally answered the question and closed the door. Let me explain what that means. I'm not going to get too deep in the law, But when a state uses race to accomplish even something good for black people, then it must pass strict scrutiny. And the test for strict scrutiny means just what it says. They're going to strictly scrutinize why the state used race to do anything. And ordinarily, that's a good thing. Because if the state uses race to benefit whites, then yes, we want that to be strictly scrutinized. So it's a sort of a fancy legal term, but it means just what it says. If a state, pursuant to the Equal Protection Clause, uses race to do anything, to discriminate on the basis of race, then that law must pass strict scrutiny. And here's what that means. That means that the state must show that the reason they use race achieves a compelling state interest. So the state says, yes, we use race, but the reason we use race is compelling. The state really believes that this reason is a compelling reason. So we ought to be able to do it, even though race was taken in consideration, because the reason we're doing it is a compelling reason, not just a good reason, but a compelling reason. And the state must show that the use of race, that law, was very narrowly tailored to achieve just that interest. If the state can show that under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the court said, okay, we'll let that happen. And that is what happened, for example, in Alabama. Alabama had one of these cases not long ago, the Milligan case. And SCOTUS said, okay, fine. And the conservatives, John Roberts, signed on to it. But Clarence Thomas kept pushing it. And so the court, as we're going to read here, closed the door on whether even giving blacks a majority voting district is a compelling enough reason. And they said no. They said it's no longer enough to even try to give black folks a district that they deserve based on the numbers. The question they avoided for 30 years. In every prior case where a state drew a majority minority district to comply with the VRA, Voting Rights Act, SCOTUS assumed, without deciding that the Voting Rights Act compliance was a compelling interest, justifying race-conscious map making. They never actually ruled on it until now. And oh, by the way, when I talk about strict scrutiny in states doing something just for or on the basis of race, it must go through strict scrutiny. Okay? So that means if the state or even the federal government, pursuant to the Fifth Amendment, does anything based on race, people can sue and say this is unconstitutional because there is no legitimate, compelling state interest or federal government interest justifying the use of race. That was the case with the affirmative action, getting rid of affirmative action. That was the situation when the black farmers here under Biden got awarded $4 billion and white farmers sued. That's what they argued. And so I try to point this out every time when Kamala Harris said, no, I'm not going to do anything just for black people. It is because she couldn't because of the law. She couldn't. So what the court decided, the court holds.
Now, if you've been here with boring RonyiQ doing politics, well, we talked about the black farmers, how the black farmers were getting their applications for farm aid thrown in the trash can, getting seeds at harvest time, was not getting was being told that all the agriculture loans had already been dispersed by the time that they quit throwing their applications in the trash can, having them jump through extra loops, and giving all the white farmers everything that they needed, and until the black farmers finally sued. And when they won their lawsuit, what happened? The white farmers sued for being discriminated against. Let that sink in. But if you have been watching me, you can go back through my channel. You will see me talking about this Supreme Court a long time ago. You will see me talking about this Supreme Court that has been making all of these crazy rulings. You will hear me talk about how these conservatives on this Supreme Court have been enriching themselves, have not been following any laws about us not recusing themselves, uh, not just Clarence Thomas, but Kavanaugh, uh, uh, Gorsuch, and we talked about how the wives of these Supreme Court justices are also double dipping. Clarence Thomas wouldn't recuse himself from a case that his own wife was deeply involved with. I've talked about this Supreme Court. Nothing is new about this Supreme Court. We should not be surprised about this Supreme Court. Go look at my thumbnails. I know I have at least one, maybe two thumbnails with this Supreme Court on there where I've talked to you about it. But, hey, politics is boring. Being aware is boring. Being stupid, that's exciting. That's exciting, talking about dumb shit as if it is something that's going to affect you and how you live your life. But actually talking about things that will affect you and how you live your life, that's boring. Let's continue.
That the VRA compliance can be a compelling interest, but only under their newly narrowed definition of Section 2. And I'm going to show you that in just a minute. We run into this narrowing in so many other areas. Since they simultaneously gutted Section 2, there will almost never be a valid VRA, Voting Rights Act compliance justification for drawing a majority minority district. Translation the court gave with one hand and took with the other. They said the Voting Rights Act compliance counts, then redefine the Voting Rights Act so it almost never applies. So they said, okay, we'll do strict scrutiny when race is used to achieve another black majority minority district, but there's something else you got to prove too. So they added to this whole strict scrutiny thing. I'll tell you what it is in just a second. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was designed to enforce the Constitution, not collide with it. That's Justice Alito. He's the one who wrote the majority opinion. And I figured he would write the majority opinion because he wrote the majority opinion in another Section 2 case, the Brnovich case, just a few years ago. So typically, if they write a previous decision on the same subject matter, John Roberts will assign them to write any subsequent cases, majority cases on that same subject matter. All right, stay with me. How they gutted Section 2, the new impossible standard. The majority updated the Gingo's framework. That's a case. Kagan calls it the Calais contivence. That Calais, I have a difficulty pronouncing that last name. That's one of the litigants' last name. I've heard Calais. I don't know. I don't speak French. But she says it is the Calais contivence, an effects test converted into a purpose test. What is a purpose test? And here's the catch. A purpose test is an intent test. So not only must black people now, when they deserve a majority minority district, prove the Gingo's factors, but they also must prove that the state's voting map is intentionally discriminatory. That's nearly
now you have to prove intent, that these people are doing this by intent. Now we understand that the Supreme Court is very well aware that the intent is to dilute the black voting representation. If we are not clear on that, we are clear on that where President Trump told Greg Abbott that they needed 5 more seats. And what they did was they cracked black districts. And what they do when they crack black districts, say if a black district has 100,000 voters in this district that is represented by, let's say, Jasmine Crockett, for example. Let's play this game that they played in Texas, and what they will do is they will reassign the streets. They will redraw the map where it takes a Jasmine Crockett district, and they will separate it into 10 different districts. They will combine her one district into 10 neighboring districts. And so let's say that the 10 neighboring district, they have about 10,000 voters apiece, and they get cracked into other huge white district. So now this huge white district has 10 of Jasmine Crockett's voters. They are sorely underrepresented in this huge white district, so they have no representation. No one is looking to meet their particular needs as black constituents. They are melded in a district that is not going to see them. And they do this 10 times with 10,000 people from Jasmine Crockett district, and they meld them in neighboring district where they are also underrepresented. Underrepresented. So this is how black people lose representation. And if we are not clear on this is the exact intent, you need to not look further than the day after the Supreme Court justice made this ruling. Did the same state, Louisiana, decide that they are going to halt their primary voting so they can redraw the maps. Now, let's be clear. Louisiana had one district. They changed the map to make it 2 districts. And what you may not be clear on, prior to it going to the Supreme Court, they had already took the Louisiana map back to 1 district. So this governor is going to redraw the maps to eliminate this 1 district when a third of the people there are black voters. Okay. If you are unclear, they said that they changed the map so that there would be 2 districts, and then it went to the state Supreme Court. And so this is what is going on. And you have to show intent. I think the intent has already been shown with the all this gerrymandering of maps. Off of the 10-year regular time when the census are taken is when maps are redrawn. But now all of these maps are being redrawn because this president and his agenda that he has put on this country, the fact that everyone is suffering in this country, except for those raccoons who try to pretend like they are unaffected. Everybody but the raccoons are doing poorly in this country. Everybody except these raccoons that can see that their loved ones may be losing health insurance, while these raccoons want to make pretend like they don't need nothing for government. So this ain't they fight. But everybody else with common sense that's not trying to perform, they understand that this country is in a world of fucking trouble. The economy in this country is fucked. The job number in this economy is fucked. The inflation in this country is fucked, and it's all under the policies of a person who is making billions every year. He and his family is making billions off of fucking over the United States citizens. But hey, the raccoons are doing fine. Let's continue.
possible. That's nearly impossible. That's what conservatives have been able to accomplish since the Civil Rights Act. They have, with the help of William Rehnquist, I talked about him in the previous video, he was able to get the Supreme Court to include intent whenever you're litigating racial discrimination cases. In other words, you got to prove that somebody intended to be discriminatory. You can no longer use the fact that you can't use what's called.
Hold on one second. Excuse me. I'll go back a hair. James, what is this? James, who is this? James Mars. First of all, do not ever come in my chat being disrespectful. Don't ever come in my chat being disrespectful. I don't care what state do you live in. Let's pull up your map. This is very easy to prove, James. What state do you live in, James? Don't come in my chat being disrespectful, or you will not be allowed to speak in my chat. Hit the like button, James. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful. Since you wanted to make a point about your particular state being gerrymandered against Republicans, I'm waiting on you to write down your state. Hey, Rachel. The Virginia redistricting cut out the smaller, lower income areas that voted widely red with zero representation or less, if any. It's politics in general. They both play I think you're saying redistricting game. Yeah, that was the point. That exactly was the point of the Virginia redistricting, because of the redistricting that was going on in Texas, in North Carolina. Yeah, that was the point. The point was that redistricting usually happens after the census every 10 years. But to get an advantage, Texas, in the middle of the year, to appease Donald Trump request for 5 more seats in Texas, they did a off-scheduled redistricting. But the thing about it is, they just decided to do it within the elected officials. They didn't ask the voters of Texas what they thought about it. But see, at least, and that's why California did its off-season redistricting to combat the 5 seats that were drawn out of the Texas district. That's why California redistricted off of the regular scheduled time that they would redraw the maps. However, what California did, they put it to the voters and let the voters decide if they wanted to do a temporary change in the redistricting that would go through the 2028 election cycle. Virginia also put it to their voters. So you think that it just should be okay that Texas, North Carolina, Indiana is thinking about doing it. Florida is about to do it. So and Louisiana, they are about to do it. So you think that it is okay for all of these red states to do redistricting, and then when a blue state does it and red districts are eliminated, then you think it's a problem? But you don't think it's a problem when red states do it and eliminate blue districts? Hey, you're fighting fire with fire. The Democrats didn't start any of this. Republicans started all of this. But now that Republican districts are being gerrymandered out. It's the same thing that Republicans are doing to Democrat district. There should be no redistricting in 2026 in the first place. So you cannot call foul on something that Republicans started. You cannot be a Republican and tell me about your district and think I should care more about your district than I should care about black districts that are being wiped out. Are you serious? Are you serious? I don't give a fuck about your district being wiped out. You shouldn't started wiping out black district in a off year. You get what your hand calls for. That's what happens. Are you serious? Nobody gives a fuck about your district being wiped out. At least they took it to the voters. Did Governor Hot Wheels take it to the voters, or did they just bow down to the king and start copying and pasting out black districts in Texas? So you think somebody's supposed to give a fuck about a Republican district being wiped out when there's supposed to be no new maps being made in the first place? Who started this? But y'all the only one who should benefit from districts being wiped out and cry when your districts are being wiped out. Well, at least they took it to the voters. The fuck out of my face. The fuck you talking about? No, Virginia just had a vote. What are you talking about? Virginia didn't vote. They just had the vote on redistricting in Virginia, and a judge ruled that the vote didn't count. What are you talking about? They had a vote in Virginia 2 weeks ago. And the bill passed. The voters passed the bill, and one singular judge said dismantled that whole vote, and saying that all the people in Virginia that came out and voted to rewrite their maps, their votes didn't count, and it is being appealed right now. What are you talking about? The people in Virginia didn't vote for it. See, what the fuck are you talking about? No, the people voted. Hold on. Hold on. So see, this is what we're not going to do. This is very simple. I'm not going back and forth because this is where I talk fact. I don't talk propaganda or bullshit. This is where we actually absolutely present facts. So this is very easy, very very easy to prove. Let's get to this. We're not going back and forth.
Redistricting referendum Tuesday. While Virginia passed that historic redistricting referendum Tuesday, one circuit court judge dug in for a fight. This happened in the southwest county of Tazewell, where the judge struck down the new congressional map because it allots Republicans just one congressional district down from 5. And the map's fate could be in the hands of Virginia's Supreme Court. Sunrise's Max Marcilla joins us live from Fairfax County. Hello, Max. Why did the judge block the map that we know a majority of voters just approved?
What happened? A majority of voters just approved. And a judge struck down the map that a majority of whom voters just approved. Do you want to correct yourself? Do you want to correct yourself coming in my chat lying like I'm stupid? You stupid enough to think that you're going to pull over a lie on me about what I know? That what is easily able to be found out?
Fate could be in the hands of Virginia's Supreme Court. Sunrise's Max Marcilla joins us live from Fairfax County. Hello, Max. Why did the judge block the map that we know a majority of voters just approved?
That we know that a majority of the voters just approved. Now, why is the Supreme Court of Virginia having to hear oral arguments on redistricting referendum? The voters voted on this referendum. Maybe you ought to carry your ass. Let me drop this link. I'm not going to play this. Maybe you ought to carry your ass somewhere where you can actually get some information. Since you brought your ass up in my chat talking dumb shit, not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. Take your ass over there and hear the arguments of the case that is before the Virginia Supreme Court because they denied the will of the voters. The fuck out of here. Anyway, let's continue.
While Virginia passed that...
Let's continue. Here we go. Let's get back to some factual information. Here we go. Here we go. And hold on. And let me tell you something else. Motherfucker. I'm not arguing with you. If you want to argue with somebody, take your ass somewhere else or go start your fucking page and argue with you. But what you're not going to do is you're not going to sit up in my page and put a bunch of bullshit lies and propaganda. And I'm not going to argue with you. If you got an argument that you want to have, go start your channel. You have a page. You are commenting on a page that you can open a channel on and start talking about that bullshit and those lies that you just got busted in. Let's continue.
Called disparate impact, which shows that blacks, the Supreme Court to include intent whenever you're litigating racial discrimination cases. In other words, you got to prove that somebody intended to be discriminatory. You can no longer use the fact that you can't use what's called disparate impact, which shows that blacks are affected by a particular policy or law disproportionately. You can't use that anymore. And let me be precise. Trump put out an executive order where you can't use that disparate impact within the federal government, any of the federal agencies. When you're litigating cases, you can use circumstantial evidence to try to prove that a policy is racist. We do that. All right. But he did undermine disparate impact at the federal level. But if you file a lawsuit.
Let's not forget. Oops, Rachel, I misread your intent. My bad. I apologize. Now, let's not forget that early on in this administration, I also showed you the importance of disparate impact that 45, 47 took off of all civil right cases, how disparate impact would impact your ability to even file a discrimination suit. So here we are once again, where and how the removal of disparate impact has impacted the ruling on that will determine discrimination. Disparate impact is affecting you from being able to claim discrimination. At the same time, we have the head of the EEOC making an announcement, making a plea to white workers if they have been discriminated against. So it seems like they're not going to have to even have to prove disparate impact because they are being courted by the EEOC of all these alleged cases of being discriminated against because they're white. Now, do you think that a white person would not go to the EEOC on their own if they feel that they have been discriminated against? Isn't that the proper channels to go to? So why is it that the EEOC is putting out a catcall to just white people who have been discriminated against? Do you think that the disparate impact is going to no, they are soliciting you. Why, while black people are not even going to be able to prove their cases because the EEOC has taken out the ability for data to be collected on a race basis.
And it has nothing to do with federal agencies. You still can show that something is racist or discriminatory just because it impacts blacks mostly. All right. So plaintiffs prove vote dilution by showing a compact minority community. These are the Gingo factors. You really don't need to know this necessarily, that there's politically cohesive minority voters and racially polarized majority voting. Historical discrimination and present day disparities counted in the totality of circumstances. That is another requirement of the Section 2 cases. All right, the new standard. Illustrative maps must achieve all of the state's political goals, including protecting Republican incumbents, just as well as the state's own map. Did you hear?
The new map has to make sure it protects the Republican incumbent. In creating a new map, you cannot have representation. Cannot explicitly have representation for the black people in any certain area, but the map must protect the representation of the incumbent. Make that make sense.
Hear that? Now, because when these folks are litigating these cases, they will have an expert to draw up maps to show the court this is what it should be as an illustration. And the illustrative maps must achieve all of the state's political goals, including protecting Republican incumbents. So the map must show on its face that if approved, it will protect Republican incumbents. Wow. Now, that's, wow. Okay, I hope you got that. Racially polarized voting evidence must control for party affiliation, meaning the most common evidence of discrimination is now excluded. And third, historical discrimination evidence gets little to no weight. Only present-day intentional discrimination counts, and the bar for proven intent is nearly impossible. That is the Achilles heel. We are confronted with that all the time.
So we cannot say this state, like Louisiana of all states, we cannot say historically Louisiana has been a racist state. We cannot say that up into the 70s they were trying to run away Black people who were trying to register to vote with threats of Klan action in the 70s. To register to vote was taking your life in the Klan's hand up into the 70s in Louisiana. Ask me how I know, because I know. But you can't you cannot say that. No, that was way back in the 70s. We in 2026. Racism died out. No, racism died out. You know that good inbred racism that was in the bones of people, that they thought that it was okay to go out and lynch people and all of this type of stuff, create all of this violence and death on people because of the color of their skin. It died out when these people died out. These people, no, they didn't teach it to their children. These children that had to go up in the household with these people, and those children, they didn't teach it to their children, and that it permeated so deep in the fabric of their culture, which was a proving culture of that type of racial animus. No, it just died out with that one particular generation of racists way back in the day. And it was never taught throughout their ancestry. Is that what we believe in? Okay. Okay. I just wanted to share that with you. The Defiant Lawyer, this link is in my description box. He goes on to talk about the ruling, what Kagan, she was the dissentant, she wrote the dissentant voice on this ruling. So make sure you go over there and check him out. I am going to
all the time. We had a banking case not long ago.
I'm gonna move ahead now. Let's there's a couple of more things I did want to talk to you about. I think it's let's go right here. Let's start from the bottom to the top. From the bottom to the top, top to the bottom. What do we have?
I'm not comfortable with a detention facility for 8,000 to 10,000 people right in my backyard.
We only have the ring.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, now we have these people in Georgia. They are up in arms because of the president and the agenda that they voted for with these ICE detainees is coming to their backyard. And the funny thing about it is now their elected officials are ignoring their phone calls, any messages from them. A town of about 5,000 people who they want to bring, I think it's 15,000 undocumented immigrants to a warehouse that they built. They paid 4 times of the cost of what that warehouse was being sold as. Now, you have these people who wanted these people out of their country, and now they want to bring these people to their backyard, and they are upset about it. But you know, the curious thing that I find about it, they understand that their elected official is out. Well, he's out campaigning, so I understand it. But they're not answering any of our calls. But you know who is answering their call? And I and this is why I have a problem with certain people who have not gotten the vote from these people, yet they are running to their beck and call when you know they mean you no good, because these are not your constituents. So why are you running to their beck and call? Why? Just because they live in the state that you represent, they don't live in the district you represent. This happens to be the district that the girl, what is her name? The young lady who was unalived by a migrant, that they bastardized her name, all the Laken Riley. Now, why I say they bastardize her name all the time is because her family has asked elected officials to stop invoking her name when they for political expediency. Her own family, but they continue to bastardize this child's name against the will of her family. Now, this is the district where this horrible crime was committed, but Warnock is the only representative who has come out to try to hear what their concerns are and try to give them find answers, give them answers. And then the woman who's talking about how her representative doesn't come out and says that Warnock comes out and he tries to help, but I would never vote for him. Let's get into it.
Gallons of water available to us, and that's for a city of 5,000 people. And what about the other 10,000 people?
What about Governor Kemp? How can he help us? We need your help. We want you to listen to us.
About an hour east of Atlanta, residents are filing into this community center in the small, conservative town of Social Circle, Georgia.
We're going to get started here in just a few minutes.
Gearing up like David to take on the Goliath that is the federal government.
Hello, folks. My name is John Miller. I'm a citizen here at Social Circle. Really appreciate you guys taking the time to come out tonight.
These aren't longtime activists. Most of them are concerned voters, teachers, nurses, farmers, small business owners, people like John Miller. For months now, he's been organizing these meetings as his town of about 5,000 grapples with something very few people here saw coming. The immigration policies, many of them backed, are showing up right here at home.
What we're here all to talk about today is the warehouse at the corner of East Hightower Trail and Social Circle Parkway. That is the proposed detention center.
Back in December, Social Circle officials found out that the Department of Homeland Security had quietly purchased a massive warehouse in their tiny town. The plan? Turn it into a detention center for up to 10,000 people, effectively tripling the town's population overnight and placing new strain on resources that were already stretched thin.
We don't have the wastewater capacity for anything close to this size.
Now, residents here can't even get a response, let alone a visit, from the very same Republicans this town helped elect.
You know, we're in Georgia and we can't get our attorney general to fight for us. So now we are trying to figure out how we're going to fight with a little money, fight the big federal government, when we should have had our government fight for us.
What about Governor Kemp? How can he help us and how can we reach him?
I can tell you that there hasn't been a lack of effort to get in touch with Kemp, but there's been very, very little response.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future.
Social Circle overwhelmingly supported President Trump by large margins in 2016, 2020, and 2024. And immigration has not been an abstract issue after the 2024 murder of Laken Riley took place in this district at the hands of an undocumented migrant. But some hope two things can coexist: stronger immigration policies without decisions that strain their resources.
One of the comments that I've seen from some people in Georgia is they say, well, you know, a lot of people in Social Circle, they supported the president, they support ICE, so they should support the facility. This is what you asked for.
Well,
no,
I do support ICE.
And I do support the president.
But
this is not the place to bring those people.
I do support ICE and I do support the president, but this is not the place to bring them people. Okay, let's continue.
But under the Trump administration, experts say this is exactly what immigration enforcement looks like. A president calling for the mass deportation of millions of people, including lawful immigrants. Violent arrest tactics spreading throughout American neighborhoods. And now a sweeping plan to build 8 large-scale detention centers and 16 processing sites across the country.
Now, why are they building 8 large detention center in 16 processing sites in the United States of America? Aren't all of the most of the, all the immigration big crackdown haven't that slowed to a trickle right now? I understand that they are still deporting people. But shouldn't it seem like that a large swath of people should have already deported? Many have self-deported. The ones, especially going to Mexico and places like that. What about all of this zero illegal immigration that they are facing no more, and all of the deportations that the few that you heard about and the many that you have not heard about? So, what's up with these detention facilities? You should ask yourself this.
Using warehouses not designed for humans, but repurposed to hold them, because once arrested, the masses need to go somewhere.
I'm gonna bypass this story right quick.
This is the end of our property and the beginning.
Playground and a science lab.
What has all of this meant to your family?
Well, this has been our dream home.
It looks like a child's dream.
It is.
This
It
whole
really
space.
is. We used to fish out of here all the time. We would catch 5.
No, look at his home back there. He's a retired veteran. I forget what part of the military. His land butts up to the land that they bought for the ICE facility. It is legal, technically in his backyard. And he has children and they are homeschooled. So that's why they're talking to him. And this is it. He also, of course, voted for 45, 47. And now he's worried that no one is being responsive to his concerns as a veteran that worked 21 years, I believe, for our military. And this is what he voted for, and this is what he's getting.
Pound bass, and those are all dead now.
Dead because during the warehouse's construction by developer PNK, Eric says sediment and material spilled down onto their land, killing all life in their pond and shrinking their body of water from 6 feet deep to 3 feet. He says PNK agreed to do partial remediation, but when he thought the worst had passed, PNK sold the property to DHS, meaning the real fight just got started. PNK did not respond to MS Now's request for comment.
I know Mike Collins is busy putting in a bid for a senatorial race and everything, but when you see signs that say veteran in need, call me, and you call and they don't have any response, then you feel betrayed.
Have you personally tried to reach his office?
I have. No response.
You've served your country, and now you have a government coming in and potentially damaging the home you were retiring into. How does that feel for you?
I served for 21 years, and that wasn't just me, that was my wife, that was my family. I had fought to provide safety and security for my family from threats overseas, and now we have a threat next door, and we feel like we're alone in this battle.
Helping lead the fight is Newton County Commissioner and real estate broker Leanne Long.
DHS paid almost $130 million for an empty building that had not been able to sell. What's going on there?
They paid almost 3 times the amount for that building. So as a taxpayer, first of all, that's my first thing is, good Lord, you're wasting our tax dollars.
In 2025, Newton County assessed the property's value at $29 million before construction was completed. This year, officials increased that estimate to $65 million. But DHS paid $128 million, a price tag that didn't even cover the cost of renovations to retrofit it for human habitation. When we asked why, DHS ignored us.
Have you ever seen a deal like that in this area?
Never. The owner of that building, he cashed out, boy, big time.
A longtime Republican organizer, now she says she can't even get a call back about what's happening in town.
All of a sudden, we're calling and nobody cares. Nobody's answering. Nobody knows. They say they don't know. We're just wondering, how do they not know?
So do you have some buyer's remorse right now?
I do. I've helped a lot of these candidates in their races, and I can tell you, I won't be helping them now. I won't be helping them.
I can tell you, I helped a lot of them, and I won't be helping them now. Okay. So it sounds like she's learned her lesson. She won't be helping them now. Let's continue.
They don't have our back. They're not calling us.
What would you say to them?
I would say that, Mike Collins, if you want our vote ever again, you need to help us and come down here and do something. You need to go to President Trump. You do all these videos with him like you're besties. So why don't you go with him and tell him, help us.
Hello, 10th District. On May 19th, Georgia will have its 2026 primary. If he prevails, Mike Collins will head to the midterms taking on Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff, a top priority for the GOP, ever since Ossoff and Raphael Warnock flipped Georgia's Senate seats in 2021.
The majority of people in this area supported this president, this agenda, Representative Collins. Why aren't they helping more?
I think they're afraid. I think they're afraid of the backlash. This is how elections work. When you do midterms, you get your very strong Republicans out to vote. And that strong base is your Trump base. And that is your people that are against immigration, that want deportation. And they don't, this facility is not around the corner from their house.
You get one question and that's it. Because I don't really like MSNBC or MS9.
You get one question and that's it. Because I don't really like MSNBC or MS Now. So you get one question. Someone who wants to be in the limelight but don't want to answer questions. Okay.
Whatever it is.
Collins didn't respond to our multiple interview requests.
You get one question and that's it. Because I don't really like MSNBC or MS Now, whatever it is.
Collins didn't respond to our multiple interview requests, but when MS Now caught him outside his office on Capitol Hill, he seemed to prove Long's point, turning questions into a campaign speech.
What is your response to residents of Social Circle who say you're not doing enough to prevent the building of this DHS facility?
Well, first of all, the community of Social Circle wants to help get this problem resolved that Jon Ossoff put on them. The pain that he inflicted on that community in my district. As a matter of fact, Laken Riley was murdered in my district. So you want to know
Jon Ossoff put this pain on them. It wasn't Biden. Jon Ossoff was the one who put this burden on them. But you're running to take his seat. So obviously you should have a solution to this alleged problem that you want to say that Ossoff has put on them. This should this is your district. This should be the first answer you have come up with, since you want to say that Jon Ossoff is the one who put this burden on them. Now we're on to something else. Now Laken Riley. Now we're on to Laken Riley.
These illegal criminal aliens have done. The pain that he inflicted on that community in my district. As a matter of fact, Laken Riley was murdered in my district. So you want to know some people that actually feel the pain of what these illegal criminal aliens have done? They understand that and they know that. We have been in constant contact with DHS and the city officials there in Social Circle to make sure that all of their questions are being answered.
We've had some of our Democratic leaders come out and do more than our Republican leaders have done.
We've had some of our Democratic leaders come out and do more than our Republican leaders. This is what she said. She said that she helped get them a vote. She helped them get elected, but she will not help them again. And she is admitting. But what else did she say?
Comfortable for you?
It's very uncomfortable for me.
Officials there in Social Circle to make sure that all of their questions are being answered.
We've had some of our Democratic leaders come out and do more than our Republican leaders have done.
Is that uncomfortable for you?
It's very uncomfortable for me. I've had lots of discussions with Warnock's office, and I am proud of him for coming down here. It's very uncomfortable. You know, it's not going to make me vote Democratic. No, I won't make me vote for him, but I'm proud of him.
She's proud of him. She's had more conversations with him, and she's proud of him. A white woman's pride in a black man trying to help her out in the district she lives in, where she's being ignored by the candidates that she helped get elected in her district. But I'm not going to vote for him. Okay. The remainder of this is in my description box. If you want to see how this works out for Circle Georgia, it is under Circle Georgia in my description box. Well, let me see. 'Cause, 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 so fake. I concur. I concur. Speaking of the corruption in the military, let me share this with you. You that raid that they did in Venezuela. I hope that you guys have heard. Let me see. Here we go. I want to share. I want to share this with you. I talked about it, but I never got my live ended unexpectedly yesterday. I was playing around with that Pete Kegbreath hearing, and when I came back, to see what you guys were talking about, I discovered that my live had unexpectedly gone off. But speaking of our troops, are you guys aware about this story? Now, I talked to you last week about these prediction markets, and if you are unaware, 4547 son Don Jr. is on the board of two of the largest and competing prediction markets. So when I was talking about that, I mentioned this soldier who was a part of the Venezuela raid on Maduro. So let's get into this.
News right now, federal authorities just arrested a U.S. Special Forces soldier who pocketed $400,000 on betting on Polymarket, one of the prediction markets, while going to capture Nicolas Maduro. So this is a crazy story. According to ABC News, the Special Forces commando placed a $33,000 bet hours before he was involved in going to Venezuela and capture Nicolas Maduro. He then pocketed more than $400,000 on Polymarket, a platform that is a prediction market platform that has been popping up everywhere. Well, a big concern is insider trading. And a US soldier literally, allegedly, did insider trading after or on his way to Venezuela to capture Nicolas Maduro. And he bet on whether or not the United States would capture Nicolas Maduro and pocketed over $400,000 doing so. Crazy stuff. Spread the word. Follow along to stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. We have breaking news right now. Federal authorities
just in case you did not know that, this will be in my description box under under predictions. Who could have predicted that? So there has been a lot of strange predictions that have been won on Polymarket. Many of them have made their prediction bets 15 or 20 minutes before your president goes on his live social media and make a big announcement on something like going to war or strikes or things like that. And like I say, it has been reported that his son, Don Jr., is on the board of the two biggest competing prediction markets. So if you are on the board of competing prediction markets, that's what they call that, a win-win for everybody. Okay. So let me see what else I want to share with you on today. I think I want to... Should I? I want to talk about that roundup because I want to talk about the pesticide roundup. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Was one of the attorneys that was fighting the case against Roundup, the weed killer. I think it's glyphosol or glyphosate. That is the ingredient in Roundup that is causing, supposed to be a carcinogenic that causes cancer. Now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Was the attorney fighting for a plaintiff And I do believe he won that case. Don't quote me. I find it hard that RFK Jr. Was alert enough to win a case, but that's neither here nor there. Now, 4547 has released the EPA to use however much glycamate, unlimited amount of this cancer-causing weed killer in the United States. So if you are unaware about how the EPA, remember when I showed you King Charles' remarks on yesterday, you will notice the head of the EPA, Lee Zeldin, who I spoke about, who was sitting there all slumped over in his seat and refused to clap for King Charles when he talked about preserving the planet. And I distinctly told you, go view my video on yesterday when the camera hits Lee Zeldin as King Charles is talking about how important it is for us to preserve our planet. Lee Zeldin, who has released all restrictions on using this dangerous chemical, it is one of the things that they call a forever chemical. If you watch Boring RonyiQ, we have talked about the forever chemicals that they are using to spray different fruits and vegetables and trees and all of these anti-weed things that run off into our water system that are ingested into the bodies of people that have caused cancer. And why do they call them forever chemicals? Because these chemicals are once they're inside of your body, they are in your bodies forever. So let me share this with you.
.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Justices at the U.S. Supreme Court heard arguments on Monday in a case that could determine whether thousands of cancer patients can keep suing the manufacturers of the popular weed killer glyphosate, or Roundup. The pesticide was developed by Monsanto, which was bought by Bayer in 2018. Critics of Roundup have long alleged a link between the herbicide and cancer. On Monday, justices appeared to be split on whether a federal law that regulates the sale and marketing of herbicides preempts state-level lawsuits against manufacturers. The case centers on whether the federal government or states should decide what warning labels should be put on herbicides. The main plaintiff in the case is a Missouri man named John Durnell. He's alleged 2 decades of exposure to the chemical caused him to develop blood cancer. A jury found Bayer had failed to warn him of the risks associated with Roundup and awarded him $1.25 million in damages. The Trump administration, which is called Roundup Safe, is siding with Bayer. Meanwhile, Mother Jones and the Center for Investigative Reporting have just released a major investigation looking at how the U.S. Forest Service has been rapidly expanding its use of the herbicide despite concerns about Roundup safety. In a moment, we'll be joined by investigative reporter Nate Halverson. But first, let's turn to excerpts of a short documentary he made as part of the investigation he did with data reporter Melissa Lewis.
We found that over the past 20 years, the use of glyphosate has more than quadrupled in California forests.
Check out this map that Melissa made. We only have these numbers on California because the state is crazy enough to make everyone report their pesticide use. And thank God they do, because no other state apparently does it. And so we have almost no clue what it looks like elsewhere. Almost no clue. I dug up this crazy long appendix to another crazy long EPA report. And guess what? It gives me an estimate for national use. And you know where it estimated that 90% of forest spraying was happening? In southern states. So California is only a drop in the bucket. These southern states are some of the biggest timber producers in the country, and companies are using it right after they log the land, spraying glyphosate everywhere to make way for the next generation of trees. The timber companies and the Forest Service are using Roundup in the woods to help trees grow back faster. And then one day they can cut them all down again, make more money, and repeat the process. They are treating millions of acres of forest just like a row of corn.
An excerpt from a new short documentary by journalist Nate Halverson from Mother Jones, who'll join us in a minute. But first, another excerpt from the documentary.
For decades, Monsanto, the original maker of Roundup, has insisted the product is safe when used as directed. But in 2015, the World Health Organization released a landmark assessment saying glyphosate is probably carcinogenic. It sparked all those lawsuits.
The most popular weed killer in the world may cause cancer. That is the determination by the International Agency for Research on Cancer.
The optics were really bad, and PR catastrophes like this didn't help.
You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you.
You want to drink some? We have some here.
I'd be happy to, actually, but not really. But
not really.
I know it wouldn't hurt me.
If you say so, I have some glyphosate.
No, I'm not stupid.
Okay, so you.
No, but I know
so it's dangerous.
I know.
Right?
No, people try to commit suicide with it and fail.
You can drink a whole quart of it. You can drink a whole quart of it. I have some right here. You want to drink it? Oh, no, I'm not stupid. Aren't you stupid? Aren't you stupid to come out and say that people can drink a whole quart of Roundup and be okay? What if children get a hold to Roundup and the parent who heard this say, oh, well, it's not going to hurt them. You can drink a whole quart of it and it is safe. Nothing's going to happen. And don't take their child somewhere to get treated. All of these lies. Now, when you hear about how good deregulation is, Lee Zeldin is over the EPA, and that is one of the biggest things that he wants to do. He wants to loosen the hands of regulation on big business. How is that working out for you, the average American citizen? All of this Roundup going into forest areas. Do you not think that all of this product is not being dredged into the soil and into the rivers and waterlands around you, getting into your body? All of this deregulation on something that they already know is dangerous. But let's continue. If it wasn't for the state of Cali, we wouldn't know smoking causes cancer or anything else. They have to label it its harm or possible harm. I love its view on if it's possible. It's labeled no excuses. Also, Miralax. Hey, Hamdi, I don't know how to Hamdi Buna. Yeah, Bear Aspirin. Yeah, they just purchased the company that made Roundup. So it is good to see you. Let's go back a little here and hear him with this foolishness.
Stupid.
Okay, so you
really bad. And PR catastrophes like this didn't help.
You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you.
You want to drink some? We have some here.
I'd be happy to, actually, but not really. But
not really.
I know it wouldn't hurt me.
If you say so, I have some glyphosate.
No, I'm not stupid.
Okay, so you.
No, but I know
so it's dangerous.
I know people try to commit suicide with it and fail fairly regularly.
Tell the truth.
It's not dangerous to humans. No, it's not.
So you ready to drink one glass of glyphosate?
No, I'm not an idiot.
Here's where the safety debate and our investigation takes a turn, because Monsanto's strategy went way beyond public relations. Monsanto was secretly behind some of the most influential scientific reports. It was padding the scientific studies in its favor.
An excerpt from the short documentary by investigative journalist Nate Halverson, an Emmy award-winning producer for Reveal. The video accompanies his new article from Mother Jones headlined, "We're Bombarding America's Forests with Roundup." Nate Halverson joins us from San Francisco. Hi, Nate. If you can start off by talking about the oral arguments the Supreme Court heard this week around Roundup, and then how that relates to this major investigation you've done for Mother Jones Reveal.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court, as you said, was hearing whether or not people will be able to sue in state courts. And because essentially on the federal level, the EPA had previously come out and said that Roundup and glyphosate, the chemical behind Roundup, was safe. I think it's worth noting that the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals actually overturned the EPA's decision, noting that the EPA had failed in coming to this conclusion that it does not cause cancer, that by its own research, the majority of studies it looked at indicated it had caused non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So even on the federal level, there's a lot of uncertainty around the safety. And in the state courts, I mean, some of the information you saw there in the documentary, we only have like the internal emails from Monsanto employees talking about creating these fabricated, or as they say, ghost written studies. We only have that information now because people were able to sue in state courts. And in that very first lawsuit that came forward, which was here in the Bay Area, the jury determined that Monsanto had acted with, quote, malice. And part of that was because of their dummying up of the science, which a state appellate court upheld and said was very reasonable for the jury to have concluded.
So if you can talk.
So they are doing a fake scientific studies. They are propping up people, pretending that these people are scientists, and it's killing people. I believe the first case that I remember was in California, and it was a janitor at a school, and every day he would use Roundup, and that was one of his routines, go around and weed the school. And he I think he got the non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. What is he? I think he got, that was the cancer, that non-Hodgkin's whatever. I can't remember the third word of that particular cancer. Non-Hodgkin's. Y'all know what he just said it. And this guy actually lost his life to that cancer, and they did sue, and they successfully sued a Roundup. So this is a real thing.
About Trump issuing an executive order deeming glyphosate critical to national security. He even invoked the Defense Production Act to bolster its domestic production.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Were you aware of that? Everything is about security. You notice how they put the darndest things under the guise of trying to protect you and keep you safe. If they say it's about security and safety, they believe that many of you really do just go in all 10 toes down. Oh, it's for my safety. Oh, it's for my safety. Oh, really? I trust the government.
The Trump administration has, both in the first term, when some of these internal emails that came out in the lawsuit quoted a lobbyist saying the Trump administration was telling Monsanto that they had nothing to worry about from them, that they had Monsanto's back around products like glyphosate, to now, of course, the executive order, which provides legal protection and also is an attempt to boost domestic production, to their intervention in the Supreme Court case. It's a long list of the ways that the Trump administration has stepped forward to help glyphosate. Of course, the majority of glyphosate is still used in agriculture, but it is, we found by building this database of 5 million records with pesticide reports here in California, we were able to show that the fastest growing use is actually now for forestry. And previous to Trump basically giving the shield laws to the manufacturers of glyphosate, Bayer, he had issued a executive order to increase timber production across national forests by 25%. And so when you combine these two things, what you're talking about is a rapid potential increase. Well, we've seen it historically, but even going forward, a continued rapid increased use of Roundup and glyphosate in the forests of the United States.
I want to go back to another clip of your short documentary released as part of your new investigation when bombarding America's forests with Roundup.
So I wanted to talk to the Forest Service officials behind spraying glyphosate.
We're looking for Ranger Nickerson.
So I went to their outpost near my cabin in the little town of Chester, California, and I sat down with District Ranger Russell Nickerson, who oversees like 500,000 acres of Lhasa National Forest. It was his decision to spray glyphosate here.
So I'm the decision maker for the district, so for that land base.
Is it safe to use?
I mean, really, if you want to talk more herbicide details, it's probably our Washington office that you would talk to on that.
There's now been more than $10 billion in settlements and jury verdicts, to people who got sick after being exposed to glyphosate. Does that raise concerns?
Yeah, I mean, it does from that level.
I asked him about U.S. Surgeon General nominee Dr. Casey Means. She said, glyphosate, which is the most commonly used pesticide in the United States, has a direct relationship with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Is that, so I got to stop you right now. Is that something that he can discuss things that are in the purview of the project?
Yeah.
And right now it's getting outside of like not in his official capacity. So if we could stick with the project and not so much what's the tools that are potentially being used.
Yeah.
We can talk about
So Nate Halverson,
we can talk about the project, but we cannot talk about what we're using that will possibly cause the people who are in the project and the surrounding area near this project that may cause them cancer. We can't talk about that.
and if you can talk about that scene and the interruption, and then also talk about the Trump administration's interest in siding with Bayer, which has gone against the so-called MAHA agenda, Make America Healthy Again. MAHA wants crop chemicals reduced, if not banned entirely. What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, this was a fascinating moment, right? This is the person we were interviewing there is in charge of the spraying. You know, he runs 500,000 acres of national forest land. And so I just asked him point blank, is it safe to use? And he can't say, yes, it's safe to use. And, you know, I pulled all of the inspection reports that the state has accrued. You know, they're spraying hundreds of thousands of acres. So I pulled all of the reports for inspection. Only 11 times in the state of California had they actually gone out to see if they were appropriately spraying this. I mean, if the workers themselves were wearing the necessary protective equipment. And I found that of those 11, I found photos of contractors, and foresters tell me these are predominantly Latino workers, Hispanic workers coming up from Mexico and Central America, that you see them coming out of the forest covered in Roundup. And this is the same when you have the skin contact. This is the same situation that resulted in all of these successful lawsuits against Monsanto, against Bayer, and these guys who are moving around, oftentimes contracted workers that don't speak English, are covered in. And so I also asked him about that, and he couldn't say that that was safe. And so I think we have a real concern here, both for the communities around where this is being sprayed, but also for the people that are doing the spraying. And I think it's also important to note that the EPA itself says that this adversely or harms 93% of endangered species. And we're spraying it across these incredibly environmentally sensitive areas. And of the 7% it doesn't hurt, it's like whales. It's things that aren't even in the forest. So I think MAHA movement has long, you know, since the MAHA movement formed, which was really formed out of other groups that had long advocated for some of these environmental issues,
10 seconds.
They don't like Roundup. President Trump has come out in favor of Roundup. And so I think you're beginning to see a real schism between President Trump's base.
Nate Halverson, Emmy Award-winning producer.
Okay, if I just wanted to give you guys that information, if you were unaware of it, keep us safe from terrorism, both foreign and domestic. It's crazy that they shed our rights and freedoms and possibly, wait a minute, and possible privacy, separation from government every chance they get. I concur. A lot of European countries are trying to stop it being used. It's already restricted in many countries, and that is a good thing. So I just wanted to share that information with you guys. It is in my description box. You can Roundup. It's under Roundup in my description box. So I just found that is something that people should be aware of. Now, let me see. Let me see what else I wanted to share for sure. Talk about the economy for a bit.
All right, we've got to talk about the economy and what the Fed's saying as Federal Chair Jerome Powell made his final appearance.
Now, Jerome Powell made his last appearance. He said he will not drop interest rates, and he says that he is staying on at the Fed's as on the board of governors until he is sure that the crooked, in my opinion, Department of Justice will not be bringing any more charges against him. You know that they tried to bring charges against Jerome Powell because of overruns in cost of the renovation of the Fed building. So remember when I showed you the video that 45, 47 just happened to stroll up and look at it with Tim Kaine. What is it? Tim Scott. They just happened to scroll over with their hard hats on, and they just wanted to see. I hear some overruns, and then Tim Scott, 1.2, 1.3 billion, and Tim Scott, being the gumshoe, a raccoon that he has always been. He comes over there. He has nothing else to do. He has gotten no job in the administration from being a bootlicker, but there he was again, licking boots, trying to say that Jerome Powell had overruns in the renovation of the not the Treasury Department, of the oh my God, of his department, that they are what the fuck, he is over, God, the Federal Reserve building that they are having renovated now. So here come 45, 47 pulling a piece of paper out of his pocket. Miraculously, he has a piece of paper and saying, "Hey, you gone over X amount of dollars. I got this morning from the people." And then he said, "Oh, I didn't know. I don't know nothing about that." And he put on his glasses. He said, "Yeah, take a look at it. They just gave it to me today." He puts on his glasses and he said, "Yeah, you got this building in there. Yeah, that's part of. Yeah, that's what they gave me. They said it's an overrun." He said that building was finished 2 years ago. Well, they say it's a part of the whole a big thing, and this is Trump stumbling now that he tried to add a whole building on to the paperwork that he handed to Jerome Powell, a man who works with numbers, and he thought that he could schism a whole building into the overrun cost. And he was like, "This building was finished 2 years ago. You got this building in there. That's not an overrun. This building is complete." Well, that's part of the whole, well, you have overruns, and your department gave it's just a whole mess. So they tried to bring charges. This, in my opinion, crooked DOJ tried to bring charges, criminal charges against Jerome Powell. So he said he is staying on as the governor until it is clear that there will be no more criminal charges brought against him. And I'm pretty sure they are not pleased about this. Now, what you may also want to know is the new person. Strangely enough, the new person that they want to seat in Jerome Powell's seat has financial connection to none other than whom? Jeffrey Epstein. The new Fed chair that they want to put in has financial ties to Epstein. We will hear about that. So let's hear about Jerome Powell and how the economy is doing right now. This will be in my description box under economy.
Going on. Dow slides more than 250 points, posting a fifth day of losses as oil prices rise. Basically, there's no movement in the blockade. Trump wants to hold it, and then oil prices are going up, and we're watching the economy, unfortunately, melt down. You see the Fed. They can't really cut. They can't really raise. There's just so much uncertainty. Fed holds rates, but with highest level of dissent since 1992, and now Trump is bringing in his guy, Warsh. So we're going to have to watch this. And this is the chart I've been showing you guys the last couple of days. We got to keep track of this one. I think it really tracks everything in a very easy way. Daily Hormuz ship transits. This is basically comparing before the war to where we are now. Down 102 ships. That tells you the story in terms of the economy, right? And then you got oil up, and we're all watching this together. This is Chair Jerome Powell talking about his situation there.
I welcomed the announcement last Friday by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia that she had closed the criminal investigation. She also noted, however, that she would not hesitate to restart the investigation. Over the weekend, the Department of Justice provided assurances that they will not reopen the investigation unless there's a criminal referral from the Fed's Inspector General. And, absent such a referral, if they do appeal the recent court decision, they would not seek, as part of that appeal, to restart the investigation or send new subpoenas. I've said that I will not leave the board until this investigation is well and truly over with transparency and finality, and I stand by that. I'm encouraged by recent developments, and I'm watching the remaining steps in this process carefully. My decisions on these matters will continue to be.
And mysteriously, how did these charges against Powell get resolved? Because what is his name? The Republican senator said that he would not confirm the replacement for Powell until the charges were dropped. And you know what happened? The charges were dropped, and the financially connected to Epstein choice that your president chose is now slated to go up for confirmation. He has to go through a confirmation hearing as well. Okay, so that that's how all of these charges were dropped in the first place against Powell.
Guided entirely by what I believe is in the best interest of the institution and the people we serve. After my term as chair ends on May 15, I will continue to serve as a governor for a period of time to be determined.
So he's going to stay on at the Fed, even though he's not going to be chair. But I just want you to hear his language here, because we should be talking about the economy. We should be talking about what the Fed is up to. And he has to address these issues of being attacked legally, right, by Trump, or charges of, criminal activity or whatever. And this is how ridiculous our whole thing is right now, right? Trump is attacking everyone, and we waste all our time. And I'd rather be talking about the economy stuff, but you do have to bring the stuff up to where people have to defend themselves against the crazy crap that Trump and his people are doing.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy has been expanding at a solid pace. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has been little changed in recent months. Inflation has moved up and is elevated, in part reflecting the recent increase in global energy prices. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. We see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. Developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook, and we will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate.
And I mean, obviously that's the discussion, and it's all based on what's going on with oil, what's Trump doing with the war, and you can see it right there. It looks like at the moment, though, we haven't seen a complete meltdown of the job market, although he does talk about that and coming up here, but he is mentioning that inflation is ticking up. I mean, you can see it here how, everyone knows, right? You go to the pump, stuff is up. We had a community was saying they're in San Diego, and like just from one day to the next, you'll see jumping prices of like 40 cents a gallon, which is really significant. And people have been saying that. It's just like where I live, it's just I never thought I'd see prices this high kind of stuff. Brent oil tops 118, but by the time I get this up, it may be 120. I wouldn't be shocked at this moment.
For a long time, we've been working on the hypothesis, really, that tariffs would lead to a one-time price increase, and that would go away over time. In other words, that there would be no further change. So measured inflation wouldn't reflect that higher level going up more and more. And it's time for that to happen. We really do expect that to be happening in the next 2 quarters. So we'll be watching very carefully to see that what we've thought all along would happen. That's the kind of critical part of the forecast. We need to really see that. With energy, it's so hard to say. I mentioned, in sort of the textbook, you would look through an oil shock because they tend to be short-lived and they tend to revert. And monetary policy works with long and variable lags, so you wouldn't necessarily react right away. I think that is all the more true given that we're several years above 2% inflation and that we're already looking through the tariff shock. So I think we're going to be very cautious about that. But the question about looking through energy really is not in front of us right now. It hasn't even peaked yet, and I think we'd want to see the backside of that and progress on tariffs before we even thought about.
Just think how crazy this whole discussion is. It's like, okay, at the Fed, we're just talking about how nuts this tariff stuff is, right? And we're trying to project what's this going to do with the economy. Now we're talking about like it hasn't even peaked yet in terms of energy, saying that, man, this thing could even get worse, which again, then you have to watch what Trump is saying. Are we coming to, some sort of agreement? Can we have peace in the Middle East?
Militarily, we've wiped them out. They have no military left. It's all the Navy's at the bottom of the sea. The Air Force is never going to fly again. We've got an amazing military. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do. Just say, we give up. We give up. But their economy is really in trouble. So it's a
Okay, so when you hear Pete Kegbreath talk, and we're going to hear Pete Kegbreath talk again today because there is a Senate hearing today. So we are going to listen to him. Is them crying uncle one of the military objectives that was described? Let's continue.
It's a dead economy.
Right. And he just says the same stuff that he always says. I mean, you guys know how Trump talks, but that's his own language here. Oh, economy's in trouble. It's a dead economy. Just give up. Right. And it's sometimes you wonder, like, are you talking about the US economy? Is that what's going on here? And it's just, it's frustrating. Out of office by now.
I think Trump is very confident, and he has evidence to back this up, that he can will an issue away, that he can either declare victory and people will just be convinced we were victorious, or he can just do something else really outrageous and the whole country will shift its attention. The problem here is that there is a scoreboard, right, that you stare at every single day. It's the price of gasoline. He can move on to another issue. He can do something more outrageous. He can try to say that we've already won the war. But Americans are getting devastated by this. Remember, about 1/3 of American families don't have more than $400 in the bank, right? 1/3 of American families are really living legitimately paycheck to paycheck. And so a couple months of gas prices that are in some places in this country $5 or $6 a gallon fundamentally changes your life if you are living paycheck to paycheck. And they just aren't going to be convinced by Trump's declarations that the war is over. They aren't going to really care that he wants a ballroom built. This is a crisis that is going to get worse and worse and worse. And I just don't think his normal tactics of distraction and obfuscation are going to work here.
And that's where we're at, right? I think that's a good description of how.
And that's where we are. So be weary from getting your news from these raccoons that are begging you for things that they should be buying with their own money. Pay attention to those of us who tell you and who drop links. Be sure you shop on the links that I have to buy yourself for instance, some containers to put some potable water. Potable is drinking water in. Be sure that you shop for some solar powered generators. I have looked at several. I have put one that I have to make sure that you are prepared for any power outages and any food shortages because it does appear that this blockade and this high prices of energy is going to have a long-lasting effect on America. So make sure that you are prepared and make sure that you are preparing some food, some substance, some water. The average person needs, I think it's 5 gallons of water per day, not a week, per day. So make sure that you are supplying things that you need for your family. Let the next motherfucker who is out here copying for stunts and tricks, let them supply for their own families. Make sure you supply for your family. You first. You know how when you're on the airplane, they tell you to put the oxygen mask on yourself first and then on your child. Why? Because you will be no good to your child if you pass out trying to put a mask on him and not putting a mask on either of you. Put your mask on yourselves first. Take care of yourself first. Because of all of this begging from people who are performing for our audience, all of these raccoons out here performing for an audience so you can put money in their pockets. Make sure you take care of yourself and your family, because these raccoons who try to pretend like they are so well connected and rich, and at the same time that they're sitting out here begging money from you, like they're giving you so much information, and they're regurgitating and stealing information. Make them fend for themselves. Make these thieves fend for themselves. Take care of you and your family. That's all I have to say. So, is there? I think there's a little more. Gas prices. Let's look at the gas prices.
Comes as gas prices in the U.S. did reach a new high overnight. The national average jumped another 5 cents to $4.23 a gallon.
And I think this chart really shows where we're at, right? Yesterday, 418, today, 423. And just how quickly it moves is insane. Before the war, 298. And essentially, like when you do these kind of things, say go fill up your tank or go to the grocery store, in your mind, you just have it budgeted. This is what it's going to cost. This is what I expect. And then when you get there and it's just like, what am I going to do? I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, I totally understand. I mean, you guys can see it here. And that's why I was mentioning before, some of our community is like even, jumped up double digits overnight. So this is where we're at. Let's see what Powell has to say about these job market now.
It doesn't feel like a good labor market to some who don't have jobs because quits are really low, hires are really low, and there's effectively no new net job creation. So that's in a sense, the labor market is in balance, but it's an unusual and uncomfortable kind of a balance where people who don't have jobs will have a hard time breaking in unless somebody quits their job. So that's pretty good. Inflation is the thing we need to work on, and it's partly tariffs, which we think that inflation should subside over the course of this year because it's kind of a one-time increase. It shouldn't be repeated, and that should start happening pretty soon. The energy inflation that we're getting should go through fairly quickly, and we'll just have to see how that works out. In the meantime, we think our policy stance is in a good place for us to hold and wait developments.
Yeah, and so the thing with the Powell here, he tries to stay calm and not get everyone to freak out. He's got to be really careful on his words. But I mean, I've been watching. We've been watching this for quite a long time, and as his final thing here, I don't feel inspired to like, oh wow, things are great. I mean, he's even talking about how it's really hard to get a job if you're trying to enter into the market. You can hear him saying right there, and then talking about inflation and prices. And then this goes back to where Trump just kept attacking the Fed. Oh, you got to cut rates. Let's just start printing that money. Let's, get everything going again. It's just like, then inflation is going to spiral out of control, right? And it shows how, if you go to the Trumpy point of view, it's not about installing experts. It's just about installing loyalists that only serve Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the kind words about the press. Often doesn't come from the podium in different places, but appreciate that. Can you talk about what is gone into your decision to remain on the board? What kind of criteria are you weighing, and how long might you stay? Thank you.
Sure. So, my concern is really about the series of legal attacks on the Fed, which threaten our ability to conduct monetary policy without considering political factors. And I want to note here, this has nothing whatever to do with verbal criticism by elected officials. I've never suggested that such verbal criticism is a problem, and neither has anyone else here. But these legal actions by the administration are unprecedented in our 113-year history, and there are ongoing threats of additional such actions. I worry that these attacks are battering the institution and putting at risk the thing that really matters to the public, which is the ability to conduct monetary policy without taking into consideration political factors. It is so important for our economy, for the people that we serve, that they can depend over time on a central bank that operates that way, free of political influence. It's part of the absolute foundation of this amazing economy that we have. It's just one of the many reasons why the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. That piece of an institutional architecture separates successful countries from unsuccessful countries. It is extremely important, not for the people who work at the Fed at any given time, but for the people that we serve, that the Fed remain able to conduct monetary policy in a way that doesn't get pulled into politics, trying to help or hurt any particular politician or political party. It's critical for the people that we serve. In terms of when I would leave, I will leave when I think it's appropriate to do so.
And as I'm sitting here watching Jerome Powell, probably the same way.
Now, we also remember that your president has had his DOJ bring criminal charges against Jerome Powell for a renovation that overages. We have to remember that your DOJ tried to fire Lisa Cook for alleged mortgage fraud, and Lisa Cook has retained her job. It has gone before the Supreme Court. We understand that this president has tried to butter up this board with sycophants And speaking of sycophants, let's see who is next to take Jerome Powell's place on this board. I will share this with you if you are unaware of this. Now, here we go. Let's share who's next to take Jerome Powell's place. Here we go. This is going to be under economy too. This is from the Daily Beast. Trump's Fed goon cornered on financial ties to Epstein. Let's see. Here he is. Let me get past this ad. He has already gone through his confirmation hearing.
Involving at least 6 Fed officials. So in recent years, involving at least 6 Fed officials. So it's critical that the next chair have no financial conflicts, none. You have more than $100 million in investments that you have refused to disclose to ethics officials and to the public. So let me ask, do the Juggernaut Fund or the THSDFS LLC invest in any companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles established by Jeffrey Epstein?
Senator Warren, thank you. So let me first share a point of agreement with you. The Fed has 2 tools. One is its monetary policy, and the second is its credibility. And the scandals that you talked about, the ethics problems you
stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found
I appreciate that, but I have very
core of the
limited
credibility
time.
that has hurt
Could
the
you
Fed.
answer my question, please? I asked. You have $100 million in undisclosed assets. And what I'm asking is, are any of those with this outfit that invests in companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles set up by Jeffrey Epstein? It's a yes or no question.
Senator, I've worked tirelessly with the ethics officials at the Office of Government
Yes,
Ethics.
and you have not
Come to an
revealed
ethics agreement
$100
with
million
them and
in
have
assets.
agreed, Senator, to sell all of
That's
my
not
financial
my
assets,
question. Mr.
including
Walsh, are
the
you
Duquesne
refusing
assets.
to tell us if you have investments, for example, in vehicles set up to advance Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're telling us? You just won't tell us?
Senator, what I'm telling you is that those assets that you represent as Juggernaut will be sold if I'm
All right,
confirmed
let me
before I take
follow up.
office and sign the oath of office.
So if these assets that she's talking about will be sold, that means, yes, I do hold those assets.
Let me follow up on that. Will you at least disclose how you plan to disclose and divest these secret assets? I'm sure you understand that the public might question your motives if, for example, billionaire Stanley Druckenmiller, who you honored in your opening statement, and who makes a living guessing what the Fed will do next, cuts you a massive check for $100 million as you take the oath of office to become the new Federal Reserve Chair.
Senator, as you know, it sounds like your fight might not be with me, but the Office of Government Ethics. I have come to full agreement with them and have agreed to divest all of those assets.
I'm asking you
especially
a very
those that you
straightforward
referenced
question,
before I
Mr.
take
Warsh,
the oath of office.
and that is,
Okay, he would not answer the question. Let's go ahead. Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren grilled Donald Trump nominee to serve as the next Federal Reserve Chair over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, but Kevin Warsh refused to answer her directly. The top Democrat on the Senate Banking Committee accused Warsh of having more than $100 million in investments for which he has not disclosed specific details to ethics officials or the public, as he seeks to become the next head of the U.S. Central Bank. The Juggernaut Fund for this THS DFS LLC invest in any of the companies affiliated with President Trump or his family's company that have facilitate money laundering, Chinese controlled companies, or financing vehicles established by Jeffrey Epstein, Warren asked as his confirmation hearing on Tuesday. So at his confirmation hearing on Tuesday, and as we saw, he did not answer that question. Okay. Okay, that's repeating what we saw in the video. Okay. Okay. The mention of the pedophile came up after Wash was mentioned in the Epstein file released in January by the Justice Department. Emails sent to or from an account associated with Epstein's indicate that Wash and his wife Jane Lauder were invited to events Epstein helped organize. It was unclear who all attended the events. Womp, womp, womp. You notice a pattern? But Walsh avoided sharing any investments tied to Epstein as he was grilled on Tuesday. Warren pointed out again that he was not directly answering her. But Walsh, you are refusing to tell us if you have investments in, for example, vehicles set up to advance Jeffrey Epstein. It is what you're is that what you're telling us? Warren repeated, focusing on the late convicted ex-offender. You won't tell us? Senator, what I'm telling you is that those assets that you represent as a juggernaut will be sold if I'm confirmed before I take office and sign the oath of office, Wash said about the hedge fund. Okay. Wash questioned whether he would even disclose how he planned to sell the secret asset, as it would raise question if buyers were cutting the Fed nominee massive a check. Wash fired back that Warren, the fight may not be with him, but with the Office of Government Ethics. You have no ethics. If you had some ethics, you could simply say who these interests are with. You have no ethics. Okay. This is her asking, will you say how you will divest? Wash evasive response did not stop there during his hours grilling on the Hill Tuesday as he tried to avoid answering any question that might upset Donald Trump, another known Epstein associate. He would not say who won the 2020 election when Warren asked during the hearing. He also sidestepped saying where he has any area of disagreement with the president despite being pressured, and instead eventually offered to cop out by claiming that he was not on the same page with Trump assertion about him being out of central casting. Oh, that guy, he's right out of central casting. So this is the thing that you have a disagreement with this president. This is the only thing that you have. I'm not. Well, I disagree. I'm just not right out of central casting. Oh, these fools. These fools. Later, now, this is a fool that is going to be in charge of increasing or decreasing inflation for you and I. This is the only thing that he disagrees with Trump on, and he can't even tell you who won. Now, I thought that what is his name in the Republican, the head of the Republican Congress? I thought that he said that he would not even consider voting for someone who did not say that who won the 2020 election. But it seems like he has gone the way of every other lying Republican elected official. And it seems like obviously this man has had enough votes to procure the position as the incoming chair of the Feds. What is his name? He's retiring. oh, what is this thing? Tillis, I think it is. I think it's Tillis. I think that Tillis is Tillis is the one who said that if they did not say who won the 2020 election, they would not get his vote for confirmation. Okay, there we are. Later, he refused to give the U.S. economy a letter grade. In response to Senator Ralph Warnock's question, he dodged with a bizarre non-answer about giving all of his students A's. Walsh would also not commit to defending Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook as his predecessor did after Trump tried to fire her. He insisted the Fed should stay in its lane. He said the case was pending before the Supreme Court and said it was inappropriate for him to weigh in. So there you have it. If you are unaware, this is going to be in my link in the description box as well under the economy. So now, unfortunately, yesterday, my video ended early without my being aware. Now, I want to share with you. We were on Pete Kegbreath being questioned. Now, Pete Kegbreath is also being questioned live right now. You guys want to go? Ozempic Prime. Oh my God. Listen, I can say between whatever word I want to. All of this stop telling me what stop to doing. Why don't you leave if you don't like me saying because I'm thinking of something? I guess it's easy to pour out a bunch of bullshit when you know nothing. Get the fuck out of my face. You think I give a fuck about she say but what do I say in between saying you stupid motherfucker? What do I say in between saying like saying is something I'm supposed to run from? Motherfucker, I'm thinking of something worthy of saying, unlike yourself. Get the fuck out of my face. These motherfuckers, you say, why she say, because I'm thinking, unlike yourself. I have something of importance to say, unlike yourself. Anyway, Ozempic Prime, welcome. These dumb motherfuckers get on my last nerve. They don't have anything to say about the content. Talking about, you say, you say, you say, you say, why you say, why you say, like I give a fuck about what you think about me saying, anything about the content? Let's continue. Let's hear Kegbreath right quick. This Defense Secretary and Joint Chief Chair testify before Congress. I thought he was the Joint Chief of Staff, so that Joint Chief Chair, Joint Chief Chair is a tongue twister. So let's see what's happening today with Kegbreath. Shall we? Let's find out. This will be in my description box under Kegbreath. We are not listening to that buffoon right there. We are going to this guy right here. Let's start here.
First and foremost, we're locked in a competition with Xi Jinping. Remarks with Hurst. And now we will begin the public portion of this hearing. I welcome back Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, and our acting controller, Mr. Jay Hurst. I thank all of them, including their families, for their service. For the dozens of Americans that regularly watch our hearings, my next remarks will be no surprise, but for new viewers, I want to reiterate some context for my remarks. I've said this at almost every hearing. We live in the most dangerous security environment since World War II. Every uniformed officer who has come before this committee has agreed with that statement. First and foremost, we're locked in a competition with Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party. The competition is high stakes, and it is about whether this will be an American-led century or a century defined by authoritarian, autocratic regimes that care little for the needs of their citizens or those in neighboring countries. The Chinese Communist Party has accelerated its historic military buildup and its predatory economic practices against Americans and countries the world over. Xi Jinping leads not only China, but also an axis of aggressors. This growing alliance cannot be denied. It includes China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. They're united around this goal, to oppose America's interests and the interests of other like-minded democratic countries across the globe. Vladimir Putin's war of choice in Ukraine has now entered its 5th year. In Putin's objectives, we hear echoes of the imperialistic ambitions of World War II's aggressors, including Adolf Hitler. Vladimir Putin has suffered 1.2 million casualties and failed miserably in his military objectives. Along the way, he has transformed Russia's economy into one fueled by war, raising the prospect of an even more aggressive Moscow for the foreseeable future. Most of Iran's leaders are now deceased, but they and those who survived them have consistently sought violence against America, Israel, our Gulf allies, and the Iranian people. We saw this during the October 7th massacre, during their continued support for Hezbollah and Hamas, and in their desire to engage in nuclear blackmail. Iran's Ayatollahs have consistently represented a threat to American interest. Kim Jong-un has joined Mr. Putin's war of aggression. He continues a military and nuclear buildup that threatens South Korea, Japan, and the United States. Ties have never been closer among these four dictators, among these four dictatorships. They support each other's aggressive endeavors, they prop each other up financially, and they scheme to undermine America's objectives. We should expect them to continue this behavior. This context plays out across every dimension of national power, the economy, technology, diplomacy, and more. But today we're here to talk about the military dimension of this competition. These regimes have regularly tried to take by force what they cannot secure through the political process. For that reason, we must be ready to deter conflicts and, if necessary, to win them. President Trump has used the U.S. military appropriately and effectively for American interests. He has viewed our adversaries as a united bloc and has taken action in light of that reality. In Operation Absolute Resolve and Associated Statecraft, the president removed an aspiring dictator off the board and set up Venezuela for a future aligned with democratic interests. In Operation Midnight Hammer, he sought to eliminate the Ayatollah's nuclear program. When the Ayatollah chose to double down, the president launched Operation Epic Fury. In that mission, he has worked to remove the regime's conventional military capabilities and force it back to the table for a permanent solution. While we all mourn the tragic loss of the 14 service members who've lost their lives in this conflict, we do so knowing the world is safer without a nuclear Iran. All of these actions are part of a peace through strength strategy. In this approach, we seek first to avoid war, but we take military action when necessary to achieve U.S. interest. And so, Mr. Secretary, I'm pleased that you are here testifying today in support of President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion defense budget request. That sum will go a long way toward rebuilding our military capabilities for a generation. I should say up front that this may be a long hearing. There's much to discuss. This $1.5 trillion request is chock full of important programs and initiatives that are absolutely necessary to secure American interest in the 21st century. I think this funding underpins and accentuates three comparative advantages the United States possesses over the axis of aggressors. The first comparative advantage America enjoys over our adversaries is that we have the best innovation and industry in the world. So I hope our witnesses today will cover the progress we've made in just the past year rebuilding the American arsenal. Last year, our reconciliation bill, combined with bipartisan appropriation bills, achieved about a $1 defense budget. This year's request would represent a near 50% increase. Every penny of it should be money well spent, making down payments on crucial transformational capabilities such as drone warfare, low-cost munitions, and missile defense. Also, last year, Congress and the executive branch achieved historic acquisition reforms. Consequently, we're well positioned to make huge gains on efficiency this year and in the years to come, making it much more flexible and a more timely process. I look forward to discussing how we might accelerate implementation of these actions. In particular, I'd like to see the Pentagon do more this year to drive competition in the defense industrial base. Competition absolutely drives better outcomes for our service members and taxpayers. Of course, our people are the final comparative advantage we have over our adversaries. We've enjoyed significant improvements in recruitment, but we need to solidify a merit-based environment that fully cares for our personnel. I commend you, Mr. Secretary, for your efforts over the past year to do just that. That task will never be finished, of course, but we embrace it gladly, and we salute the progress. We will always be striving to care for and equip American service members as much as possible. I look forward to more work between this committee and the department this coming year. With that, I turn to my friend and colleague, Ranking Member Jack Reed.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, Mr. Hurst, welcome. And please convey my appreciation, all of our appreciation, to our military service members and defense civilians. We owe them our deepest sense of gratitude. Mr. Secretary, this is your first public appearance before this committee in nearly a year. Since your last public testimony, you and President Trump have unwisely taken the United States to war with Iran. You ordered attack on Venezuela and have directed ongoing illegal boat strike campaign in the Caribbean and Pacific. At your direction, our forces have bombed Yemen, Somalia, Iraq, Syria, Nigeria, and Ecuador. In the United States, you have deployed thousands of troops to cities like Washington, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Portland to police American citizens. And you have personally intervened to end the careers of dozens of military leaders without explanation. These actions will have significant and long-term consequences. Now you appear before us to ask for a $1.5 trillion budget, a 45% increase above last year. I must say I'm skeptical, and such a request demands intense scrutiny. 61 days ago, President Trump unilaterally began the war in Iran. He had no coherent strategy. He refused to make a case to the American people or consult Congress. He failed to present any evidence of an immediate threat, and he ignored the advice of military and intelligence experts who warned him of the consequences. Today, our nation is in a worse strategic position. The Strait of Hormuz was open, now it is closed. 13 service members have tragically lost their lives, and more than 400 have been wounded. We have lost dozens of aircraft, sustained significant damage to our bases in the area, and expended an alarming amount of our missile inventory. Morale and readiness across the force, especially among overdeployed units and vessels like the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, have suffered. Gasoline and fertilizer prices throughout the world have surged. American families are bearing the cost of a war they wanted nothing to do with and have gained nothing from. And yet, Secretary Hegseth, you declared victory a month ago. On April 8th, you said, in your words, Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered its combat forces ineffective for years to come. But let me be clear. Tactically, the United States military performance against Iran has been remarkable, and I salute the service members who have executed this mission with skill and bravery. The problem with your statements, Mr. Secretary, is they are dangerously exaggerated. Iran's hardline regime remains in place. It still retains stockpiles of enriched uranium, and its nuclear program remains viable. Iran's military retains enough combat effectiveness to keep the conflict at an impasse. Its missiles and drones remain a far greater threat than you have acknowledged, and the regime has demonstrated it can effectively control the Strait of Hormuz when it chooses. Mr. Secretary, I am concerned that you have been telling the president what he wants to hear instead of what he needs to hear. Bold assurances of success are a disservice to both the commander-in-chief and the troops who risk their lives based on them. Our military has performed heroically, but military force without a sound strategy is a path to long-term defeat. I'd like to know what options you're considering now, given the course from this war and the stalemate President Trump has put us in. More broadly, Mr. Secretary, too often you have made dangerous statements that are counterproductive to the mission. You boasted about, quote, no stupid rules of engagement, just days after hundreds of Iranian schoolgirls were tragically killed in a missile strike. You have made troubling statements about showing no mercy and no quarter to the Iranians, orders that would constitute war crimes. As importantly, while our men and women are fighting and dying overseas, you have focused unduly on your own personal agenda. In the past 2
He's going to ignore the comment about him saying that he will show them no quarters like he did yesterday. Let's continue.
2 months alone, you have taken upon yourself to overhaul the chaplain corps, cancel flu vaccine requirements, repeal firearm restrictions on military posts, and
he fired the black head of the chaplain corps because this is a person who bring white supremacist, white Christian nationalist preachers into the Pentagon. So of course the black chaplain would be fired.
bar service members from attending certain universities. Just this week, you brought performer Kid Rock to an Army-based requirements, repeal firearm restrictions on military posts, and bar service members from attending certain universities. Just this week, you brought performer Kid Rock to an Army base to go for a joyride on an Apache helicopter after dismissing an earlier investigation into the pilots who recklessly chose to hover above his home. That runs directly counter to the chain of command and maintaining good order and discipline.
Now, when the Apache helicopter flew by a Kid Rock's home, they started an investigation into the pilots, but Keg Breath just dismissed the investigation and then had a Kid Rock come to the Pentagon to actually fly in a helicopter. A whole buffoon.
Most disturbingly, during your tenure, you have fired dozens of our most senior military leaders and personally intervened to block the promotions of many others. That is a betrayal of the merit-based system that forms the foundation of our military. You are holding out the military's bench of experienced and highest performing senior officers while making young officers wonder if they should continue to serve. My colleagues and I have heard from countless service members throughout the ranks, many of whom will be watching right now, who are confused and disturbed by your actions. Hopefully you can explain them today. Additionally, this committee expects a fulsome update on Operation Southern Sphere. This ongoing campaign against suspected drug trafficking boats has resulted in nearly 200 fatalities. The administration has failed to explain the long-term objectives of this mission or provide any evidence of reduced drug flows into the United States. I would ask for a credible answer to this most fundamental question: what is the operation actually meant to accomplish? Mr. Secretary, you are here to promote the president's $1.5 trillion defense budget. While this budget provides funding for necessary programs, including shipbuilding and drone manufacturing, many other critical programs like barracks repair and aircraft procurement would rely on the passage of a party line reconciliation bill. Further, this budget slashes research and development, provides no funding for Ukraine, and includes no funding for losses incurred from the Iran war. Yesterday, Mr. Hurst testified that Operation Epic Fury has cost $25 billion. If nothing else, that help clarifies that we certainly do not need a supplemental anywhere near $100 billion, much less $200 billion. And in this record-breaking budget, there is no pay adjustments for the civilian workforce, and with inflation, that is a pay cut. After a year of Doge layoffs and a hiring freeze across the department, this is an insult to the 800,000 men and women who support our warfighters every day. I cannot imagine a faster way to erode readiness and distract from our abilities to deter our adversaries. Ultimately,
a pay cut at the same time that the Pentagon has increased their budget to $1 trillion and are asking for $500 billion more dollars for next year. They gave the service members who are fighting these wars a pay cut. Let's continue.
Mr. Secretary, I believe you are causing lasting harm to the military. Like many members of this committee, I had the opportunity and the privilege to serve in the military. And every officer knows they are duty bound to give their best professional advice, even if it's not what their superiors want to hear. Because when leaders fear to speak honestly, people die, missions fail, wars are lost. The American people's trust in our military took 250 years to build. You are dismantling it in a fraction of that time. And trust, once long, can take generations to rebuild. Mr. Secretary, today I hope you'll take a step forward toward rebuilding the trust that has been lost. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He doesn't have the capability. He isn't man enough to do any of that.
Mr. Secretary, you are now recognized for your opening statement, sir.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Ranking.
Let's hear how much he's going to talk about Biden and the Democrats.
Member Reed, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of President Trump's historic, as you said, Mr. Chairman, $1.5 trillion fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of War. The president's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, addressing both the deferment of long-standing problems as well as positioning our forces for the current and future fights. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Jay Hurst, our Chief Financial Officer and Comptroller. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed for a stronger, prouder, and more secure military. Your focus on acquisitions, your focus on efficiency are the reflection in our department as well and in this budget. A nation's ability to build, to innovate, and to support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its deterrence and survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th, 2025, President Trump inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America Last policies, resulting in a diminished capacity to project strength. Under the previous administration, we were offshoring, outsourcing, beset by cost overruns and degraded capabilities. But under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial base back on a wartime footing. Urgency informs everything we do. We're rebuilding a military that the American people can be proud of, one that instills nothing less than unrelenting fear in our adversaries and inspires historic morale and recruiting in its ranks. We fight to win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion budget put forward by the president will build upon a previous $1 trillion FY26 top line and will continue to reverse the 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure that the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters. Not to mention, the budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7% for junior enlisted, and the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget. By supercharging our defense industrial capacity and transforming how the department does business, we are restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from the broken, slow-moving systems of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, decisively moving from an acquisitions environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most for taxpayer dollars. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements that this committee supported, we've cut smart business deals that have sent unambiguous demand signals to industry to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories and a massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors.
Where are all of these? Where are all of these manufacturing places? Now, at first he says when he came into the department, they were outsourcing jobs, and then he turns around and tells you that their private companies have created manufacturing places where they're doing things for the military. Where are these manufacturers located at that are freely as independent operators doing things without having a contract with the military? Where are these manufacturing outposts? Nowhere. That's where they are. They're nowhere. Let's continue to hear the protest of someone calling Keg Breath a war criminal.
Further interruptions of our hearing will be treated in like manner. We appreciate the First Amendment rights of Americans to express themselves, but disruption of this hearing will not be tolerated. So, Mr. Secretary, you may continue.
I'll briefly provide some concrete high-level metrics of what we've accomplished over just the past few months. These are announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters. The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states, 180 cities, in 150 companies, worth more than $50 billion. It's resulted.
Where are those? Since he announced the future investment, now he said that they have over 150 states. Where are these? Be specific, Pete. Be specific in what you're saying right here.
Further interruptions of our hearing will be treated in like manner. We appreciate the First Amendment rights of Americans to express themselves, but disruption of this hearing will not be tolerated. So, Mr. Secretary, you may continue.
I'll briefly provide some concrete high-level metrics of what we've accomplished over just the past few months. These are announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters. The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states, 180 cities, and 150 companies worth more than $50 billion. It's resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities, more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 70,000 new jobs. These $50 billion in investments in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories are private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By completely transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own dollars. A historic demonstration.
How is it that a private company is spending money on the military and not being reimbursed by the military? Make any of this make sense? And if a private company is spending their own private dollar to make things for the military, and then the military reimburse them, say they don't have a contract. When they reimburse them, what are they reimbursing them with? The American tax dollar. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? All of these imaginary investments. You notice that the only thing that this administration have to offer you is these placating you with all of these $1 billion of future investment and manufacturing and expanded manufacturing right here in the USA. But they can never tell you specifically what city and state that this future manufacturing. We have pharmaceuticals company that are being built in America, so drugs can be made in America. Do you know what state, or city, or state that those are in? All of this is bullshit. Period.
Of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all with their money, not Uncle Sam's. This has never been done before and is long overdue, from a bureaucratic model to a business model.
So if they can do it with their own money, how come these billionaire Trump Nepo babies haven't been able to do all of this stuff that they're doing with drones that you gave them a defense contract to do? A $600 million defense contract to Don Jr., who has never done anything with drones. Since they are billionaires and their crypto bullshit, and locking up the investors' money in their crypto bullshit, how come they're not doing it with their own money?
These investments equal great things for America, for American families, and American workers, to ensure that our warfighters have everything they need, all American made. Together with the help of the policy updates and
all American made. This is bullshit.
Appropriations passed by Congress, President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in our manufacturing towns.
Are we clear that there is no such thing as a War Department? Are we clear that there is no such thing as a war fighter? These are soldiers in the Department of Defense. This Department of War is a whole bunch of bullshit. That there has been no official name change to the Department of Defense. That has to be an act of Congress and of the continuance of this person calling our soldier war fighters, as he is not feeding them when they are in the middle of a war. They cannot even receive mail from their family members because they have suspended the zip code to deliver packages to them. As you see, they are starving them and they're losing weight in the middle of fighting a war. Do you think that this motherfucker with all of this war fighter and we're making sure that our war fighters have everything that they need American made? Well, make some American made motherfucking food for the war fighters, motherfucker.
Across this country, forging a lethal arsenal of freedom. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that this department remains laser focused on increasing lethality and survivability from the front lines to the factory floor. This is a historic budget, as you said, Mr. Chairman. This is a fiscally responsible budget, and this is a warfighting budget. Speaking of warfighting, the topic of Iran, I'm sure, will come up often today, which I welcome. I look forward to sharing the incredible success of our military effort achieved in a matter of weeks. President Trump has the courage, has had, unlike other presidents, to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon and that their nuclear blackmail never succeeds. We have the best negotiator in the world driving a great deal. Unfortunately, as I said yesterday, and I'll say it again today, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless naysayers and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans. Defeatists from the cheap seats who 2 months in seek to undermine the incredible efforts that have been undertaken and the historic nature of taking on a 47-year threat with the courage no other president has had, to great success and great opportunity for preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Despite this, under President Trump, we are restoring the unbreakable might of American manufacturing. We're providing for our warfighters, and we are putting the people and interests of this country first. May Almighty God continue to watch over our troops wherever they are, and may we honor the legacy of those brave Americans that we have lost. This is our sacred mission, and this is what we will continue to execute on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that statement, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, members of the committee, and your staff, who we never get to say thank you.
Okay. What didn't you hear him say? What did not you hear the Department of War Secretary say in his statements? Did you hear him thank the troops at all? Did you hear him talk about anything about the troops and the job that they are doing in the war as a collective representation of our military? No, you heard a whole lot of boogly, babbly boo of manufacturing and all this. And who someone in my chat said that, oh, they like they can't build big warehouses overnight. He said that these are existing companies, so obviously they already have warehouses that they are going to expand. But do they have to wait for the expansion? And what can't they? What about a warehouse that could not be built in a whole over a year? What about a warehouse that is so technical that could not have been built by now? We're not talking about a residence. We're talking about a fucking warehouse to build things. Let's continue.
Thanks for having me today. I'm honored to be here alongside the Honorable Pete Hegseth and the Honorable Jay Hurst to testify on the President's fiscal 2027 budget. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm thankful for your continued partnership and support of our warfighters defending the homeland and our interests around the world. It's a privilege to speak with you today about the foundation of America's strength, the 2.8 million members of our joint force. And I am continually inspired by the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, Coast Guardsmen, and civilians standing the watch for the nation, supported always by their families. They could have chosen a much easier path, any other path, but they volunteered for a life of purpose and passion and service. And every single day they rise to meet the nation's challenges, from combat operations to critical support roles, with the courage, tenacity, and grit that keeps our nation strong and secure. I would also like to express my deep gratitude for the 39 members of the Joint Force who've passed in operations, combat, and training during my time as the chairman, and specifically highlight the 14 who've passed in Operation Epic Fury. The Secretary and I are deeply grateful for each of them and their families, and their names will never be forgotten. As the chairman, my duty is to ensure our civilian leadership has a comprehensive range of military options and the associated risks required to make the nation's hardest and most complex decisions. I owe the President, the Secretary, and the Congress the truth at every turn. And my blueprint for this role has always been that of General George C. Marshall. His firm commitment to civilian control and a nonpartisan military remains my constant standard. And I strive to emulate his candor, delivering the facts leaders need to hear, not always what they want to hear. And once a decision is made, executing it with the absolute dedication while keeping the joint force precisely where it should be. That's the demand of our profession. As I sit before you today representing our incredible joint force, I want to emphasize my commitment to this committee and to the Congress. I will always follow General Marshall's steadfast example by providing clear and candid nonpartisan military advice, working together to ensure the military remains squarely focused on one thing, being prepared to deter and, if called upon, fight and win our nation's war. And that is our mission. America's Joint Force is operational at its core, purpose-built for the realities in a complex world. We're organized, trained, and equipped to execute the most demanding missions across the globe with unrivaled precision. And over the past year, our warfighters have consistently demonstrated exactly what it means to be the most capable and most professional force on Earth. Our shared goal is to ensure the Joint Force sustains the strategic initiative and advantage and ability to project power to respond to the global challenges on our nation's terms. During Operation Rough Rider, Midnight Hammer, Southern Spear, Absolute Resolve, and Epic Fury, the Joint Force executed globally integrated missions alongside our interagency and international partners. And once our leaders made a decision, our forces demonstrated the unmatched ability to seamlessly synchronize actions and activities from the seabed to cislunar space.
At least he spoke about our actual military people. Now, Dora the Explorer. Dora the Explorer. I understand how sometimes people may have a typo of their finger may hit a neighboring key and there is a misspelling. But what is this you saying here? Congress and the Pentagon ate feeding criminals with OWR. Is that supposed to be our OUR? OUR? So the U and the W are nowhere near each other. So are you trying to spell with our own money? And then you go back to say OWR too. I think you mean OUR. OUR, is that what you're trying to say? Our tax, what is this? FIIDS, all criminals. I think that you're trying to say OUR, our taxes, FIIDS. Are you trying to say feeds, FEEDS, all you criminals? Get the girl. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. That is no typo. That's plain ignorance. Quit typing. Say less. Oh no. Let's continue. That just caught my attention.
We're able to accomplish these complex things that we are asked to do because we draw from a deep reservoir of training, professionalism, and commitment. Our operational tempo is high, but we're designed to sustain it, rebuilding readiness every day, training professionals every day, and sharpening our edge every day. And I am incredibly proud of this Joint Force team and the leaders at every echelon who command it. As the chairman said, we are living in a complex environment. Today, I look forward to discussing how we can sustain America's military advantage. And I know this committee recognizes the challenges and the urgency in the environment that we face. We're operating in delicate and dangerous times where risk is scaling, and the complexity of the modern battlefield demands America's constant adaptation, innovation, and partnership with Congress. As a joint force, we're up to the challenge. We're built for this environment. However, our continued success is not guaranteed by our past achievements. We must continue to be forward-looking and innovate together with the Congress. To drive the pace of change and maintain our superiority requires timely, predictable, and sustained investment. And the resources we're going to discuss today are critical to modernizing the Joint Force and ensuring whatever threats might emerge, we are prepared to defeat them, to protect our interests and defend the nation and win. This president's budget for 2027 supports the Secretary and the Department's goal of reinvigorating, recharging the defense industrial base and the national industrial base, enhancing our readiness and securing our military advantage to ensure that our warfighters are properly armed, globally integrated, and ready while always taking care of our people. And that is what truly sets America's Joint Force apart from each other, especially the 1.8 million members, enlisted members of our Joint Force. It is them, the character, the competence of that force that transforms our capabilities into a decisive advantage. And our enlisted force is represented today by the senior enlisted advisor to the.
And this is what they're eating. And this is the food that they're being served on these DEFCON war fighting ships. This is what the warrior ethos has to eat as they are out there being a maximum of a maximum killing machine for the United States Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine. This is what they're feeding them. With $1 trillion budget, no less. As Pete Kegbreath in September blew $93 billion on ribeye steak, lobster tails, candy machines, fruit stands. He also bought a grand piano for some high-ranking admiral. Bought a classic violin, some a classic flute. I wonder why he was buying all of these music instruments for some high-ranking colonel or general or someone in the arms. $93 billion, and this is what our military is eating in the middle of a war, and their families who know that they are starving and losing weight can't even send them packages because they have discontinued the zip code that would garner their packages deliverable. Let's keep it a buck. Let's continue.
Chairman, United States Navy Fleet Master Chief Dave Isom sitting behind me, a teammate who I greatly appreciate and many of you on this committee know from his time in the Indo-Pacific. While we face dynamic and dangerous times, I have absolute trust and confidence in the extraordinary men and women within our joint force who every day execute the missions we ask them to quietly and with precision. And coupled with the American spirit to outthink, outcompete, and relentlessly innovate, we will maintain our decisive edge, but doing so requires your continued partnership. We stand ready today to answer the nation's call. I humbly ask that as we're here today in this hearing, we remember those deployed service members who are out there right now doing our nation's work. And may we always remember our fallen and never forget them or their families who continue to show us what courage looks like. Thank you for your enduring support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, General. We appreciate your service. Let's jump right in. Secretary Hegseth, let's talk about the money from Reconciliation 1.0 last year. There have been some complaints about the speed, but not everything we hear is actually accurate. How much of the $154 billion from Reconciliation has the Pentagon put on contract?
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, first I'd like to say what an important vehicle reconciliation was for us and how it gave us a chance coming out of FY25 to advance the president's priorities, whether it's drone dominance, Golden Dome for America, shipbuilding, the defense industrial base. It was a critical vehicle for us. The number you're looking for is about, what I'm looking at, about $26 billion right now, but we've got the floodgates about to open and apply to those priorities.
Okay, so unfortunately, you're starting a bit late through no fault of your own because the money was not sent timely by the Office of Management and Budget to the department until last month. That's over and done with, but it should be mentioned.
OMB, that would be Russell Vogt. That would be the person who is taking money from money that have been approved by Congress. We watched his budget hearing last week. I also have we watched his congressional hearing where he has been just clawing back money that has been approved. But it's strangely enough, they never tell you what he has done with this money that the Office of Management and Budget is taking away from money that has been approved by Congress that he has not distributed to the entities that it has been approved from. Who is Russell Vogt? We've always talked about Russell Vogt on RonyiQ's channel. Russell Vogt is the one of the creators of Project 2025, who has been put in charge of distributing congressionally released monies, who is doing everything but that. That's why we're talking about Russell Vogt. Let's continue. Russell Vogt, who said he wanted to have the bureaucracy in pain, terrorized before they fired him.
Mr. Secretary, where are we on the obligation rates as far as a normal appropriation bill? Are we a little behind, a little ahead, or what?
I would say probably a little bit behind as it pertains to reconciliation, but part of that is, as you know, this is a new funding vehicle for the department, and twofold. One, you got to make sure you do it right and do it in a fiscally responsible way in conjunction with the Congress to ensure that we meet congressional intent. but also that we've been using it to energize our ability to exercise new pathways, to get at problems in different and more dynamic ways that don't get stovepiped or stuck in the bureaucracy. So yes, there's been some delays, but ultimately I think it's all goodness on the other side, given the new nature of this funding vehicle.
Right. Yes. Well, and things have been done differently, and we appreciate that. But Mr. Secretary, will you commit to us that you'll keep the committee informed frequently of your efforts to get all this money out the door so our industrial base can start building as you have described in this new flexibility that we provided them?
Absolutely.
And you mentioned a few things in reconciliation that you think have been game changers. I don't think we've talked enough about some of the game changers. For years, we failed to take action on rebuilding America's drone industrial base and critical mineral supply chains. After last reconciliation bill and the National Defense Authorization Act, we're in a very different position on drones and critical mineral supply chains, are we not?
Very much so. Mineral supply chains, drones, we went from JIATA 401 to an autonomous warfare group. We're looking at the concept of a sub-unified command, and you're looking at $54 billion in the FY27 budget dedicated to drone dominance, UAS, counter-UAS, ensuring we can scale not just exquisite drones, but also the attritable ones that are proliferating on the battlefield today. We need to be ahead.
Are there any other initiatives from last year's bill that you want to point out? And you only have a minute and a half.
The investment in Golden Dome for America,
Right.
the ability to get running on that, and we are on schedule to deliver capabilities inside this administration. Minerals and shoring up supply chains on minerals. The Office of Strategic Capital, which its ability to loan gives 10x to new entrants into the department. The opportunity to fund things that wouldn't normally meet the threshold for the department, but give them the running room to invest in those capabilities, and we've already seen fruit from that as well.
And briefly, General Kane, there's no question that Vladimir Putin's Russia is taking serious action to undermine our efforts for success in Iran. Is there any question about that?
Senator, I think there's actions and activities. They're mindful of the hearing room we're in, but there's definitely some action there.
Thank you very much. Senator Reed, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you recently fired the Army Chief of Staff, General Randy George, who's one of the most distinguished and decorated officers of this generation. General George's nomination came before us. We reviewed it thoroughly and we concurred. Why did you fire General George?
Well, as I did then, and I'll say now, we thank General George for his service. And out of respect to him and other officers, we never talk about the nature of why certain officers are asked to step down. But we all serve at the pleasure of the president. And ultimately, my view in coming into this department, as I stated in my confirmation hearing, was to change the culture of the department. And it's ultimately challenging to change the department, the culture of a department with the same people who are a part of or in that department. So I have made many changes with general officers. We will continue to make changes as necessary with general officers, and they will be in keeping with the trajectory of where we would like to take the department. But it doesn't take away from the service of those. And I think you will know. Note that every officer that's been asked to leave has been treated with respect.
Interesting. Of the dozen officers that you have fired for reasons unrelated to performance, since you have not indicated any cause, 60% are Black or females. Now, did the president direct you to single out female and Black officers to be dismissed?
Senator, of course not. And as we've emphasized at this department from the beginning, the only metric is merit. Members on this committee and the previous leadership of this department were focused on social engineering, race and gender in ways that we think were unhealthy for the department, focusing on those things, making decisions based on those things. Okay. In President Trump's War Department, we make decisions based on only one thing, merit. And that's how we've made decisions going forward. That's how we've made them, and that's how we'll make them going
Well,
forward.
let me go back to General George. What did he fail in terms of his lack of merit to continue serving?
As I said, I don't talk about the nature of dismissal out of respect
use
for
that
these
as an
officers.
excuse, and then
But
you
ultimately,
don't
we
talk
want to take the department in a particular direction, certain services in a particular direction, and we want leadership that's running as fast in that direction as possible. And in some cases, we make changes accordingly, but do so out of respect to those officers.
Well, I think that direction from your behavior is an intense interest in Christianity, in nationalism, and in not recognizing the talents of women and non-white gentlemen, and that's the wrong direction.
I don't know what you're insinuating, Senator, but I'm not ashamed of my faith in Jesus Christ.
Well, you shouldn't be
And
ashamed.
if you want to shame me for it, go ahead.
I'm not shaming you, but are you critical of other faiths?
I am a believer. I'm quite open in that, and our department allows for a multitude of faiths. So I don't know what you're suggesting. I've heard the likes of things that people like you suggest to try to smear my character, and I won't get into it.
No. I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, but broadcasting before the national religious broadcasters stressing the need for more Christianity in the military forces doesn't seem like a neutral position in which you tolerate and accept all religions. Let me move on. The strategic aspects of this operation in Iran. The president declared that we're going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. And after more than 13,000 strikes, unclassified assessments conclude that Iran retains more than 40% of its drone arsenal and 60% of its ballistic missile launches compared with pre-war levels. That's one of his objectives. The second objective was regime change. To the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand, and we will take over your government. Well, when we finish, we'll take over your government. That has not succeeded. And then one of his other things is the onset of the war, the president said, we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. Military operations in Iran have not achieved that goal yet. And it also seems to indicate that his pronouncements about Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating the nuclear policy and structure of the Iranians, was false. So you have not achieved any of the objectives yet that has the president mentioned.
Well, in this setting, I won't talk about the nature of metrics, which are classified, as you know, Senator. But I can say that looking at the objectives we set out to achieve from the beginning, some of which you laid out, our military objectives have been stunningly effective.
I just looked and I saw my my volume was off. I hope you guys didn't miss the fact about the religious who he support religiously, and he doesn't. I'm not afraid of my faith, and I'm very proud of my faith. And what faith is he trying to hunker down on and have them be embarrassed of their faith when he put out a whole memo on Easter Sunday saying that the Pentagon services, the place where our military would have Easter services for their respective religions. They were only having an Easter service for Christian Protestants. It specifically said that they would not be having Catholic services. So he is so mad at what the Pope said about his fucking snowflake ass that they would not allow Catholics to have services in the middle of a war on Easter Sunday. If my mic was off then, I wanted to make sure you remember this shit that this motherfucker did. Now, what do you think he thinks of Muslims if he's willing to do that to Catholics in his own motherfucking service? Oh, what you got to say now? Oh, nothing. Okay, let's continue.
Example, their defense industrial base, they're completely incapable at scale at any level of reconstituting the capabilities you referred to, which is a devastating result for any country, especially one whose ambitions are as wide as Iran's. So we've put the president in a very strong position to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. That's the takeaway that's been underneath every single aspect of this. For 47 years, Iran's trying to blackmail its way to a nuclear weapon. They were closer than ever before because of bad deals under previous administration. President Trump was willing to do something about it and not allow their conventional missile shield. That's the North Korea strategy. That's, to be clear, what Iran was pursuing. Hiding their nuclear ambitions, revealing them over time, and then building a conventional shield of missiles so powerful that no country would challenge them for fear of what would happen if they unleashed that arsenal. Weekend after the 12-day war and Midnight Hammer, which did obliterate their sites, President Trump saw an opportunity because their ambitions continued to ensure that umbrella of nuclear blackmail did not allow them to get to a nuclear weapon. And the world is safer because of his bold and historic choice.
Are we safer? Well, how come y'all still over in the Middle East? Because we're safer because of what you guys done. All our troops should be at home then. If the world is safer, if you accomplish your mission and your goals. Now, this is something that we have never heard of this. They wanted to create a shield and this and that. Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here with that dumb shit.
Mr. Secretary, I think that's rhetorical, but not factual. Thank you.
Period.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Hurst, General Kane, welcome. Over the last several months, I've worked closely with some of the new direct reporting program managers, and I've been encouraged by how they're approaching the department's most complex acquisition systems. General White's pulled forward the next milestone for the Sentinel program by at least 6 months.
Okay.
What mistakes have been made in the past in programs of that magnitude, and then are given the authority to cut through the red tape. That's the key. It's success.
Be sure this link is in my description box. We will not bemoan you with these dummies that are trying to make excuses for what Kick Breath is doing. We want the ass kicking. This is the only reason we're here. We're here for some actual questions about being responsible with $1.5 trillion, what they are doing with it. And as you see, what our war fighters are over there eating.
Get that wrong, you get everything else wrong. Frankly, it's why the Iran effort is so important. Imagine what the situation in the region would look like if Iran also wielded a nuclear weapon. And the limits systems left, as you acknowledged,
I'd like to answer that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But I defer to the chairman.
Yes, ma'am. We got to be able to see to anything. So, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen, you are recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Hegseth, Congress enacted $400 million to provide security assistance to Ukraine in January. Now, the committee received a notification just yesterday confirming only that the funding would go toward Ukraine. It contained no details about the type of equipment, no delivery timelines, nothing that is typically included in these notifications. And when asked about the delay in funding, the committee was told that Bridge Colby was developing a spend plan, but we've received nothing. So when can we expect the full spend plan for this appropriation? Never. And Madam Chair, can I, if this is not already part of the record for the committee, can I enter it into the record?
We acknowledge and are executing on the European capacity building amount of $400 million that you referred to. Undersecretary Colby's done a great job looking at options and worked very closely with our European commander, General Grinkowitz. So his requests of what makes the most sense will inform what ultimately is invested in.
Well, this notification says that EUCOM coordinated on the spend plan in March, but General Grinkowitz told this committee on April 16th that he had not yet been asked to review any spend plan for this appropriation. So, General Kane, have you received the spend plan for funds in Ukraine? And have you asked
you lied. Start one.
The EUCOM commander for his concurrence?
I do not believe so, but I will find out, Senator, and get back to you. But
you know you haven't, but I'm going to stall. I don't believe so. I'm not going to tell you, no, I never received any spend plan, that they just sent you some bullshit paper and thought that they could placate you with a lie. But I don't think, but you're not gonna put your fucking ass on the line to cover for this lie 100%. You're just gonna put your one ass cheek on it. You're just gonna spread your ass cheek on this lie. So you can get dick down anyway. Let's continue.
At the end of the day.
Thank you. And yesterday, Mr. Hurst, you told the House that you needed to seek legal review to appropriate the funds as Congress intended. So can you share with us what the nature of that legal review is? And it seems to me the law was pretty clear. I saw it. It was part of the defense appropriations bill that we passed in January. And as you know, violating congressional intent on appropriating funds is a violation of the Impoundment Control Act. So what's the nature of the legal review that you have to get?
Thanks for the question, Senator. What we're looking at is if we could use the funds in the same manner as USAI, and we had our counsel look at that. And so they provide us a legal opinion on how the funds could be used to support European capacity building.
And can you share with this committee what that legal opinion is?
Ma'am, I don't have a copy of that, but we can ask the OGC office if they can supply it to you.
Madam Chair, can we ask that?
Of course, he don't know. He can remember what the problem was. He can't remember what the answer was. I can get that
legal opinion is shared with the committee officially. Thank you. Also, I don't know who can answer this, but it says that
they was hoping that y'all wouldn't notice that $400 billion that they hadn't given to Ukraine.
Consistent with the president's priority to shift the financial burden of Ukraine support to European partners, the United States will seek commensurate financial contributions via the Prioritized Ukraine Requirements List, or PEARL, from the European partners for this program. So what's the justification for using PEARL when there's $400 million in appropriated funds? Can somebody
PEARL is a reflection of the president's priority and the belief that any weapons that are supplied are paid for by European partners and used as they see fit, whether it's Ukraine or somewhere else.
But that was not the intent of Congress in providing that $400 million. As I understand the PEARL program, the Europeans purchase those weapons from the United States and they pay for them. But this appropriation was $400 million that Congress expected to be provided to Ukraine, not paid for by the Europeans, but provided from the United States to support Ukraine. So again, I don't understand what the justification is for using PEARL when that's not the intent that Congress provided.
So we're following the intent of European capacity building, but at the same time recognizing that wherever PEARL can be utilized so that the Europeans contribute to that fight, per the burden sharing approach that the president takes, is important.
Congressional intent. And that's what I'm asking you, why you're using PEARL to do something.
So they can steal $400 million that was appropriated from you, and they are trying to pay the $400 million, make the Europeans pay the $400 million, even though the Congress has already appropriated the $400 million to be paid from American funds, and therefore they're going to say that we're making the Europeans pay for their support of Ukraine. That's why, because they're trying to steal it.
That Congress intended to go directly to Ukraine.
Well, we
Mr.
look
Hurst,
forward to
can you
working with
answer
you on
that? What was the legal opinion on this? Did you ask the attorneys if the $400 million could be used for the PEARL program?
Let's get back to you. We'll take it for the record, ma'am.
Thank you. And what portion of the funding that's committed from the Europeans under PEARL is being used to assist Ukraine rather than restocking our own shelves? Can you answer that?
That's up to Europe. Ultimately, Europe pays for any weapons that we provide, and they can utilize them as they see fit, whether it's Ukraine or otherwise.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. There have been a number of times when our witnesses have stated, both in the closed hearing and up here, that they will get back to us, and we certainly hope that will happen very expeditiously. So thank you very much, and thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Cotton.
One of those pesky little ways why the Pentagon can never complete an audit. One of the pesky little ways why the Pentagon cannot tell you where 60% of their budgets, their billion and trillion dollar budgets have gone. Things like this.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your appearance today. Mr. Secretary, you provided us with a chart here entitled The Arsenal of Freedom, which includes a lot of sites that you visited. My favorite one is down here in South Arkansas, Camden.
We don't care. Next. You fucking hick. Nobody cares about what you talking about in some fucking Arkansas. Let's go to our next questionnaire. Okay, here we go. Let's go back here. Here we go.
Committee, and thank you for the closed session prior to this. I don't know if you fully appreciate how much the American people do not support this war. It is an unauthorized war. Normally, when you come to Congress, it's a way for the American people to be part of that discussion. The American people, particularly in my state of New York, are upset for a lot of reasons. First of all, this war is costing so much money. Over $25 billion already, estimates $1 billion a day, and they're feeling it every single day at the gas pump with higher prices for both fuel, for diesel, for gasoline for their cars. They're also feeling it with higher grocery costs, and they're exhausted. They are truly exhausted. On top of that, they have so many grave concerns about how this war is being prosecuted. They read in the paper that 22 schools have been hit. They read in the paper about a girls' school, hundreds getting killed. We have a debate going on in this country about AI, a serious debate about AI. And I haven't heard yet from you that you will not allow AI to make final targeting determinations, even when nuclear weapons are being used. That's a huge issue that we need to discuss. So I want to start from the top, Secretary Hegseth. Why do you continue to prosecute a war that the American people aren't behind?
First of all, I appreciate the opportunity for that.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, real quick. Now, I was talking about the religious freedoms that Kegbreath was trying to exclude in his military. And here we have a stupid dumb bitch who is talking about it wasn't excluded. Catholics don't celebrate Good Friday. I didn't say Good Friday. I said Easter Sunday, you stupid bitch. Let's continue.
Closed session where we had a, unsurprisingly, very different discussion than we have here with the cameras on. We support this.
Because my job is to represent New Yorkers, and I can tell you, when I talk to them all across my state, they are furious, and they expect me to explain to them why they are furious.
And Senator, when I talk to Americans, and especially when I talk to the troops, they are grateful for a president who has the courage to take on this threat after 47 years of what Iran has done, targeting and killing Americans, and what it would mean to the world if Iran's nuclear ambitions were actually achieved. So the question I would ask to you and to others is, what is the cost of a nuclear-armed Iran? What is the cost to the American people if the world's most dangerous regime has a nuclear weapon?
But the truth is, they don't want war coming to this shore, and when you do a decapitation operation, the likelihood is going to be...
Let's be clear. This isn't your time to ask any motherfucking question. This is not a question session for you to ask anybody a fucking question. This is your time to answer questions that are posed to you. So who gives a fuck about what we think about what you have to ask? This is not why you're here. The fuck out of here.
Exchanged in the United States. There's no evidence that we are safer because of...
This regime has a nuclear weapon.
But the truth is, they don't want war coming to this shore. And when you do a decapitation operation, the likelihood is going to be exchanged in the United States. There's no evidence that we are safer because of this war. We did not have any evidence that Iran intended to imminently attack this country in any way, shape, or form. So I disagree with your assessment that we are under threat.
Do you not believe them when they say death to America?
Listen, our adversaries use rhetoric all the time. What I'm concerned about is we are not safer. And I would just like to know why.
I wonder if they feel safer when you're drunk and screaming kill all Muslims. Do they feel safer when you are then put over our Department of Defense, a motherfucker who is such a drunkard and is out at bars screaming kill all Muslims? Since you want to ask questions, did you really want to ask questions?
You have not sought the support of the American people, and 3 out of 5 Americans are against this war today.
I believe we do have the support of the American people, and we have briefed regularly what this mission looks like and why it's critically important that we undertake it. And I would remind you and this group that we're 2 months in to an effort, and many congressional Democrats, as I pointed out, want to declare defeat 2 months in. Iraq took how many years? Afghanistan took how many years? And they were nebulous missions that people went along with. This is different. This is a defined mission set that we have had great success in pursuing against a determined enemy who seeks nuclear weapons. And I'm proud of the opportunity to remind the American people because they believe in it as well.
Are not supporting this war. you don't care whether
When the American people
support this war.
the American people are quite smart. They understand and see through spin. They know that a regime that says death to America, that seeks nuclear weapons and the ability to deliver. Did they lie about the range of their missiles?
How much
Because I saw a 4,000
How much
kilometer
more will you
missile
ask
get
American
shot
people
at
to pay for this war?
Diego
Right now,
Garcia.
do you want it $1 billion a day? Do you want $2 billion a day? You're asking for $200 billion more to fund this war and to make sure
We didn't ask for $200 billion. I don't know where you got that number from, Senator. I think you got it from the news, which you should be careful what you read in the news.
Okay, Mr. Hegseth. Here.
Okay, Mr. Hegseth. You know about about the range of their missiles, but you still have not discovered how it is that a Tomahawk missile struck these girls' school, and you still are investigating it. It was a horrible thing, and we're still investigating it. You can tell us the range of an Iranian missile, but you cannot identify a Tomahawk missile that hit a girls' school that's killed over 200 under the age of 12-year-old girls. Oh, but you mad? Oh, but you have a point to make, is it? Is that what you're doing? You're making a point? Let's continue.
Secretary Hegseth, here's a few more. Let's talk about how you're prosecuting the war. What is your response to targeting that has resulted in the destruction of schools, hospitals, civilian places? Why did you cut by 90% the division that's supposed to help you not target civilians? And do you know the impact of a strategic failure at a war when you have so many civilian casualties? You may have tactically completed a mission well, but strategically is not meeting your goals because of the harms to civilians. What is the cost of that?
Let's leave time for an answer.
No military, no country works harder at every echelon to ensure they protect civilian lives than the United States military. And that is a ironclad commitment that we make, no matter what systems
And
we
why
use.
did you cut the department by 90%?
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. There'll be other rounds of questions. Senator Rounds, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you to all of you for your service to our country. Let me just allow you to finish the answer a little bit with regard to the senator from New York. Does the United States military ever target a civilian center?
Well, thank you, Senator. Unlike our adversaries, unlike radical Islamists, unlike those that target civilians or use civilians as shields, the United States military never targets civilians and puts constructs in place to ensure that the maximum extent possible, we do not harm or hit civilians. Is war a difficult place with a lot of complexities? Absolutely right. But no country does more and no department does more than our department.
Do you still have all the resources necessary to ensure that every opportunity to eliminate that as a threat in terms of that happening? Do we still have the resources available in the department to make sure that we do the best we can never to hit a civilian target?
Every resource necessary at every echelon is available, legal, intel, and otherwise, to ensure that we minimize at every extent possible civilian casualties. And the suggestion was made that somehow AI might be used without a human in the loop, which is a classic Anthropic talking point, which is half of what we talked about previously. There is a human in the loop on decisions that are made, and the suggestion otherwise is to suggest that somehow AI is running targeting.
Thank you. Right now, part of what we're also talking about is not just are we engaged right now in terms of trying to eliminate the threat from Iran in terms of being a nuclear armed country, but we've also got staring with us as well the fact that we have an ongoing principal threat with regard to a pacing threat with China. The dual capable B-21 Raider will be a critical part.
He said something about AI being able to control strikes anonymously. Did he say something about Anthropic? Isn't that the reason why Anthropic would, the two things that Anthropic would not allow Keg Breath to do is to mass surveil United States citizens, and it would not allow AI to targets sites without a human hand. Now he's trying to pretend like it's the opposite. But when AI wouldn't give the Pentagon in Keg Breath the permission to allow AI to just unilaterally use call strikes and not have any human input into the strike, Pete Keg Breath struck Anthropic business down as someone that you wouldn't want to do business with. So is he serious? That sounds like an Anthropic talking point. But the talking point is, are you saying that they are striking people unilaterally, but you wanted them to? And the reason why they're not doing it is because Anthropic wouldn't allow you to do it. Had they allowed you to do it, yes, it is exactly what you would be doing. Now he's sitting up here playing games, lying to your face. No, there's one more thing that talking about targets. We don't target. We're gonna go back to this. We don't target non-military installments. Is he serious? Is he serious? Or he think we all stupid? But it was a horrible thing that happened to the little girl's school. Was that the only horrible thing that happened? Little girls, the ages, school age, under 12. Is that the only horrible thing that happened? If you are unaware of this other horrible thing that has been shown to happen from Israeli and American strikes at a hospital, let's get into it. Since he don't want to talk about it, let's talk about it. What about this unfortunate thing that happened in a hospital that ABC News has uncovered? Let's hear the volume on this.
Strikes. As you can see up here, there was some movement because of the strikes. It's truly just chaotic scenes out of Iranian hospitals across the country, and this was happening in the early days of the war. Now, it's actually very difficult to get images from out of Iran, which is why these videos are so striking, and it's why ABC News has been able to obtain them. Hospitals, as you know, are not legitimate military targets in any way, shape, or form, and yet you see hospitals being bombed across the country. I'll have more updates for you soon. Spread the word. And as always, follow along to stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. There'll be more to come. We have very serious news right now. New footage obtained by ABC News shows strikes by Israel and the United States of America on various hospitals throughout Iran. These images are really, terrifying in a lot of ways. It shows bombs literally being dropped. This is an image of a nurse grabbing newborns, trying to rescue them before the hospital was attacked by the strikes. As you can see up here, there was some movement because of the strikes. It's truly just chaotic scenes out of Iranian hospitals across the country, and this was happening in the early days of the war. Now, it's actually very difficult to get images from out of Iran, which is why these videos are so striking, and it's why.
Any more questions? Any questions? That link is in my description box under hospital strikes. You can go visit that link at your leisure. Let's get back to the lying and the bullshit. Shall we? Let's get back to the lying and the bullshit. Okay. Let's continue.
Harm or hit civilians.
Do you
is
still
war that the United States?
Senator.
Well, thank you, Senator. Unlike our adversaries, unlike radical Islamists, unlike those that target civilians or use civilians as shields, the United States military never targets civilians and puts constructs in place to ensure that the maximum extent possible, we do not harm or hit civilians.
How is the investigation? So since you have all these constructs in place to make sure you don't hit civilians, why is it that it's been 2 months and you're still investigating if that Tomahawk missile that struck that girl school was an American missile when only the Americans would be capable of having the Tomahawk missile then, bitch?
Is war a difficult place with a lot of complexities? Absolutely right. But no country does more and no department does more than our department.
Do you still have all of the resources necessary to ensure that every opportunity to eliminate that as a threat in terms of that happening? Do we still have the resources available in the department to make sure that we do the best we can never to hit a civilian target?
Every resource necessary at every echelon is available, legal, intel, and otherwise, to ensure that we minimize at every extent possible civilian casualties. And the suggestion was made that somehow AI might be used without a human in the loop, which is a classic Anthropic talking point, which is half of what we talked about previously. There is a human in the loop on decisions that are made, and the suggestion otherwise is to suggest that somehow AI is running targeting.
Thank you. Right now, part of what we're also talking about is not just are we engaged right now in terms of trying to eliminate the threat from Iran in terms of being a nuclear armed country, but we've also got staring with us as well the fact that we have an ongoing principal threat with regard to a pacing threat with China. The dual capable B-21 Raider will be a critical part of both our conventional and our nuclear deterrence against China and Russia. As you know, the Air Force's program of record includes plans to procure 100 B-21s, but many national security experts and leaders, including STRATCOM Commander Admiral Corral and Indo-PACOM Commander Admiral Paparo, are calling for a greater number of B-21s. Admiral Paparo testified here last week that he would favor buying 200 B-21s. Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kane, could you speak to the progress and the importance of the B-21 program, and if you agree with the growing sentiment that the U.S. needs to revisit the B-21 program of record and assess the requirement for at least 200 B-21s to match the global threat, would you speak just to exactly what that would mean and what the probability of that is?
Thank you for the question, and I appreciate the fact that you're listening to and hearing from combatant commanders, because that's who we listen to as well, who are looking at the operational plans. Is war a difficult place with a lot of complexities? Absolutely right. But no country does more and no department does more than our department.
Do you still have all the resources necessary to ensure that every opportunity to eliminate that as a threat necessary?
No country does more and no department does ways to ensure that the maximum extent possible we do not harm or hit civilians. Is war a difficult place with a lot of complexities? Absolutely right. But no country does more and no department does more than our department.
Do you still have all the resources necessary to ensure that every opportunity to eliminate that as a threat in terms of that happening, do we still have the resources available in the department to make sure that we do the best we can never to hit a civilian target?
Every resource necessary at every echelon is available, legal, intel, and otherwise, to ensure that we minimize at every extent possible civilian casualties. And the suggestion was made that somehow AI might be used without a human in the loop, which is a classic.
The suggestion was made that AI may be used without a human in the loop, which is a classic what?
Anthropic talking point, which is half of
Anthropic talking point.
We talked about previously. There is a human in the loop on decisions that are
okay. Let's move around a little bit because I am going to give you the actual facts as they were happening when they were happening. Shall we go? Shall we go? Shall we go? Because these are stories that I am familiar with covering. Shall we go? Here we go. Let's go right here. Anthropic versus keg breath. The Anthropic Hegseth dispute centers on the Pentagon's demand for unrestricted military use of Anthropic's AI, with the company resisting over ethical and safety concerns, leading to legal and political conflict. Shall we move on? The background of the dispute. Anthropic, a leading AI company, developed the Claude AI model, which the Pentagon deployed in classified operations, including a January mission to capture a former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The conflict escalated when the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, alongside former President Trump, demanded that Anthropic remove its ethical guardrails along the military unrestricted use of Claude, including for mass domestic surveillance and for fully autonomous weapons. Fully autonomous weapons are weapons that do not need a human fingerprint, a human approval. This is now you heard him say that this is something that you would get from Anthropic, because Anthropic wouldn't give this to him. They would not allow them to do mass surveillance, and they would not allow them to use their AI without a human approval, a human fingerprint, a human okay. They would not let them use their AI autonomously. But that ain't what Kegbreath just said. Legal and government actions. Let's be real clear. I know what I'm talking about. Okay. Anthropic CEO Daryl Amati refused, citing safety, reliability, and constitutional concerns. But Kegbreath had none of that, and your president had no constitutional concern. Legal and government action. In response, Hegseth directed the Pentagon to designate Anthropic as a supply chain risk. Since they weren't allowed to do what Anthropic said that they cannot do with their AI, they designated them a supply chain risk. But that's not what Kegbreath is sitting up here telling you today. Because if you're a dummy, if you are a Trump voter, you don't watch these congressional hearings anyway. So you believe every little thing that comes out of Kegbreath's mouth because you're dumb. It doesn't pay to be a dumb and have the opportunity to vote. Okay. Let me drop this link. Let me drop this link in the chat, shall I? And I will drop it also in. I will also drop it in the description box under, what shall I drop it under? Kegbreath. I will drop it under Kegbreath, the hearings that you are hearing. Let's review, let's be real clear on what Kegbreath just lied and told you. Let's go back to Kegbreath and the lie that he just told you about. That's what you would hear from Anthropic. That's something that you would probably hear from Anthropic, when in fact, because Anthropic would not allow him to strike autonomously, he designated them a chain supply risk. Isn't that something? Tried to ruin their business. But that's not what he's telling you here, because you're stupid and you don't watch the hearings. So when people tell you the facts, you call them libtards. That's supposed to mean something, when I'm just showing you how stupid some of you really are and believe anything that comes out of these lying liars' mouths.
Every resource necessary at every echelon is available, legal, intel, and otherwise, to ensure that we minimize at every extent possible civilian casualties. And the suggestion was made that somehow AI might be used without a human in the loop, which is a classic Anthropic talking point, which is half of what we talked about previously. There is a human in the loop on decisions that are made, and the suggestion otherwise is to suggest that somehow AI is running targeting.
Thank you.
But you wanted AI to run targeting. That's not an Anthropic talking point. That's a point that you're lying about. Let's continue.
Right now, part of what we're also talking about is not just are we engaged right now in terms of trying to eliminate the threat from Iran in terms of being a nuclear armed country, but we've also got staring with us as well the fact that we have an ongoing principal threat with regard to a pacing threat with China. The dual capable B-21 Raider will be a critical part of both our conventional and our nuclear deterrence against China and Russia. As you know, the Air Force's program of record includes plans to procure 100 B-21s, but many national security experts and leaders, including STRATCOM Commander Admiral Corral and Indo-PACOM Commander Admiral Paparo, are calling for a greater number of B-21s. Admiral Paparo testified here last week that he would favor buying 200 B-21s. Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kaine, could you speak to the progress and the importance of the B-21 program? And if you agree with the growing sentiment that the U.S. needs to revisit the B-21 program of record and assess the requirement for at least 200 B-21s to match the global threat, would you speak just to exactly what that would mean and what the probability of that is?
Thank you for the question, and I appreciate the fact that you're listening to and hearing from combatant commanders, because that's who we listen to as well, who are looking at the operational plans and what would be required to ensure we deter and, if necessary, defeat. Assets like the B-21 or the F-47 are critical to that. That's why we're funding them and increasing the funding, and where necessary would increase the allocation. And I think you see a budget that reflects the reality that we have to invest in more capabilities, to include the B-21, which is ahead of schedule. And we will be funding to the tune of $6 billion, and we believe will require a lot more, over 100 in the future. But I'll defer to the chairman.
Hey, sir, thanks for the question. Working through the J-Rock and the vice chiefs, I'll absolutely stack hands around assessing the requirement.
How many of these B1s you gonna let slide off the deck of a aircraft carrier? How many of these B1s are you gonna let get, as y'all say, stuck in the mud on some miraculous rescue mission where y'all done fucked up once again? How many of them these $1 billion planes are you gonna lose again?
The cost to date in dollars.
Like in the near future.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. I want to talk about the cost of war. The costs of war include caring for our veterans. We've had an estimate from Mr. Hurst yesterday that the cost to date in dollars for this war has been $25 billion, which I believe is well below the actual cost based on everything that I've heard, everything available to us in various kinds of settings, and I'm going to ask for a more accurate assessment. But we also know that about 400 service members have been wounded as a result of this war. When they retire, when they come home, their retirement pay will be docked dollar for dollar for every disability benefit dollar they receive. Secretary Hegseth, I'd like your commitment that you will support the Major Richard Starr Act that will eliminate this wounded warrior tax. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Tens of thousands of servicemen and women now are reduced in their retirement pay literally for every dollar of disability benefits they receive.
Well, I appreciate your focus on this issue, and I will tell you, you mentioned roughly 400 that have been injured. Thankfully, over 90% are returned to duty. But that doesn't mean they wouldn't have a residual challenge. And we're tracking that at point of injury to ensure that that is noted, even though they're returned to duty.
But what I'd like is your commitment that you will support the Major Richard Starr.
As I have said in the past to other organizations, we support the Richard Starr Act.
Thank you. On the issue of cost, Mr. Hurst, does that $25 billion estimate include all of the costs in terms of damage to our bases, the need to replace planes and munitions, and the costs of injuries to our servicemen and women?
Senator, so for the Milcon facilities replacement cost, that's probably the hardest thing to estimate right now because we don't know what our future posture is going to be or the future construction of those bases.
Well, you owe it to us. You're here to ask for appropriations. And I would like a more accurate estimate of what has been done that will require replacement and renovation, as well as the other costs. And I think $25 billion is probably less than half, maybe less than a quarter of the total cost of war, which is the reason why the supplemental request is much higher. So I think you owe it to the American people to give us the straight talk about what the costs have been. Mr. Secretary, I know you have characterized this war as an astonishing military success, to use your words yesterday. But the American people aren't buying it. And I know you feel the American people are seeing through the abstruse stuff that is thrown at them. But one point is irrefutable, which is America never succeeds in war unless the American people are behind it. And if what you're seeing as success now is winning, I would hate to see what losing looks like, because none of the shifting and contradictory objectives of the war so far have been achieved. Likewise, let me ask you, yesterday, the president said that Ukraine has been, quote, militarily defeated. I assume you don't agree with that assessment.
The negative nature in which you characterize the incredible and historic effort in Iran is part of the reason, Senator, why the American people view it the way they do. It's why I looked out at our press corps at the Pentagon and called them the Pharisees in the press. because they look for every
Well,
problem.
I'm asking
They
you about
look for every
Ukraine. Do you
problem that
believe
exists,
Ukraine
and
has
you've
been
missed.
militarily defeated.
You missed the
I would
plank.
submit, based on my 9 trips to Ukraine, that is a false narrative that the president's
We are
buying
2
from
months
Vladimir
into a
Putin. I
historic
hope that
military success in Iran, and you
don't
want to call it a
dispute it,
defeat. And it's
because
defeatist Democrats
it
like
is
you
the
that
people
cloud the
of
mind of the
Ukraine
American
who are
people
fighting
and
for their
would otherwise
survival.
fully support
No
preventing
help
Iran from having a
the
nuclear
Ukraine
weapon.
Reclaim your
administration,
time. Reclaim
and
your
they are
time.
bravely fighting our fight. And that is the reason that I'm pursuing the Russian sanctions bill, which is bipartisan, along with Senator Graham, and why I hope we will recognize our obligation to release that $400 million.
Thank you.
We've
Thank
appropriated.
you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. Really do appreciate your time to be with us. Before I begin some of my questions, I do want to start with something personal, and both to you, Secretary
Fuck you
Hegseth,
and your
to,
personal
and I think it's-
stories because you're a stupid
I have a
ass
question
bitch
for General King.
who
Question
vote
for
against
General
your
King.
own interests. Oh,
Now
let's
at its
go.
highest level have been expended and the deployments have been.
He is not going to try it with her. You watch. He is not going to try it with her. My fave. He will not try the bullshit with her. Let's get to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to take a moment to highlight the true costs of this war, both for the military and everyday Americans, and the true cost of the president's illegal war with Iran. And since the start of the war, 14 brave U.S. service members have been killed and more than 400 have been wounded. We burned through over $25 billion in taxpayer money with no end in sight. And the fiscal year 27 budget request is a massive 42% increase from last year. Hundreds of critical munitions have been expended and deployments have been extended, directly impacting service members' quality of life, military readiness, and our ability to deter our adversaries. The relationships with our allies, some of our closest allies and partners, have been fractured. And the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which somehow caught the president by surprise, even though he had to have been warned, is directly contributing to the affordable crisis that Americans are facing. Energy costs are skyrocketing with the price of gas now at its highest level in almost 4 years. Instability has driven interest rates to its highest level since September of last year. The cost of fertilizer is spiking, which will have a direct impact on the cost of food. This illegal war is driving up costs, undermining readiness, and alienating our allies with neither a clear rationale for starting this war nor an exit strategy. And when the president was asked how long he'll let this war continue, he said, "Do not rush me." I have a question for General King relating to women serving in combat, and I'd like to hear your best military advice. Does the mere fact of women being in combat armed units lower standards or readiness if they meet the physical standards?
Well, ma'am, the standards are set by the civilians. We have examples of women leading well across the joint force. I'll highlight some of our current commanders engaged in the fight in Epic Fury. Specifically, one of our bomb squadrons are led by an extraordinary female leader who's doing great work. And but those standards are set by. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Very
step on you.
much. I think that your answer is that in fact, it does not lower standards of readiness. Second question, should every service member, regardless of gender, be permitted to serve in any role, including the combat arms, if they meet the standards established? Yes or no?
Is that to me, ma'am?
Over the
The-
last decade, since combat arms have been open to women, have you personally seen any instance where the standard resulted in a degradation in combat effectiveness?
Apologies, I didn't hear your first question. The people policies are all set by the civilian
No, I'm
leaders in
asking
the
you
government.
personally
Could you
this
repeat the question
question.
again? I'm sorry, ma'am.
Over the last decade, since combat arms have been open to women, have you personally seen any instance where the standard resulted in a degradation in combat effectiveness?
Again, I'll highlight that the standards are set by our civilian leaders. Women continue to perform well across a range of MOSs and
Your
jobs and
answer is-
AFSCs that are out there.
Experience, no. I do need to get to a question for Secretary Hegseth. Prior to your nomination hearing, you said women shouldn't serve in combat armed units. At your confirmation hearing, you reversed course and, and you basically said as long as the women meet the standards, they should be able to serve. But recently, you ordered a review of the effectiveness of women in combat roles, and I am concerned you are laying the groundwork to reverse the policy allowing women to serve in these units because right now, current law, if you want to change this policy, current law requires you to submit a report to Congress justifying such a change. So did you order the review to support a potential decision to overturn the policy of having women in combat roles?
We are laser focused on standards. The highest male standard for every combat arms position should be the standard. And 10 years into this, we are reviewing it, which is what the American people would expect. Also, there's nothing illegal about a war that defends the American people and prevents Iran from having nuclear bombs.
You didn't answer the question because the reason that you're asking for this review, I think, has to do with your earlier position that you don't think women should serve in combat roles. So now we have the study, and I'd like to ask you, will
Senator,
you
we'll
reveal the study to the public, to the American people? Will you make the study public?
Will you make that study?
Yes or no?
We're doing the study for that very reason, to ensure that real science is applied to this question and not social engineering like the previous
We
administration.
appreciate your assurance that that will be made public.
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Thank you.
So, Miss Joni Ernst, do you have anything, because you were so concerned about you being a woman in the service and him taking back the ability for you to serve in the service at the capacity that you served at, but you still approved him? And his approval was so low that J.D. Vance had to come in and make the deciding vote for him. And now, once he gets in, he wants to make sure that women can't have the position in the service that you were so concerned about. Do you know why I didn't want to give a fuck about what Joni Ernst had to say? That's why, because she's a dumb bitch who votes against her own interests, like the culture of them do on a normal basis. Rick Scott, no, we don't want to hear about the man who robbed Medicaid, and we are to pretend like he's some respectable senator. No.
Synchronize a range of activities.
This link is in my description box. It's under it is you can listen to all those losers if you want to. It's under Keg Breath. Okay, so let's continue.
And I suspect that my counterpart in China is watching very closely and envious of what our joint force is capable of doing if ordered to do so.
You are laughable across the world. All of the let's call it a buck. If Russia or China was to attack us right now with all of the ballistic that they have wasted to be nowhere in Iran in a war of choice, we'd be in trouble because they have totally wasted all of our munitions and stockpile of weapons. So General Kane, go sit your ass down somewhere, you unqualified fool. You who had to get certified after you got the job, ass motherfucker. The fuck out of here.
Thank each of you, and thank everybody that served under you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hurst, I want you to just confirm something for me about the president's submitted budget. $1.5 trillion is about a 40+% increase from FY26. Am I right that not a penny of that is to go to a pay raise for the 800,000 civilians who work for the Department of Defense?
We have 4.2% of a civilian salary set aside for bonuses to make sure we can recognize high performers in the civilian workforce.
But you have guaranteed pay raises for the active duty and the Guard and Reserve component, but no guaranteed raises for
There are
civilians.
guaranteed
Is that
raises for the
correct?
military, but the last year this department's given out more civilian bonuses.
Well, if we're going to increase the defense budget by that much, I would hope the committee would take a look at this. Chairman Kane, man, I like the sound of that, Chairman Kane. General Kane, I want to ask.
Civilian bonuses. We're giving bonuses to civilians with this a 40% increase of a budget that is already $1 trillion, and they are worried about bonuses to civilians. As this is what our people who are fighting the war right now, present day, this is what they're feeding them. But they're asking you for $1.5 billion more, and 40% increase, and they talking about civilian bonuses. civilian bonuses. Let that make sense. Where does any of that make sense? Hey, I'm just giving you the information. Do with it as you choose. Let me tell you something. If you guys don't see the importance of voting after this, if you guys don't see the importance of making sure that you do whatever it is it takes for you to vote in this midterm election, if these midterm elections even go through, because President Trump is doing so poorly, I can really see these elections being canceled. You know, kind of like Louisiana canceled their primary election after the what is it? The Secretary of State? No, not the Secretary of State. The Supreme Court of the United States totally raided Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and now Louisiana is suspending their primary so they can change the map. Now, if they're doing all of this to try to win in November, do you think that if it doesn't look like it's going to go their way, that they're going to even have elections in November? That's all I'm asking. But let's continue. We're on a different subject. Totally, we talked about that earlier. If you want to hear the conversation, red ball it back.
Ask your question about Southern Spear. It's an operational question. I know from your background that you carefully act to keep military actions within the rules of war. What legal justification could there possibly be that would allow the U.S. military to strike boats in international waters and kill the occupants of those boats without a showing of evidence that there's narcotics on those boats?
Well, sir, as you know, our job is to show the range of options, the associated risks, and then take those execution orders, transmit them down to the COCOMs on legally appropriate and legally backstopped actions.
Could you give me a legal justification?
Well, sir, the execution order, I don't have
striking boats that do not have evidence that they're carrying narcotics?
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I don't have a copy of the order issued to Southcom with me today. It's classified in its own right, which clearly articulates, based on a variety of criteria, what constitutes a valid military and legally valid target in that theater. And I just want to say, I know and trust that our commanders at Echelon are rigorously following that legal opinion and those legal boundaries upon which we've been issued those orders.
And General Kane, I would encourage, again, my colleagues, I am at a disadvantage. I've seen the legal opinion, but I can't talk about it because it's classified. I've seen the targeting criteria, but I can't talk about them because they're classified. I've seen the secret list of DTOs against whom we have declared war that even they haven't been informed of, but I can't talk about it because it's classified. But I would urge all of my colleagues to go to the SCIF and read the targeting criteria and get briefed about it. And then also look at all of the files of all the strikes that have taken place. I've done that with the first 46 strikes or so. And I think there's a profound mismatch between what is occurring and the underlying assumptions in the legal opinion. And I would just encourage my colleagues to dig into this. To Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, the War Powers Resolution specifies that a war initiated by a president without congressional approval must be concluded within 60 days. It can be extended by an additional 30 days if, quote, the president determines and certifies to Congress in writing that unavoidable military necessity respecting the safety of the U.S. Armed Forces requires the continued use of such armed forces in the course of bringing about a prompt removal of such forces. We're right at the 60-day deadline. Is the president intending to either seek congressional authorization for the war in Iran or send us the legally required certification that he needs an additional 30 days to remove U.S. forces from the war?
Just briefly on the previous question, we do know that these are designated terrorist organizations, so we treat them like the Al-Qaeda of our hemisphere, just as a note.
But that was not the question I asked.
I know there's more to that question. I just think it's important for the public to understand that. There's no willy-nilly targeting of drug boats. We know exactly who these people are affiliated with.
I was asking about what's on the boats.
On Iran. Ultimately, I would...
No. We're talking about the drug boats. Yeah, you are willy-nilly. Where's the video of that second strike? And now you're sitting up here trying to actually pretend like, we are striking drug boats, when all of that fanfare was to go in and capture Maduro. Are we still playing that silly game? Oh yeah, we are, because they're still out there killing people, fishermen.
We have declared war that even they haven't been informed of, but I can't talk about it because it's classified. But I would urge all of my colleagues to go to the SCIF and read the targeting criteria and get briefed about it. And then also look at all of the files of all the strikes that have taken place. I've done that with the first 46 strikes or so. And I think there's a profound mismatch between what is occurring and the underlying assumptions in the legal opinion. And I would just encourage my colleagues to dig into this. To Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, the War Powers Resolution specifies that a war initiated by a president without congressional approval must be concluded within 60 days. It can be extended by an additional 30 days if, quote, the president determines and certifies to Congress in writing that unavoidable military necessity respecting the safety of the U.S. Armed Forces requires the continued use of such armed forces in the course of bringing about a prompt removal of such forces. We're right at the 60-day deadline. Is the president intending to either seek congressional authorization for the war in Iran or send us the legally required certification that he needs an additional 30 days to remove U.S. forces from the war?
Just briefly on the previous question, we do know that these are designated terrorist organizations, so we treat them like the Al-Qaeda of our hemisphere, just as a note.
But that was not the question I asked.
I know there's more to that question. I just think it's important for the public to understand that. There's no willy-nilly targeting of drug boats. We know exactly who these people are affiliated with.
I was asking about what's on the boats.
On Iran. Ultimately, I would defer to the White House and White House counsel on that. However, we are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses.
So why are you talking about Iran when we're talking about the drug boat? So when he asks you, so what's on the drug boat, you go to Iran and act as if you didn't hear him ask you, so what's on the boats? Nothing's on the boat but fish.
Or stops in a ceasefire. So they're not in. It's our understanding, just so you know.
Okay, well, I do not believe the statute would support that. I think the 60 days runs maybe tomorrow, and that's going to pose a really important legal question for the administration. We have serious constitutional concerns, and we don't want to layer those with additional statutory concerns. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony. Mr. Secretary, I mentioned in the classified hearing today, but I do think the $1.5 trillion top line is historic, it meets the needs. And the other thing, as I mentioned in our earlier meeting, the president's done a really good job of getting other allies, NATO and Asian allies, to step up, meet a 5% GDP of defense spending. And in many ways, that's what this is doing as well. So isn't that important as well in terms of our global leadership? What you and the president are providing is that example as well?
Is this helping get other nations to spend more in anything? All of this money is coming from us, and he wants to commend the president and you guys have made it possible that other nations are stepping up, and this here will help other nations step up. How so? When the money is being allocated from our tax dollars, how is this helping other nations? Oh my God, these people are such ignoramuses. Let's move forward. The link is in my description box under keg breath. Let's go to some serious questions.
Record.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, that will be done. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a lot of discussion about Iran. I'd like to talk about several other aspects of the budget. The first is the way the budget's been constructed. Ever since I've been here until last year, we've had bipartisan budgets and bipartisan National Defense Authorization Acts and passed by majorities. I voted for all of them. And all of a sudden, in this year, 25% of the budget is essentially out of the process and will be passed presumably through some kind of reconciliation, which is by definition a partisan exercise. Mr. Secretary, why not all those items of housing or Golden Dome, whatever, why aren't they in the regular budget? Why do we suddenly have a two-part budget where this committee and the Congress generally has oversight and input to a process where a quarter of the budget is essentially a slush fund?
Well, Senator, I appreciate the question. I wouldn't characterize a quarter of it as a slush fund, but I recognize that we see it as in totality as a $1.5 trillion budget.
But why the separation? Why the two pieces?
Multiple vehicles. As you know, there are multiple dynamics that play into why there are multiple vehicles, but we are fully committed with working to the committee to ensure that the right vehicles are utilized to get precisely this amount, $1.5 trillion.
Why should we? You didn't answer my question. Why are there two pieces? Why not? For time immemorial, we've done budgets here. We've never, to my knowledge, we've never used this reconciliation process for a defense budget before. What's going on?
My understanding of the reason for the vehicles is to ensure we actually get to 1.5 trillion, which is the most important bottom line. The most important bottom line is that top line of 1.5 trillion to fund what we need. And we think this process is the most effective way to get there, Senator.
Well, what you're really saying is we don't want to deal with that pesky Congress and their appropriation process. I think this is significant, Mr. Chairman, that we're basically abdicating a quarter of our responsibility in terms of this budget. Let me move on. One of the factors of this budget that hasn't gotten any publicity is that there's zero funding for Ukraine. That's correct, isn't it, Mr. Hurst?
That's correct. There's no USAI funding in this budget.
And there was 400 million that was appropriated last year by a bipartisan bicameral act of Congress. What's become of that money? My understanding is not a dollar of it has been dispersed.
It was released very recently. And again, we got these funds, I believe, in March. And it takes time for funds to flow through the department, but it's going to get put to work very shortly. We're going to work with the UCOM commander to make sure we use these funds in the most appropriate way possible.
I didn't want Senator Sullivan to be the only one with an exhibit. This indicates what's happened to our support for Ukraine over a period of years. The orange bars are U.S. support. The blue bars are Europe. As you see, Europe is 99% in the year 2026. Same thing with humanitarian and other aid to Ukraine. And yet this is, I believe, an existential struggle for the future of democracy, where we had an aggressive country invade a neighboring country without any justification whatsoever. And by the way, that invading country is the major winner so far of the war in Iran. They've gotten, the estimates are $40 to $80 billion of additional revenues from oil and the relief of sanctions as a result of the war in Iran. Secretary Hegseth, why are we abandoning Ukraine?
Senator, if you would hold that chart back up, I think that's a beautiful chart. I think that's exactly what we want. We want Europe stepping up and funding and shouldering the burden. They are rich countries worth 20 trillion versus economy of 2 trillion. Europe can step up, Europe can fund it, and they have through our Pearl Initiative and through our European Command. That's exactly what the American people want to see, is other countries stepping up and funding that. If it's that important to Europe, which I understand why it is, and the incursion of Russia and the bravery of the Ukrainians, then European countries should pay for it, and that's exactly what that chart says, and that's the administration policy.
So we don't have any interest in what happens in Ukraine. Is that what you're saying? It's only the Europeans?
I'm saying the threat is far closer to rich and capable countries in Europe, and they should step up to lead the charge, and that's why that chart is a good thing to see.
They have stepped up. But I think the American people should understand that we've stepped back. In fact, stepped back to the point of abandoning.
This is a war that never would have happened under President Trump, and he supports ending it through a deal, and he's pursued that.
He was going to end it on day one. Let's talk about another rich country. Let's talk about Israel. Let's talk about that rich country of Israel and why America is sending their money and support and blood and treasure to Israel. Let's talk about that. Can somebody hold up a chart of that and how the American dollar is always going to Israel without any complaint? Now Israel is the one who goes around attacking other countries. They are the attacker of other countries, but we still support them. But when Ukraine gets attacked by Russia, Russia is the one who gets sanctions lifted in while they are still giving information to strike our own military. Why is our own military exposed? Our own military is exposed because of the person that we don't complain about giving money to allegedly told Marco Rubio that we are about to strike Iran, and then America decided that, hey, well, we may as well strike Iran with you, because every time you strike Iran, we must strike Iran, right? Isn't that what Marco Rubio told you, under the guise of, well, if they strike first, then they're gonna strike our holdings in the Middle East, whatever. Because Israel said that they were going to strike Iran. Now our military is in Iran. And what does your president do as our military is in Iran? He released a sanction on Russian oil so they can make more money off of their oil, as our military is in a war of no reason, no choice, just a war of choice, actually, for no reason that has been explained to you. And then guess who's helping Iran with information and possibly weapons? None other than China and Russia. But Pete Kegbreath wants you to say, I want you to see that it is good that Europe is giving money to Ukrainians, because that's who they are closer to. Well, then, if this is the guys that we're going under, shouldn't Saudi Arabia and UAE and all of these other Middle East nations be giving money to Israel? To support them going out and striking all these other countries instead of giving it to Jared Kushner and Donald Trump and Steve Witkoff? I'm just really curious about this. Okay.
So far, it hasn't happened. I'm out of time. I want to talk about DTOs, who designates, but we'll take that up later.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's apropos that I'm following my friend from Maine. Missouri and Maine came into the union at the same time, but we couldn't disagree more on this particular point. We may have to separate here. I actually think it's interesting that Ukraine just came up.
And when you clear that debris away, whether it's Marxist ideologies or social engineering or political corruption, as much in these hearings, because this is a budget hearing about 1.5 trillion that's historic and significant. But under
seconds that I have left, I want to thank you for coming to St. Louis for your Arsenal of Freedom tour, where the next generation aircraft.
That $500 million, or who are wounded, prices are rising.
I know there's another decision coming with the FAXX, but really appreciate your leadership.
And that will be done, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Americans are paying a high price for Donald Trump's war with Iran. We've got 14 service members who are dead, over 400 more who are wounded. Prices are rising for nearly every American family. But someone is profiting off Trump's war. Insiders who know what's going on and who place bets on that inside information. On March 23rd, just 14 minutes before Trump unexpectedly posted about, quote, very good conversations on ending the war, traders suddenly bet $500 million on the price of oil, which, once Trump made his announcement, immediately dropped. It happened again on April 7th, and then again on April 21st, a surge in oil bets, then a Trump post, and then a huge shift in oil prices in just the space of minutes. It looks like insiders have been making out like bandits using secret information about the war. Now, one U.S. soldier has been charged, but that was for betting on capturing Maduro months ago. Not a single person has been charged in the many, many, many trades over the Middle East war. So, Secretary Hegseth, do you have any explanation for these perfectly timed spikes in trading activity other than insider trading?
Senator, all I can tell you is that everything we've done in our department, everything we've done with information, in working with the White House and across the interagency has been completely above board.
Well, so what does it mean? Do you have any other explanation other than insider trading? Do you have a story for why just minutes before there's an announcement, there's a surge in trading activity?
Senator, I'm more than focused on doing my job and ensuring we execute properly, which thankfully under this administration, our troops have done incredible things in all these missions. My job in all of those moments is to make sure we're prepared. And that's part of the reason why we've been so successful in these raids, in these efforts, is that this joint force is prepared.
You're saying you're not paying any attention to this insider trading. Is that what you're telling me? That you've paid no attention to this? You haven't noticed it? You haven't done anything about it?
What I'm saying is we're focused on our mission of executing for the American people, and what happens in markets is not, in betting markets is not something we're involved in.
What happens in betting markets doesn't matter to you, even if the information may be coming from insiders in your office?
Senator, it's not something we're involved in at all. And of course, we take operational security at every level very seriously. In fact, no one's taken operational security more seriously.
But let's keep it a buck. Isn't Pete Cagbreath one of the people who actually tried to get his stock broker to get him into some stocks right before the war started? Are we supposed to pretend like we think that he gives a damn? Shit, the way he tried to get his broker to invest in BlackRock stock right before the war started. Who's to say that he isn't the one who is over there on these poly market sites? We know that there's nothing beneath him but another a side bitch. That's the only thing that is beneath Kegbreath is another side bitch who he's cheating on his wife with, in my opinion. Let's continue.
Than us. If you look at what it required to keep secret Midnight Hammer and Operation Maduro, the absolute resolve with Maduro.
but none of that was secret. If you had been watching my channel, I had talked to you about the Iran and the United States looking to appear to be about to strike Israel, and America was looking to strike Iran. I talked about that in February of last year. They did the strikes in June of last year. What do you mean you kept it secret? Ken Klippenstein, Substack, reported on how B-52 bombers alongside of Israel were riding real close to the Iranian border. And what happened in June? A B-52 bombers went over there and struck Iran. None of this was secret. Even Israel didn't keep it a secret. While the United States was trying to say, oh, well, we were just doing some joint training operations and we were showing the Israelis how to fuel jets in the air and this, that, and the other. But the Israeli newspaper said that they were doing flights with the United States and looking to do strikes in Iran. They told their people what they were doing. Now, Pete Kegbreath is talking about, you wonder how we kept it a secret. It wasn't a secret. It was a secret to dumb motherfuckers. It was a secret to motherfuckers who watch this for-profit media that don't give you the information. This shit has been out since February of 2025 before the first strike that happened in June. The fuck you talking about? Okay. Let's continue.
And the steps we've taken, no one's been tighter about ensuring that operational security is
steps to
ensured.
deal with insider trading out of your office?
We
No.
would ensure at every level that inside information
That's
is
no.
That is a no.
properly
That's a no.
safeguarded.
All right. Well,
That's a
obviously
no.
you're not. I'm also concerned about recent reporting on your own financial dealings with regard to profiting from the war in Iran. The Financial Times reported that your broker tried to buy hundreds of shares in a BlackRock fund invested in defense companies just before the war began. The law clearly prohibits the Secretary.
That entire story is false, has been from the
Let me
beginning,
finish
and
my
was made up out of whole cloth. And anybody that looks at it sees how it was worded from the beginning to make it look like I was involved in something I had nothing to do and never have. So any insinuation that I've ever profited,
Reclaim
other than
your
serving this
time.
nation,
Reclaim your
what I
time.
give, what you give, what others
Reclaim
give,
your
I'm not looking for
time.
money. I don't do it for money. I don't do it for profit. I don't do
Reclaim
it for stocks.
your time.
And that's part of the reason why I'm able to be
Reclaim
effective in
your
this job. Because
time.
no one owns me.
You're
No
too
one owns this department. No one owns this
Reclaim
president. And we can
your
execute for the American people, and we do.
Reclaim
Clearly
your time.
prohibits the Secretary of Defense from owning stock in the 10 biggest defense contractors. Other senators and I sent you a letter with detailed questions about this, and you have not given us a response. So I'd like to hear you say, did you, through your broker at Morgan Stanley or otherwise, seek to invest in any defense-related funds right before Trump started the Iran war?
I'll give it to you as a big, fat negative.
Then let me ask you a second question. Is your broker getting your personal sign-off on any investment in individual stocks?
Bigger, fatter, negative.
He's not getting your sign-off before he makes investments in defense stocks? Can I refer you to your
I'm not making
ethics
investments,
agreement?
Senator.
I am asking, does he know that he has to get your sign-off before he does that?
Of course.
The
I
time
don't know what
of
you're
the
looking for, but you ain't
senator
gonna
has
find it.
expired. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
I would like to enter into the record the ethics agreement that the Secretary of Defense has signed, that he will sign off personally before his broker makes any attempt to buy defense stocks.
Is there objection?
Thank you.
Without objection, it will be admitted. Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, you're doing a great job. I've been in Washington for 10 years, several secretaries of defense, now Secretary of War. You're the best that we've had since I've been in Washington.
To this lie.
War
Let's continue.
than it is to get out of war. They're paying because of fertilizer cost. Committee
Hoosier that I talked to, so I appreciate your leadership. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Senator Banks. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member. Gentlemen, welcome to the committee. I appreciate this discussion. I'll just start off. The number one question I get when I'm back home from people is basically very simply, when will this war end? We know the costs are that the American people are paying, both in higher fuel costs, our farmers are paying because of fertilizer cost. We know that the whole world economy is paying a great deal for this war. And basically, as I think that through, and this is what I want to talk to you about, is that we all know that it's a whole lot easier to go to war than it is to get out of war. That's always the tough question. And we've got to figure that out. And there are some folks who've written quite a bit about this. One text on war by Karl von Clausewitz. Mr. Secretary, I'm sure you're familiar with the book. I know all of the men and women in uniform are. It's the most widely read, most influential military strategy book in Western history, which is pretty broad. And it is the core curriculum that is read in all the war colleges. I read it when I was at the Navy War College taking courses. It's part of what the U.S. military thinks about when to go to war and then how to get out of the war. And one of those core principles it starts with is basically war is the continuation of politics by other means. That everybody knows that quote who's worn the uniform, and others too. It basically means there's two things about that. It's politics to get in the war, and it's politics to get out of the war. And in between, we rely on the men and women in the military to carry out those policies. So I want to be clear, and I think I speak for all of my colleagues, is that we know the military plays an important part. They need to do the job, and nobody questions the amazing work that our men and women in the U.S. military have done and continue to do. They've performed absolutely brilliantly, and we applaud all that they have done. However, what we do question is the politics part. It's a continuation of politics. So it's our political leaders that get us into war, and our political leaders who have to get us out of that war, which falls on you, Mr. Secretary Hegseth, and others in the administration, including the president as commander-in-chief. So, Secretary, are you familiar with the concept in that book of center of gravity?
Sure.
So center of gravity is basically, as you know, it's basically the hub of all the power and movement. Everything depends on it. Clausewitz will say if you don't take out the center of gravity, it's very difficult to win the war. You can have tactical successes, you can have military successes, but if you're not focused on that, you're not going to be able to win. Basically, he talks about military strikes are tactical, and tactical success doesn't necessarily create the political conditions necessary to get the parties to the table to negotiate and get it done. So we've got to focus on that. So my question for you, Mr. Secretary, what is the center of gravity for Iran?
He has no idea.
Well, the center of gravity, as the president has seen it and as I see it, and he's talked about for 30 years, is their pursuit of a nuclear weapon and what they could do with that in pursuit as an extension of the radical ideology they have professed since the beginning of their revolution. So
that's nonsensical. It doesn't answer the question.
Alongside the most dangerous weapon in the world, would be the center of gravity of the rationality of undertaking, which
I appreciate it. I'll ask you to elaborate more. I appreciate it. General Kane, you know more about Clausewitz and strategy than I will ever know, including all the folks behind you. What would you consider the center of gravity as defined by Clausewitz in this type of war?
Well, sir, you're not going to love this answer, but I hope you'll respect it. War is politics by any other means.
Right.
And the political side of that necessitates that our political leaders determine what is the center of gravity associated with that. From a military-only perspective, there's a variety of things academically that we could look at for center of gravities, from leadership to will to capabilities to intent. But I'll defer to our political leaders to determine.
That's fine. That's fair. I don't like it. You're right.
I know,
And
sir.
I know you know the answer to that, and you're just not telling me.
Well,
I get why you're doing that.
my inner
But I would
marshal.
say, other observers say that basically it's not the leader. Usually, if you take out a leader, that doesn't necessarily make the changes. That in Iran's case, it's probably the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. That's the center of gravity. They're the ones that control the country, and they're very diverse to do that. The Americans' center of gravity is probably our economy and our ability to maintain public opinion support. We already know the public isn't there. We know the impact to our economy. And central to that is the leverage. And I'm running out of time here, but the central of leverage is the Strait of Hormuz. That is bottom line. We have to open that up. We have to take that away from Iran. The fact that we haven't done that yet, and we're 60 days in, we're just now bringing minesweepers from the Pacific in there. We have some unmanned opportunities, but we've got to have the capacity to do that. It was clear, even if there was a plan to keep the straits open, it was not going to be implemented because the assets were not positioned in a place to actually open the straits. If they were, we would have seen those happening right now. We're not. So we're missing the point here. The center of gravity is going to be bringing down the government of Iran in a way that they will want to have a peace treaty so we can protect our country from having nuclear weapons pointed our way. But the center of gravity is going to be, in a lot of ways, is going to be focused on what happens on the straits. And Mr. Secretary, we've got to see action a whole lot sooner in the straits. The world community needs it. We're not going to bring this war to an end until we seize control of the straits in a way
which
that
in
opens
part
them
is
back
why we have a blockade that has been impenetrable for the Iranians because they don't have a conventional navy.
And that has done what to end this war, to give you leverage in this war? What has this blockade accomplished other than guaranteeing higher fuel prices in the United States of America? What's your point, stupid? What is your point? That's why we have a blockade.
Well, we control the straits.
We control the straits. Well, if you control the straits and the straits being closed is what pushing up gas prices, why are you keeping the straits closed? If you control the straits, and there used to be almost 200 boats a day that went through the straits before Iran close the straits. So if you control the straits, how come you're not letting free maritime traffic pass through these straits that you say you control? Oh, because you're stupid and you're lying. And you think we're stupid. We're not all stupid. Maybe it's the uneducated MAGA voter. Maybe you think that we're all MAGA voters, but even MAGA voters are disgusted with you guys. Some MAGA voters. We still have about, what is it, a 32% approval ratings? That is a testament. That is a testament to the fact that when Ronald Reagan closed down the public insane asylums, we have a lot of mentally ill people running around on the streets of the United States. So we have to atone for the fact that mental health was the first bludgeoning of the end of healthcare in the United States. Thus, we have a 32% approval rating of this administration. Now, let's keep it a buck.
Senator Peters has expired. Let me observe that I very much appreciate the senator from Michigan suggesting ways in which our effort in Iran could be more successful. I do appreciate that. And let me also observe, Senator Kaine, that civilian control goes back well beyond Marshall. It goes back to George Washington, who was wise enough to resign his commission to the elected membership of the government at that time. Senator Sheehy, you are recognized.
I think it's important to note that the objective is not to get out of the war. The objective is to win the war, not to get out of it. And I think we've allowed the narrative to shift so off target here. President Trump did not start this war. We did not start this war. These radical, barbarian, savage clerics who have started killing Americans 47 years ago.
These ravaged, barbaric savages. Seems like you want some savage dick. The fuck out of here. President Trump didn't start this war. Like I say, the mental ill. This guy obviously have some mental illness issues. He called them savages. These savages. Isn't that the code word to otherize a group of people? Isn't that the white supremacy way of othering other races of people? Call them savages to dehumanize them. Isn't that what they did to the Jewish people? Isn't what the Germans did to the Jewish people by calling them vermin and all of this dehumanizing stuff? The things that the Jewish people then turned around and said these dehumanizing things about the Palestinian people, on and on and on and on and on, with this idiotic racism and superiority shit that shows that the people who peddle in this type of jargon are the ones who are far less human than the ones that they are trying to dehumanize. I digress.
Tomahawks, Patriot missiles have capabilities that are
25 years and make sure we're pro.
Thank you, fat fuck.
Insightful exchange. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Secretary Hegseth, safe to say that our weapons like SM-3s, Tomahawks, Patriot missiles have capabilities that are unmatched. That's why they cost a lot, take a long time to produce. Your budget requests $31.8 billion to expand production capacity for critical missile stockpiles. Is that correct? 31.8?
I'm looking at 53 billion for munitions acceleration over 14 critical munitions, of which the ones you listed are a part.
Okay,
so I believe more
53.
than that. Yes, sir.
More than 20 billion more. So we've been working together to grow the industrial base because we're all worried about how our stockpiles would hold up in a conflict against China. Since the start of this war, you've made it a point to highlight the number of strikes the U.S. military is carrying out, citing that more than 13,000 targets had been struck as of April 8th. On March 2nd, you said, and this is a quote, "This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. On March 10th, you said, "Yet again, our most intense day of strikes inside of Iran." On April 6th, you said, and this is another quote, "The largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation." Your department has released video after video of things blowing up.
None of us doubt the strength of the U.S. military and their ability to do hard things. I understand that better than anybody. The questions we should be asking and answering are, what does this cost us and what does it achieve for the American people? Many of these strikes use our best weapons, and we're using a lot of them and a lot of interceptors. Open source reporting has estimated that the military has used an outrageous number of Patriots. I'm not even going to say the numbers, but a lot of Patriots, a lot of THAAD rounds, JASSM-ER, Tomahawks, very expensive, exquisite. We can't make these munitions overnight, and it's clear from your budget request that you know that. Can you tell us how many years specifically is it going to take to replace these systems?
Senator, thank you for the question. I would defer to the comptroller on the amount because I think it's a lot higher than 53. If you look at long-range fires, JASSMs, LRASMs, Tomahawks, we're looking at 238 billion.
Okay,
we're looking at 40 billion for hypersonic. So I actually think it's closer to 330 billion in munitions.
Okay, how many
ultimately-
years to replenish? That's the question.
I think that's exactly the right question too, Senator, because the time frame we were existing under was unacceptable.
Okay, well,
and what
tell
this
me-
budget does, months and years, fast.
Years?
I mean, we're building new plants in real time.
So
that
just
will
to replace what we have
2x,
expended.
I said months.
And then you said years.
Both, it depends on the weapon system, but 2 to 3, 4x of what we have today. So
Okay.
yes, we're dealing with the reality under the previous administration of what they sent to Ukraine and what they allocated
Okay,
elsewhere.
I got it. So
And
we
we're
fired
rapidly doing it
years
quickly.
worth of munitions. And it is clear that these are being expended to try to achieve some objectives. That was the plan. But, Mr. Secretary, this war is stuck. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The Iranian regime is in place. The nuclear material still in their hands. Americans are being crushed by higher costs. And it's not clear to them at all what the goal of this war is. So, I've got about a minute, and I want to go to another topic. I saw your hearing yesterday, and I'm going to give you one more chance to address a question here. It's my understanding that the definition of no quarter is that legitimate offers of surrender will be refused, or that detainees will be executed. Is that your understanding of the definition?
The only entity that would kill detainees or target civilians is the Iranians, and they're the ones being crushed.
So
It's the Iranian military and their military capabilities.
The question
So
is, do
I
you
disagree
understand-
completely with your articulation.
No, do you understand the definition?
Let's be real clear. This is one of the 9 service members who did the commercial, said that told the military you do not have to follow unlawful orders. He is a retired. He's retired from the Air Force. He is also an astronaut that Pete Kegbreath wanted to re-enlist him in the service to demote him from coming out with that public service announcement saying the exact same thing that they have found Pete Kegbreath of saying himself in earlier times. So let's get into the meat and potatoes of this.
That I just read you, because that's the definition from your department.
The only entity that would kill detainees or target civilians is the Iranians, and they're the ones being crushed.
So
It's
you-
the Iranian military and their military capabilities.
The question
So
is, do
I
you
disagree
understand-
completely with your articulation.
No, do you understand the definition that I just read you? Because that's the definition from your department's law of war manual. Is that your understanding? And I'm gonna just get to the point here.
We fight to win and we follow the law, Senator.
Okay, so your quote was, "We will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter, no mercy for our enemies." And yesterday, you did not clarify whether you stand by this statement. So I'm going to give you another opportunity to clarify if that is what you meant. Do you stand by that statement you made on March 13th?
We have untied the hands of our warfighters. We fight to win and we follow the law.
We have untied the hands of our war fighters, which means that we are no longer obeying the Geneva Convention. He said that in his confirmation hearing. He has said that numerous times. He said that the hands of our war fighters need to be untied, and we should not be held to the standards of things that were agreed upon in the mahogany walled rooms years ago. So he's not answering the question, but he wants you to believe that he has been given some special permission beyond the law of the land and the beyond the law of what it is to fairly fight a war. He wants you to believe that he is fighting a war in some alternative universe, that the wars of the Geneva Convention do not apply. Let's be real clear.
Okay, so you're not clarifying. So you stand by that statement. Another opportunity to clarify if that is what you meant. Do you stand by that statement you made on March 13th?
We have untied the hands of our warfighters. We fight to win, and we follow the law.
Okay, so you're not clarifying. So you stand by that statement. So you're the Secretary of Defense. The things you say matter. And your response here, right now, makes it clear to the American people exactly why you are not right for this
It makes
job.
it clear to our enemies, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Sheehy has left the room, but it's been whispered to me that I just referred to him in the last exchange as Senator Schmidt. I don't know if he considered that a compliment or an insult, but I do correct that for the record. Senator Slotkin, I think you were next.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Gentlemen, you're here to ask for $1.5 trillion, 40% more than what we gave you last year, $1 trillion. And I agree with the chairman of this committee that the world has never been more dangerous and complicated. And regardless of whether we disagree on the reasons for getting into this war, I think we can all agree that we want our military to come out of it safely and successfully and as soon as feasible. The military has taken, the administration has taken military action in 10 different places in the world in 15 months, more than any president in U.S. history. I think President Trump has really become a foreign policy president. And many of those operations, were on the news for a couple of days, but then the American public didn't feel them. And I think the difference with this war with Iran is that the American public is feeling it in their pocketbooks. Gas in Michigan is $4.99 today. The cost of fertilizer, of airline tickets, things that are real to people. Secretary Hegseth, the president said that you were most keen on this war. He said that you were the most gung-ho about it. I think despite us all wanting to come out of this successfully, it is hard to miss that we are at the stalemate, that we don't control the Strait of Hormuz because shipping is not getting through. And we can block what they're trying to get through, but nothing is moving and it's costing the American public. And I think that's a fundamentally different moment than the rest of the military action we've taken. Even in Middle East 101 class, we used to talk about and run war games on the Strait of Hormuz. It's a strategic geography that the Iranians have. And I think it's just concerning to me that we can try and tell the American people that it's going great and we're killing it, but until the Strait of Hormuz is open, I don't think we can credibly say that with any seriousness. I think the question I have for you, though, is future looking, and it's our 2026 elections. The president has been very clear. He said in the State of the Union that essentially if his side doesn't win, then the election was rigged. He said that before the 2020 election. He's asked for voter rolls for 29 different states. He just asked for Detroit's votes or ballots. And we know that in 2020, he wrote an executive order that he didn't sign that said to the U.S. military, to the Secretary of Defense, you should go and seize ballots and voting machines. A few months ago, he said that he regretted that he didn't sign that executive order. So the U.S. military has never been deployed. You incorrectly said yesterday that they were deployed during different elections. Governors deployed them under their authorities, but the federal government has never put the uniformed military at our polls during World War II, right after 9/11. We've never had to do that. So Secretary Hegseth, if the president, who regrets not signing that executive order to the then SecDef in 2020, asks you to seize ballots or voting machines in states during the 2026 election, will you stand up for the Constitution and say no, or will you salute and do his bidding?
Senator, I didn't get a chance to answer the front part of your question, which, there was a lot of deferred maintenance under the Biden administration that needed to be addressed because the world was in chaos when President Trump was elected because of,
please.
Well, again, that's
it's the most important thing. It's what's happening.
It's yet another gotcha hypothetical, which is your specialty.
It's not. We had
and
an executive order
under the Biden
that your
administration in
predecessor had to
2024.
hold. It's not a hypothetical. I refuse to accept. You give that answer all the time. You and I have done this dance before. Get over it, okay? In 2020, he's the president, your boss, the guy you're performing for right now, told the journalists this year that he wished he signed that executive order to your predecessor. And your predecessor said publicly, thank God, we didn't actually go forward with it. What are you going to do? You're the guy here in the seat. It's not hypothetical. Tell the American people, will you deploy the uniformed military to our polls to collect voter rolls or machines?
Are you accusing me of performing? Because you're performing for cable news right
Dude,
now.
dude,
But
just
Mr.
answer the
Secretary,
question.
we have.
It's a hypothetical. By the way, in 2024, under the Biden administration, 15 states did deploy.
Under
troops to
their
polling
governor's
stations.
authority, when their governors asked
What did
for
Joe
it,
Biden say about
that's
that?
fundamentally, I don't think anything, because he needed them for cybersecurity and for COVID. Trump did it too, under Trump. But it was not the federal decision. It was those governors of the states under their authorities, okay? It's never been done in our history. Please stand up for the Constitution. Do not send uniformed military to our polls.
Do you have a response to that portion of the question, Mr. Secretary?
I've never been ordered to do anything illegal, and I won't. That's
Thank you
goes
for-
without saying.
Thank you for the answer. Senator Duckworth, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's nonsensical. I've never been ordered to do anything illegal, and I won't. You won't be ordered to do anything illegal? We know that you're have basically committed war crimes, and you talking about what you won't do that is illegal. The answer was yes. So let's hear from Tammy Duckworth. She was also a fellow soldier.
Despite his campaign promise of no new wars, President Trump has been obsessed with using the military any chance he gets, from deploying troops to American cities, to propping up Maduro's chosen #2 in Venezuela, to an endless war of boat strikes in the Caribbean Sea, and now in an illegal war with Iran, where hundreds of thousands of our troops are in harm's way every day with no exit strategy in sight. This administration hides bad policy behind the exceptional military operations and the valor of our uniformed personnel. I've long said Iran is a malign actor, but a responsible administration would have managed this short of conflict instead of starting a war of choice. There was no imminent threat to the United States or our troops. The military was not the most effective tool to get Iran to capitulate, as we're already seeing too clearly now. And using force has made Americans in the Middle East less safe while spiking costs for Americans here at home, all to the tune of 14 service members dead.
Hold on. A bitch right here. What lady are you calling crazy? Who has you chained in here to hear any crazy lady? A bitch. Who is holding you here is what I want to know. Bitch, what effectiveness do you think that you have in calling anyone crazy, you stupid whore? Why are you here? Why are you here? Hit the like button on your way out, bitch. I'm crazy, but you're in here. You're in here trying to get attention. You're in here looking for attention, but I'm crazy. Okay. Let's continue.
At hundreds wounded, billions of taxpayer dollars, and untold costs to American States or our troops. The military was not the most effective tool to get Iran to capitulate, as we're already seeing too clearly now. And using force has made Americans in the Middle East less safe while spiking costs for Americans here at home, all to the tune of 14 service members dead, hundreds wounded, billions of taxpayer dollars, and untold costs to our military readiness. This administration claims to be focused on the warfighter, but President Trump told us when he announced a war from his luxury resort that he expected service members to die. Now, sadly, it's clear how unserious Trump is about his role as the commander-in-chief. His war within Iran has already reminded us how important it is to prevent a war, how serious it is to ask the military to wage one under poor strategic direction, how destructive a wide-ranging war can be for Americans, for our service members, and how difficult it is to actually end one once you start it. The incompetence and casual disregard for our service members' professionalism and sacrifice is, in my opinion, a scandal. General Kane, can you tell us the status of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps' Navy, the entity actively closing the strait?
Senator, apologies. I was listening to you. I was just trying to write it down.
No worries.
They're mostly destroyed. CENTCOM continues to watch them.
Not the Iranian Navy.
No.
The IRCG.
Yes, ma'am. The smaller, I won't get into any classified materials, but the smaller, fast, and smaller boats, Boston whaler-sized boats, there's still some out there. Yes, ma'am.
So this administration and the Secretary of Defense has been boasting about sinking the ships of the Iranian Navy, but let's call this what it is. It's misdirection. They want us to focus on the impressive number of large Iranian ships underwater to distract from the fact that they had no plans for the second Navy that Iran owns that has always been a hard problem to address by military force. The IRCG Navy, not the Iranian Navy, has been Iran's tip of the spear at the Straits of Hormuz, seizing vessels and threatening to target U.S. assets. Iran has long invested in this second asymmetrical Navy specifically to develop capabilities that would be difficult for conventional U.S. military forces to target. Iran's advantage was well known to anyone paying attention. I have no doubt that competent planners in the Pentagon raised their concerns about a quagmire in the strait to leadership. The question is why their leadership did not pay attention to this sound advice. Hubris is not strategy, and in war it costs lives. Even if the strait reopens, this administration has created a new, less safe world by initiating and then bungling this crisis and teaching Iran that it can charge $1 million a ship to transit the strait. It will take a long time for the global economy to bounce back to normal trade flows. And Iran has learned, again, that they can charge $1 million per ship, creating a new funding line for their malicious activity against Americans for years to come. And in the Indo-Pacific, I don't doubt that if the worst day comes, our military will step up to challenge and defend Americans and our interests with military force. But will they be asked to lay down their lives unnecessarily just because the White House was unready and incapable of preventing a crisis boiling over into a war in the Indo-Pacific? General Kane, do you agree that the military would benefit from significant intra-agency planning by the Department of Defense on actions short of war that can be taken if a crisis occurs?
Ma'am, I appreciate that question. You highlighting the importance of that. And we have really great relationships now on the joint staff with the interagency. I think our relationship in particular, I'll just pick CIA. I think it's the best it's ever been. We're really working hard to find the best of Title 10 capabilities plus the best of Title 50 to ensure that we deliver really entrepreneurial options for our national policymakers to do what you're talking about, Senator.
All right. But I am concerned because during the recent NDA.
Well, hold on. She is a WAIST. She is a waist, as in your waistline, the circumference around the smallest part of your body. Waist, WAIST. So she is a waste of air and physical space. Shut her up. But you think that you said something clever, and you don't even know when to use the proper form of waste, as in WAIST or WASTE. But who's calling home a waste? You are a waste of being on the internet. WASTE. How about that? Hit the like button on your way out, sweetheart. Let's continue. I love the attention whores.
Hearing, I laid out the very real ways that a crisis in just one of the dozens of flashpoints in the Indo-Pacific could be devastating for our service members, Americans, and our American economy. But since then, this administration has only further diminished DOD's ability to prepare for these crises. In fact, as many as 1/3 of the assets in the Middle East are originally meant to be in the Indo-Pacific. This war of choice is draining our military resources. We need leaders who do everything they can to ensure warfighters only fight when they have to, not because of one man's whims and a lack of bravery among the yes men he surrounds himself with. I thank you for your service, General, and I continue to look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Reed. Thank you, General, for your service. Before I begin my questions for Secretary Hegseth, I have one brief important question for General Kane. General, as you've acknowledged at your confirmation hearing, service members who served at locations which another U.S. government agency deems contaminated, like the Nevada Test and Training Range, should have the same presumption of radiation exposure as DOE employees who served alongside them. But we also must ensure that DOD provides the VA with the records proving that these individuals served there. So this is a problem that DOD has the power to solve. I know we've discussed this. So General Kane, will you commit to ensuring parity for DOD personnel who served in locations that the U.S. government has already deemed contaminated, identifying those who served in such locations, and providing documentation of that service to the VA so that they can receive the veterans benefits that they have earned?
You bet, ma'am. And I'm, since our last time together on this, we've continued to chip away at removing or figuring out how to get past that one particular blocking in that record so that data flows normally. And I'm committed to trying to solve that for those leaders and teammates who are out there at that site.
Thank you. We'll look forward to continue to work with you on that. So Secretary Hegseth, I want to talk a little bit about AI. Because, of course, our service members deserve every advantage we can give them. So I just want you to help me understand this. In February, on the eve of Operation Epic Fury, you publicly designated Anthropic as a supply chain risk. However, this week, it's been reported that the White House is now helping agencies get around this decision to access Anthropic's technology. So the administration cannot credibly make both claims simultaneously. So before I ask you about the inconsistency, I just want you to reconfirm what it is you plan to use this technology for. It's been publicly reported that the decision to label Anthropic a national security risk was influenced by your personal and very public contract dispute with Anthropic when the company said that its technology could not be used for fully autonomous weapons targeting or mass surveillance of Americans. So following up on your response to Senator Rounds earlier, Can you confirm whether or not there will always be a human in the loop when AI is used for lethal targeting decisions?
Well, first of all, on Anthropic, they would not agree to our terms of service. That would be like Boeing giving us airplanes and telling us who we can shoot at.
This is not,
So
this
they
is
were-
not just about Anthropic, though. This
I
is
just
about,
want to be clear. And also,
And that's
Anthropic is run by an ideological lunatic who
so
shouldn't have
but that's not my
sole
question. My question is AI writ
decision-making over
large.
what we do.
Writ large.
We follow the law,
Should
Senator.
AI, well, you confirm, you said this to Senator Rounds earlier, so I'm just asking for you to
We
resubmit.
follow the law, but we don't have to sign a different terms of agreement with,
That's not,
with
this
Anthropic.
is not the question. This is not about.
That wasn't the term of the agreement that Anthropic gave you. Now, we're going back to the Anthropic thing. He tried to make you believe that Anthropic was the one that wanted to allow their AI to unilaterally strike without having a human input into a strike. So here we are again back at the Anthropic. Now it's something different. That's good. Here we go.
Benefits that they have earned.
You bet, ma'am. And I'm, since our last time, particular.
We are meeting today to review the. We are meeting today to review the Pentagon's FY.
To seize ballots.
Beside them. But we also must ensure that DOD provides the VA with the records proving that these individuals serve there. So this is a problem that DOD, okay? Because of course our service members deserve every advantage we can give them. So I just want you to help me understand this. In February, on the eve of Operation Epic Fury, you publicly designated Anthropic as a supply chain risk. However, this week it's been reported that the White House is now helping agencies get around this decision to access Anthropic's technology. So the administration cannot credibly make both claims simultaneously. So before I ask you about the inconsistency, I just want you to reconfirm what it is you plan to use this technology for. It's been publicly reported that the decision to label Anthropic a national security risk was influenced by your personal and very public contract dispute with Anthropic when the company said that its technology could not be used for fully autonomous weapons targeting or mass surveillance of Americans. So following up on your response to Senator Rounds earlier, can you confirm whether or not there will always be a human in the loop when AI is used for lethal targeting decisions?
Well, first of all, on Anthropic, they would not agree to our terms of service. That would be like Boeing giving us airplanes and telling us who we can shoot at.
You don't have terms of service in something that you have not created. They are the one who are the creators of it. They have the terms of service at which they can dictate to you which you are allowed to use based on the terms of service, because you are the one who are using their product, and they have the right to dictate what the terms of service are. Are we serious? Are we serious? Are we trying to recreate the facts of what happened by trying to pretend like the receiver of the service has the right to dictate what the terms of services are going to be? Or the producer of the product is the one who rents the product out, sells the product out, and they are the one who is responsible for dictating what the terms of service are going to be. Are we playing games, or is he just really this stupid?
This is when AI is used for lethal targeting decisions.
Well, first of all, on Anthropic, they would not agree to our terms of service. That would be like Boeing giving us airplanes and telling us who we can shoot at.
This is not.
So
this
they
is
were-
not just about.
Boeing's not giving you planes. Boeing is selling you planes. Nobody's giving you anything.
Anthropic, though. This
I just want to be clear. And also,
And that's
Anthropic is run by an ideological lunatic who shouldn't have
but that's not my
sole
question. My question is AI writ
decision-making over
large.
what.
Is run by a ideological lunatic who shouldn't have. He shouldn't have what? He shouldn't have you as a customer then. You want to say that the person who created something that you are using in your military is an ideological lunatic. Yet you are using the product that he produced in your military. But you haven't answered the question about the disagreement of from using the AI autonomously without the supervision of a human thought brain hand. You ain't said nothing about that. but you want to use a lunatic's product in our military. Let's get to it.
We do.
Writ large.
We follow the law,
Should
Senator.
AI, will you confirm, you said
We
this,
follow the law. We follow the law. Isn't that what Pam Bimbo used to say when she didn't want to say that she was doing illegal things? We follow the law. What law are you following? You deemed them a secure chain risk when they wouldn't allow you to do what you wanted to do with their product, which was mass surveil American citizens and you unilaterally take the lives of people without the human touch, mind, or hand being involved in it. What law are you following? Where did they write these laws at? See, while you dummies not paying attention, we follow the law. We follow the law. But did he ever answer the question if he would come out to your voting locale in November? No, he never answered that question. We follow the law. I would never be asked to do this. Okay. But you knew this when he had his confirmation hearing, because this numbnut said the exact same thing then.
to Senator Rounds earlier, so I'm just asking for you to.
We follow the law, but we don't have to sign a different terms of agreement with,
That's not,
with
this is not the question. This is not about.
We don't have to find a different terms of agreement with Anthropic. Nobody asked you to sign a different term of agreement with them. They gave you the terms of the agreement and you were mad about it. You're acting as if your terms of agreement was different from someone else's. No, your terms of agreement are the terms that they get allowed you to have. And if you didn't want them, you didn't have to sign them. Get the fuck out of here.
Anthropic. This is just an example. I want you to confirm that whether or not there will always be a human in the loop when AI is used in a kill chain for lethal targeting decisions. Will there always be a human in a loop, or will AI make the decision? You said this to.
We follow the law and humans make decisions.
We follow the law and human makes decisions. Yes, because Anthropic would not give you the ability to have AI alone make the decisions. So that is why humans make the decisions now. But you were mad about it and tried to ruin their business and said that they were a threat to the supply chain when they wouldn't give you the ability to let AI take lives of people without having a human hand in the line of this kill chain. Do you see this shit? Okay, I'm gonna let this play out. I think I've let you hear what it really is, what this motherfucker is saying. But politics is so boring. I find politics, it is so boring. But they're talking about taking the lives and mass surveilling United States citizens and taking their lives based upon AI's okay to take your life in a kill chain. But y'all find politics boring. But bitches who are sitting back parroting mass media cannot tell you the peril that this administration have your lives in. Let's continue.
We follow the law and humans make decisions.
So you will confirm what you said to Senator Rounds, that a human will always be in the loop when AI is used.
Which is why that's part of our terms of service anyway. It's how we operate.
All I want to say is this.
That's part of your terms and services anyway. Why is it part of your terms and services anyway? Because those were the only terms and services that Anthropic would give you. And now we understand. Yeah, they wanted us to change. They wanted us to sign a different chain of claims and services, or whatever the fuck I'm trying to say. Now, this is the only thing that you were able to get. This is what you were mad about. Yes. It is a part of your condition to use Anthropic. And that's the only reason you are not using mass surveillance and the kill chain, that AI can go out and make its own decisions of whom they are going to kill inside and outside of the United States of America. Let's be real clear on this.
There is a DoD directive, 3000.09, which mandates that autonomous and semi-autonomous weapon systems be designed to allow commanders and operators to exercise appropriate levels of human judgment over use of force. That is in the DoD.
That's why we follow
directive.
the law, Senator.
So the answer is yes, Mr. Secretary.
The answer is we follow the law. Absolutely.
I think this is more important than following the law. I think that people want to know that AI isn't going to make lethal decisions, and it is critically
AI
important.
is not making lethal decisions.
That's what we want to hear. We're going to follow on that one.
Because Anthropic would not allow you to have AI that would be allowed to make these lethal decisions. Let's be real clear. And
I have just a few seconds left, but you keep doubling down on this phrase, Mr. Secretary. You compare journalists, you compare us, you compare so many to Pharisees. Pharisees. It's a problematic and historically weaponized term that casts Jewish communities as hypocritical or morally corrupt. You doubled down again and said it. Words matter. Words
and he finds this so funny. He is cracking himself laughing. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking lying idiot we have under this fake doctrine of Christianity. A whole warmonger, war crime creating fucking fool. And this is who's over our Department of Department of Defense. A fucking fool.
or morally corrupt. You double down again and said it. Words matter. Words matter. What you choose to say, how we choose to say it. How do you justify using this language as Secretary of Defense? Words matter. It's a historically hurtful term. Why do you continue to use it? And what actions are you taking to prevent rhetoric like this from permeating throughout the department that is going to target specific?
He wants this rhetoric to permeate across the military. That is exactly what he wants. He wants a white supremacist military force in the United States of America. What is not clear about this? And the quicker you guys stop pussyfooting around the facts of what is being presented to you, the sooner we can take care of this unacceptable behavior in our government. But as long as you guys keep pussyfooting and babying these grown fucking racist masses, what is it? What do I a racist what is it? Racist what do I want to say? Z Sarah, what is it when they are, oh God, what is it, Z Sarah, when they are masochists? Yes, that's what I want to say. A masochist. And be nice, not a racist either. The country needs leadership. Yes, we need leadership, but we don't need racists as leadership. Thank you, Z Sarah. Nothing more painful than watching old people touch one another. Oh, Lord. Goodbye. 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 Okay, so nice grasp of the English language, nice grasp of a whole swath of material, nice grasp of a whole lot of information. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. MAGA bullshit, next channel, please. Okay, so that's all. I think that's it of this hearing. I think that's it of this hearing.
Specific groups or individuals of people based on their religion.
Senator, I feel like it's a pretty accurate term for folks who don't see the plank in their own eye and always want to see what's wrong with an operation as opposed to the historic success of preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. So I stand by it.
You stand by calling people Pharisees.
How is it a historic? How is it historic? Anything that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon? What is historic about them continue to not have something that they have never had? So what makes it, since you are over there spending up all our blood and treasures and they don't have a nuclear weapon when they never tried to purported to be working to get a nuclear weapon. So now you want to sit up here and pretend to be such a Christian and sitting up here confusing scripture with pulp fiction writings, and you're sitting up here like you're above the fray. A whole fraud ass bitch.
Sir, I cannot stand for that. That is wrong. It is not respectful to people. And I expect anyone who is in leadership in our country to be respectful and use respectful terms and not be an anti-Semite.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. The chair and the ranking member have no second round questions. I'm told.
I thought being an anti-Semite was against the law in this Trump administration. I thought it was against the law.
By Senator Kelly that he would like to ask a second question.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary. So $1.5 trillion, 1.5 is a very round number. You know, if you're putting together a budget, you'd come up with, these are the problems we're trying to solve. This is the capability we need. These are the systems we have to buy. And at the end of the day, it would spit out a number and it's probably not 1.5 trillion. So to me, it feels like that number was just kind of pulled out of thin air. I took a look recently and it seems that the defense budget of the rest of the world, I'm talking China, Russia, India, every Asian country, every European country, South America, everybody else is in the neighborhood, it looked like 1.7 to 1.8. So your request is approaching all defense spending from everybody else with the exception of us. That is a huge amount of money. You know, when I got here, you know, just 5 years ago, it was almost half of that. Through budget reconciliation, you've received a bunch of money to buy things, some of the weapon systems, you know, to resupply what we need. I'm just trying to understand, you know, like where is all this money going to go? And if you figured out ahead of time, what do you want to spend this on? And by the way, there are systems the president wants. You know, he saw last summer how effective Iron Dome and David's Sling were. And because of that, the president decided we're going to build our own version. We're going to call it Golden Dome because the president likes the color gold. We've seen that, see it in the Oval Office. We're going to call it Golden Dome, and it might cost somewhere between $500 billion and $1 trillion. I've heard those estimates. By the way, on that problem, I know a little bit about intercepting stuff in space. It's really hard. And the physics on this favors the offense. There's some things in that program that I think is really important that we do and try to figure it out. But space-based interceptors to hit multiple targets. And by the way, it's important how you size the system. So I'm trying to understand, Mr. Secretary, what kind of detail did you work out like a detailed plan, and at the end of the day, it came out, oh, it just happens to come out to be $1.5 trillion.
Senator, the exact amount is actually $1.535 trillion, and it was a product of a highly rigorous process throughout our department, from COCOM commanders to the services, with our comptroller, with our deputy secretary, with the chairman and myself, to ensure the budget reflects the realities of the world we live in and the capabilities we're going to need. And that's why there's $65 billion for shipbuilding, $120 billion for the defense industrial base, $331 billion for munitions, $44 billion for quality of life, $71 billion on our nuclear DIB. You name it, we're investing in it. And the biggest reason for it is the underinvestment of the Biden administration. I mean, what they spent on defense, the continuing resolutions and others, undercut the buildup that President Trump had created. So yes, we're doing a lot of deferred maintenance here around the world and in our department, and this budget reflects it. And it's a.
And yet the Biden administration found themselves caught up in how many wars? 0? Oh, okay. Remember, this administration feels like, hey, if you don't use it, you're gonna lose it. That's why this motherfucker who is talking about Biden the budget and being in the middle of a war that they can't get out of, and he blew off $93 billion in the month of September 2025 buying bullshit, while American citizens are losing their health care, are losing their jobs. The Americans have had more homes go into foreclosure than when that big bank fiasco went awry. And when all of the people who were losing their house, more people are losing their houses now. More people are upside down, losing their cars, owe on their credit card debt, unemployed. More people in this economy that they want, and they are coming and asking for billions and trillions of dollars like they asking for bubble gum. But they don't have anything for you. They don't have anything for the American citizens in this country. But they can give Argentina $40 billion to help them. But they can't help you see a doctor. You guys have to be insane to continue to support something that doesn't support you and your way of life. It doesn't have any decency to show you as a human being. And you have no shame. And that's what's so laughable about it. Some of you have absolute no shame. No one's laughing at all of this libtard Democrat. Nobody gives a fuck about that dumb shit. See, but because when push comes to shove, and it's really time to try to figure out how you're gonna survive, you're gonna be like, oh, what's that chick's channel? She has some things up here trying to tell me where to go to buy something that's gonna help me save my life. If you don't want to hear, I don't care. I don't care if you don't want to hear. But you are going to be looking for me. I will never be looking for you. So make sure you shop these products. I have the solar generators and I have the potable water things linked in my description box. Do with it as you choose. Because your ignorance is not going to make me crazy. Your ignorance will not drive me crazy. I'm just giving you the information and I'm directing you to where you can find it. So let's end on this, since I lost my live on yesterday. It ended unexpectedly. I want to give you this information about, I talked about who is next in line from the Epstein saga, who's been put in place in 45, 47.
Some major red flags are surfacing.
What is it? What is it? Jerome Powell's position, the Epstein related guy who has been put in Jerome Powell's position. We spoke about all of the positions that Trump has put his family, his friends, all of these unqualified people who are definitely have positions in this Trump administration. So we talked about the World Liberty Finance guys, the business that 45, 47 used to be against a Bitcoin and these meme coins, and now they have a whole World Liberty Finance that is the CEO is Trump and his three sons. Also Witkoff, the guy who runs all over and allegedly is brokering peace deals in the Middle East, in Russia, in Palestine, of these peace deals that are never coming. So interesting enough. And his 2 sons. These are people who have no understanding about any of these businesses, have no prior working in any of these buildings, any of these businesses that they are now the heads of, at magnets of, that billions of dollars that are pouring in to these crypto sites, his World Liberty, and you will not be able to know who is putting money into it and what they are getting out of it either. That's the thing that you really won't know, what these people are getting out of it. But I want to show you a little body cam of one of these Nepo titty babies of Steve Witkoff being caught in Miami. We are used to, accustomed to being treated a certain way, and don't you know who I am? And I can't come in your club. I will duck under the rope, and I will come in your club, and my friend will sucker punch you. And then when you grab me on the ground and get me caught up for the police, I will cry, "Victim, he attacked me. I was assaulted. I tell you." But when they find my Coca-Cola in my pocket, and now I wonder why 45, 47, and P. Keg Breath haven't gone and bombed up this Witkoff kid's car. After they found the Coca-Cola in his pocket, and then he wanted to name drop. He wanted to name drop people who are important in this administration. Have you heard your for-profit media talking about this? No, I've heard. I heard Adam talking about this. What is Adam's last name? Oh my God, I cannot believe. Adam Mokler spoke about this. Let's get into the Coca-Cola of it all. These Nepo babies who are getting rich off a shadowy money pouring in for God knows what your president and this administration is promising or doing for these billionaires. Now we know one of these billionaires is that Asian guy, Han, who was under Biden's administration. He had some charges leveled against him. Then when 45, 47 gets in office, all of a sudden, after this guy donates, invest millions into this World Liberty Financial, all of a sudden, these investigative charges have been dropped against him. But you know what else is interesting about that? Now he is suing World Liberty Finance because he said that they illegally froze his funds, that he cannot move his money. Isn't that strange? But let's look at the Nepo babies, the Steve Witkoff, who was suddenly held in Miami for his drug possession.
The police, all right? So you need to listen to us when we're trying to talk to you. I'm totally sorry. Relax, because we're here. We're not trying to control everything.
Oh my lord, we have new body camera footage of Steve Witkoff's son being arrested for cocaine and relentlessly trying to name drop the people that he knows to get out of this situation. Now, just to zoom out, Steve Witkoff is Donald Trump's special envoy to the Middle East. He's the person that's been traveling with Jared Kushner and even JD Vance over to Pakistan to negotiate with the Iranians. He also, multiple times, had negotiated with the Ukrainians, with other countries, Russians. He's an absolute fool. He is a stooge. He does not know what he's doing, and he very likely is selling out our country to Russia day by day by day. But this video is more about his son, and more about the dealings of his son and the Trump family, their sons as well. As I was doing research for this video and just trying to learn more about Zachary Witkoff, the person who was arrested, I began to get deeper and deeper down a rabbit hole of this insane cryptocurrency corruption that even I don't fully understand the mechanics of. I'm not fully into stablecoin versus crypto coin, but I understand enough that this is absolute bizarre, insane corruption happening that most people aren't paying attention to. So before I even show you this body camera footage, I would really like to go down the rabbit hole of all of this corruption that we're seeing coming from Steve Witkoff, from Steve Witkoff's sons, from Don Trump, from Don Jr., from Eric Trump, from all of these people in a massively corrupt organization. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed to help boost our pro-democracy message and make sure more people know about this corruption. And let me introduce the players. Of course, you know Don Jr., you know Eric Trump. You know Steve Witkoff, who is Donald Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, and now his son, Zachary Witkoff, who is the CEO of World Liberty Financial, has been arrested. World Liberty Financial is an exchange that is very closely tied to Donald Trump and his sons. I mean, here's a photo of the board of World Liberty Financial. This is quite literally just the most hellish board I've ever seen. This is a nightmare blunt rotation. You have Donald J. Trump, Eric Trump, Don Jr., for some reason, Barron Trump. You have Chase Harrow, who couldn't even bother to put on a suit. He just is wearing a cap. You have Ryan Fang, Corey Kaplan, Alex Witkoff, and Zach Witkoff, and Stephen Witkoff. I mean, just look at this right here. They quite literally created a joint family business where they invited their sons to go join their corrupt crypto board. Donald Trump himself said, I'm going to get my 3 sons on this board to be incredibly corrupt. Steve Witkoff said, hey, can my sons join the corrupt board as well? And Trump was like, sure, Steve Witkoff, come on in. So there's a huge mosh posh of corruption that is still being exposed on a daily basis. And World Liberty Financial just got sued yesterday by one of the people that invested the most amount of money into them. Crypto billionaire Justin Sun filed a federal lawsuit against the Trump family-linked World Liberty Financial, accusing the venture of freezing his $75 million investment, blocking him from selling, and stripping his voting rights. Sun claims the company pressured him to buy hundreds of millions of more in a new coin and retaliated when he refused, even threatening to report him to U.S. authorities. So this guy was not allowed to step foot into the United States because he was being investigated by Biden's SEC for security fraud and market manipulation. When Trump gets into office, sorry for zooming in on this creepy ass guy eating a banana, but then right before Trump got into office, the same guy invested $30 million in Trump's cryptocurrency because he wanted the charges to be dropped. When that wasn't enough, he invested another $45 million, totaling $75 million in investment. Well, guess what? The Trump administration wanted more. They froze his funds and said, we are not going to give you what you want if you don't keep investing in us. We're actually going to report you to the authorities and you're going to be back to square one. So this is just pure corruption, extortion to the highest degree. But I regret to inform you, the scamming gets even worse. And don't you worry, we're going to get to the cocaine part in just 1 second. It's very interesting watching Steve Witkoff's son get arrested and try to name drop people that he knows. And the cops are like, dude, we literally do not care. So we're going to get to that in just 1 second. At this point, it feels like almost everybody surrounding Trump has some sort of degenerate problem. And I want to draw a line here because I don't actually care if somebody wants to smoke weed or get drunk during their personal time. I don't care what you guys do as long as you're not harming anybody else. Not my responsibility to care, right? But when it comes to the FBI director or the Secretary of Defense or somebody who's running World Liberty Financial and being corrupt for the president, or Lori Chavez-Dreamer, the labor secretary, yeah, there is a line that needs to be drawn. We can't have high school adults running our government always wanting to party, sleep around, have affairs, do coke, drink all the time, scam people all the time, and then never have any accountability for any of your actions. We have an entire administration full of high schoolers, and we need to be calling that out. These high schoolers also happen to be scamming the hell out of the American people. I want you to listen to this breakdown of their latest crypto scam. Now, don't worry. There's a lot of terminology in this video that also goes over my head, but you'll be able to get the general idea that the Trump admin is freezing funds of people who invested in them. Just check this.
Well, Trump's crypto project just used its own made-up token to drain $150 million from investors, and the company claims it's by design. Here's what happened. World Liberty Fi, the Trump family's crypto project, pledged $5 billion of its own token on a lending platform called Dolomite, borrowed $150 million in stablecoins against it, and sent over $40 million straight to Coinbase Prime, which is basically a fiat off-ramp. The pool is now 93% drained, making it nearly impossible for regular depositors to withdraw their money. To make matters worse, Dolomite is not some random platform. It's co-founded by a literal advisor to World Liberty Fi, and their depositors getting locked out, mostly everyday users who lent real dollars expecting to earn yield and leave whenever they want. Here's how this works. People deposit US-backed stablecoins to earn yield. Borrowers come in, pledge crypto as collateral, and pay interest on the loans. In this case, World Liberty Fi was the borrower, and its collateral was its own token, a token that's now down 75% from launch with almost no liquidity. So imagine you lent $1,000 to earn 6% per year. Then you get a tax bill and you need that money back. Well, you can't get it because the Trump family literally drained the entire pool using their made-up token. This project is currently calling the criticism FUD, but when the borrower, the collateral, and the platform advisor are all the same entity and real people's money is locked out, that's not FUD. That's a presidential scale extraction scheme.
Oh my God, that was very well said, especially the last sentence when he said the borrower, the platform, the collateral, and the advisors are all the same people. Then that's not fear and uncertainty and doubt, as he calls FUD.
That is boldness. That is corruption in the plain outdoor for everyone to see and dare anyone to say anything about it. Have you heard this story in your for-profit media? No, because your for-profit media had little to say with the fact that they dropped the investigation on this man that they have locked out of his account in the first place, who was up on charges for scamming the Security and Exchange Commissions in the first place. So your media didn't say anything about that when 4547 dropped the charges in the investigation into that. Independent media. You better get to learn some independent media. All the links to everything that I shared in this live is in my description box. Avail yourself to it.
That is a presidential extraction of the American people. He just pointed out how World Liberty Financial is extracting money from the American people. Well, guess who the CEO of World Liberty Financial is, and the co-founder? It happens to be Zachary Witkoff. Let's check out this video of Zachary Witkoff getting arrested. Just for some context, this is taking place in Miami, and I'll play the audio in just 1 second, but that is Zach Witkoff being held down on the ground as he tried to enter a club that he's not allowed into, and they said no when he continued to try to enter. They then had to pin him down, and they found drugs on him.
Relax.
This is absurd. Take a listen.
Look, stop. Just relax. But relax. Okay, I got you now. Relax. Officer, get back. Get back. Get back. Relax. Relax. Listen, I'm going to talk to you right now, okay? I'm going to detain you, and then we're going to talk to you. You understand? I swear to God. Yo, you understand? I'm talking.
One thing I will say, Adam, you were too lenient on him. Oh, I hate the officer didn't have to do this. The officer didn't have to do that. The officer needed to do everything that he did. They do far less to black people who have done nothing wrong. And for this asshole, for his buddy to sucker punch either the bouncer or the manager of this establishment, Adam. Let them get what their hands call for.
Yes. I'm going to talk to you right now. Yes. I need you to relax, okay? Yes. All right, you're going to get up and you're going to walk with me, then we're going to talk. You understand that? Yes. All right, stop talking right now. Yes, but I swear I didn't do it. Get up, slow down. Shoe right here. Officer, I promise you I did not do it. Get that shoe. Get that guy.
Officer, my shoe is gone. They assaulted me.
Oh, come over here, man. Stop. Walk with me.
Okay, but officer,
come here.
I swear to God, these guys assaulted me.
You need to relax. All right, stay right there.
Officer,
stop resisting me. Stay right here, right here. Stay right here.
I'm
all right?
not resisting you. I swear.
I'm going to say it. I think the officers are also being rather aggressive here. Listen, I don't like Zach Witkoff. I also don't like when cops are being incredibly aggressive, but
shit happens.
Hey, maybe Republicans need to have this experience to open their eyes and realize cops will abuse their power.
Wait a minute. Is that bag that's on the windshield, is that cocaine that they found on him? You mean to tell me they found a trash bag of cocaine on him? I'm just asking. I have questions.
These guys...
Do not look my way because you're talking in my direction.
These guys assaulted me. With these guys assaulting me.
Is it possible to just hate everybody in this situation? Because this cop is being a little bit of a prick.
These guys assaulted me. Officer, can I please just say my piece?
Say it. Go ahead.
These guys assaulted me. I did absolutely
You know what? We
nothing.
do want to press charges. Since it talks like that, that's
No, sir. Can I talk to you for a second? Sir, relax. You need.
Now, the sir who he wants to talk to for a second said, okay, since he want to be like that, I'm going to press charges. This is someone from the club who said, okay, you want to act like you were assaulted? This is how it's going to go down. And Adam is going to say one more time about, the cops. Adam, have you talked to Freddie Gray? Have you talked to the black people who have lost their lives due to the abuse of officers? This is nothing compared to what happens to black.
No, relax. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up.
We're the police, all right? So you need to listen to someone. You're trying to talk to you. I'm totally sorry. Okay, relax, because we're here. We're not trying to control everything, but you're not letting us do our job. Relax. I know. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit out of control. I got assaulted for no reason. I don't even have a shoe on. Okay, your shoe's right next to you, right there. Okay, just relax. Listen, you're resisting. Yeah, chill. I'm not resisting. Wait, listen to me. Are you tensed up?
He absolutely was resisting, by the way. Zach Witkoff was on the ground trying to resist. He was trying to get out of it. That's why they threw him out. The reports say he was resisting. Everyone in the situation sucks.
You're not letting us do what we need to do. You need to relax. I totally understand.
Except for this guy. This guy's pretty good. He's the only one that I've seen de-escalate. I didn't like earlier how the cop put his hand on his face.
Okay.
But I literally.
What are we doing here now?
Just chill out. I'm sorry, but I literally did nothing other than. Okay. I'm friends with Mark Roberts. I swear to God.
I'm friends with Mark Roberts. I swear to God. Name dropping. Let's name drop.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
I did nothing.
You understand that, right?
Other than. Okay. I'm friends with Mark Roberts. I swear to God.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
I did nothing.
You understand that, right? Nobody cares.
I get it, but I did nothing.
Stop dropping names. You are a nobody.
I did nothing, though.
Yeah, but you know that, right? Just
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Stop dropping names. You are nobody. You understand that, right? Poor little white child. This privileged little white child being treated like a what was that they called what was that being treated like an actual savage. What that senator said about who was it, the Venezuelan or the Iranians being treated like savages. They're savages. Who's savage now? Who's savage tonight?
okay, that's number one. We're getting somewhere now. When we asked you to leave, what did you do?
I honestly.
You went under the ropes.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
what
was trying to walk out.
No,
I'm
you
sorry.
didn't. You tried to walk in, and you did. So that's why we grabbed you.
I'm sorry. I was trying
And then
to
when
walk
he
out.
sucker punches me, and you tried to fight me.
I
That's
did
why
not
you're in
try to fight you.
handcuffs. Stop talking.
I did not.
Stop
Listen,
talking.
just listen.
This guy is my favorite so far. This guy is probably the club owner or manager. He seems to be like, dude, you can't just get kicked out and then try to sneak back in under the ropes. And then he said his friends started hitting and punching the guards. Yeah, F Zach Witkoff and all these people.
Just listen. That's why you're out here. You say you got assaulted, so maybe I'm going to press charges so you go to jail now.
Okay. I'm
Okay?
sorry.
And you too.
I'm sorry.
Well, now you're sorry. I thought you want to press charges. Since you want to press charges, I'm pressing charges. So now you're going to jail.
I didn't never
I'm
say I
pressing
wanted to press
charges.
charges.
Yeah, you just dropped all that.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said I want to now.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I never said I wanted to press charges. You relax. You don't listen.
All right, that shit was stressing me out. Zach Witkoff is an absolute baby who is throwing temper tantrums, and he should have no place on the board of World Liberty Financial. Steve Witkoff has raised an absolute man-child, but at least we have some adults on the board in the form of Donald J. Trump and Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. What a wild video. We need to end the corruption immediately. And look at this blurry body camera footage. Is this what Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel see all the time when they're half drunk? Just everything's half blurry. Either way, I'm going to leave it there. I want to continue to relentlessly and ruthlessly push back against this corrupt administration.
If only you had cared about corruption during Obama's third term. Oh, Obama had a third term? Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I thank you. I appreciate you, Z Sarah, for coming in here and being my wordsmith, helping me out on with that lymphoma and the other word I forgot. I really appreciate my mod Z Sarah. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Hit the like button on your way out. I appreciate you being here. If you like the show, yes, girl. If only you cared about the corruptions in Obama third term, Z Sarah. Oh, these people are a hoot, a hick and a hoot. So I appreciate you all being here. And that's it for me today. I may or may not be back tomorrow. We're going to play it by ear about tomorrow. So I hope you guys have a wonderful remaining of your day. And if I don't see you tomorrow, have a fabulous weekend. Don't forget to shop for you a solar powered generator, some potable water containers, and stash away you some non-perishable meals. Better safe than sorry. And with that, I'm gonna go, and I hope I see you back again. I thank you for all of my new members, for all of my old members, all the new subscribers, all of my old subscribers. I appreciate you all, and I hope I may see you back tomorrow. All right, bye-bye.